Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the main event. Today is the fourth last day, of this great 2026 APL Millions series at Southport Sharks. And this is flight number 9 of the main event. Now, I made a guess yesterday that we're going to probably get to around 3,150 entries, but not quite break last year's record. Turns out I'm an idiot. And we've broken the 3150 mark just in this flight, as we are going to see the Queens go in for Li Dong. Ray calling the Jacks, and that is not going to be good for him. Lee going to have to try and find a hold with these ladies. Safe for now. Queen on the turn's going to seal it. Full Michael Dublé.
Your Queens, bro. I saw they sit down. I got the flash. No, you got the Queens, bro. I scared the deuce. I'm like, oh my god. Don't leave yet, bro.
That is what the room is looking like right now. Let me know if the audio sounds all right, guys. I've made a couple of adjustments since last night. We don't want the table audio to be too loud. We want to make sure I'm still coming through nice and clearly. So let us know if that is in fact the case.
I just a little stuff up. If you can all just get stats on it really quickly, that would be great. Thanks.
Thank you, Lachlan. So it looks like we've got some faces up top. One of them, I recognize that surname from yours. Brock Munro was a final tableist in this event back in 2024. He came in as the chip leader. I wonder how it feels to be back on this feature table. Other names include Harrison Deuce, Li Dong, Ray Wang, Chris Tate.
41-6.
Ash is saying that it would be cool if we could implement the stream from outer tables in the future. Unfortunately, in this venue, and we're going to get into plenty more conversations about that soon, in this venue, it's probably a little bit easier said than done, but we will see how it goes in the future. Of course, everybody would have seen the news by now. APL Millions 2, the Electric Boogaloo.
I said 60 and 3.
Coming to a venue in Sydney very soon. Dates have been announced. It was as shocking to me as it was to all of you guys. Rock with the sevens, facing this open from Nathan's with queens. Sevens is going to jam and get beaten into the pot. Fighting this rip against +2 is pretty adventurous, but looks like we are going to see all 5. The flop is to fade sevens only, and backdoor stuff as well. 3 on the turn, 5 or a 7 on the end. River card is a jack. Full Michael double. Michael double, Michael Dublé. field looking ever so large in the background. Late registration still open for another 2 hours. Where did the blinds start for each flight? We start at the 100, 200 level. And we play 2-4, then at 3-6, we play that one again with the 3-6 ante. So 50 big blinds relatively quickly, but continuing on. No, after my main man, Chris Tate. Ah, fair enough. I wonder if it will impact record-breaking fields. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I know for a fact that the current plan, and by the way, we're going to get a lot more info about this soon. Current plan is that we're going to be running a little bit more of a strip-back series inside the casino, so we're going to have to see how that goes overall. I will say, though, ladies and gentlemen, at roughly 5:20 local time, so in around 40 minutes, we are going to be joined by Joel Williams and Stephen Ibrahim, two of the head honchos, the grand poobahs, here at the APL Million, and they're going to answer any and all questions that you guys have. 5558. Speed limits and a snowman, as both these guys turn a boat. Here goes a bet of 5,000 from Brock after the flop goes bet call. Chris just jams it in. Wow. Jam and snap, and both these guys with an 8, but Chris does have a chance to find a jack and improve. He's got to fade 3 outs on the river, or 4 outs. A 5 as well is not good. River card. Ooh, it's paint, but not quite. Isn't it only a boat if it's on the river? Huh? I've never heard that before. That's interesting. No, it's only Barry if it's an ace on the river. I think might be what you're thinking about.
You get some polarized sunnies. The corner of that light straight in the line.
Shout out to Bill in the Twitch or the YouTube chat. Thanks for tuning in. Chris with the 6s is going to find a call over the open from Brock. Hans Dawn sitting there with 81.9 thousand biscuits. It's kind of the point, isn't it? Like a boat on the river. Oh, interesting. I thought it was more of a full boat, like it was taking on water. Full house, flop or turn and boat on. Interesting. I didn't know that. There you go. You learn something new every day. Dorrington, king of the bread. Lover of deals. Interesting. Let's see what he's going to be able to cook up or bake up here then. Tim Lindsay with the AI breakdown. A boat is a full house. 3 cards of one rank plus a pair of another. The 2 words mean exactly the same hand. Boat is just a slang that's stuck. Maybe the origin was boat on the river, however. Boat on the river makes sense. A boat on the turn sounds like it's flipped upside down. I will admit, I much prefer to hear boat than book. If anybody says a full book, I'm going to throw the deck at them. Obviously, a book would be like a front cover, back cover, and then pages in the middle. So it's like it's full house kind of thing. But It makes me cringe every time somebody says it. And boat just sounds cooler. King 10-5. Both these guys with a pair in this blind v blind limped pot. You guys are going to know that this is a very early period of the tournament, probably one of the earliest stages we've actually commentated so far this series. Obviously, we had Centurion day one, which was very deep, but this is very much so early levels. So we're going to hopefully bring in a few guests, have some conversations. Like I said, in 40 minutes time, we're going to have Joel Williams and also Stephen Ibrahim coming in to have a chat about some of the interesting developments that have happened so far online, as well as how this series has gone as a whole. So get ready for that. Deuce on the turn as this 10 is drawing to 2 outs. Spencer with the 2est of pairs. Are we going to see him pot build? No, just a flat. He's only got 10.3 behind. He's hoping to try and get all of it. River card is a 7. As Hans fires in the remaining 6K, and Spencer's only got a little bit left. He's going to say all in. Question of how much it is. It's only 1.3K more. You don't have to win very often, but I don't think he's winning ever, so. He does just flick it in, and Spencer's going to get a nice visit from Michael. That's what the field's looking like, ladies and gentlemen. That room is packeted. Ray short stuck at the table. Everybody else relatively snug. If you want some hand term variations, Jordan, ask Michael Caine if he's still there. He calls it a full mouse. That's disgusting.
Yeah, the more you see, the more you think. We tried to tell you, but you weren't right. We had a meeting about it outside.
There is a game called Balatro that I talk about sometimes. And in that game, it's relatively often or common that you're going to be able to make a straight flush or a royal flush. And something that's becoming a little bit more common when guys are playing that game is that they call a straight flush a strush, which I think is disgusting. But anyway, a strush. Ugh. How many are in the field? 900 or so. Number in the top right, not quite updating, but we will a little bit later on. These guys are going to be bagging at the conclusion of the 2K, 4K level, and roughly 70% of the field is going to get there. Sorry, 20% of the field is going to get there. Once again, getting a look as the Ace-King takes it down. Any faces we are recognizing out there, ladies and gentlemen? I spy with my little eye. Ken Demlakian, Malcolm Trainer. Who else we got? Taylor Murray. Attila Bognar, Dan Johnson. Gina Vuskovic. Amin Riazadi is not there. He's already bagged. Harrison Deuce with the Ace-Queen is going to find the raise to 2.2. As this flight actually has 925 entrants. Huh. Here I was thinking that it wasn't going to be right. I need it so I can circle people with, like in the cricket. Yeah, it's a good shout, actually, as we are going to see the King Jack go in from Nathan. That's a pretty hectic jam. 32 bigs is a lot to fire in. I wonder if Harrison is going to find call. We can see that he's in very bad shape given the other King Jack that will be getting mucked behind from Hans. Harrison gets another look. Doesn't seem convinced that this is all too strong. Wow, he's going to flick it in. And Nathan's going to need a lot of help here.
He hasn't called yet.
Sorry, I thought he folded.
No.
Sorry, he.
No.
Yeah, I showed him because he went like that. No. Yeah.
Now that he's seen it, he's going to be letting it go. The King Jack.
How is that not a fold?
Can you boot him?
I'm beating that.
Jordan Zed with a very good point.
That's him or me? Oh, good.
He had the same as not what you want to hear if you're in Nathan's shoes. Oh my God, and Jack still comes. He's got a royal flush draw. What? 5 of hearts, needs to fade diamonds to find a KO. We can't do it, it's a queen. As Harrison just loses a doozy of a hand. King Jack gets folded. He's less than 17% to win, and he gets there. Disgusting.
Yeah, even showing worked out well for him. You got the max, you won't have to split it.
Zach Lowry's out there. Who else we got out there? My eyesight's not as good as it once was. That's what I get for staring at screens all day. Oh, we see Timon Prill on the right side of the screen. Can't miss that hair. Bazzer is not happy with that one in the YouTube chat. Still comfortable though, still got 28K. When somebody says they had you out, is that a yellow card? Oh yeah, that's a snap yellow. Easy yellow card. Ace King for Brock. Harrison with the Ace 4-0. Opens gun and gets 3-bet. Lets it go. Bill reckons, I wonder if Dorrington still eats wheat bix with no milk for breakfast. Jesus, that's a lot of saliva. Trying to see if there's anybody else I recognize. I recognize Amanda in the middle. I recognize a lot of the dealers. And I recognize many players. Anybody out there that you guys can spot? There's almost too many people out there. Queens for Chris. Friend of the stream. Good luck to him representing the Toowoomba region. King Jack 8 is not the flop you want to see with the ladies, but safe for now. Turn card needs to not be a 6 for him to win a nice one. Instead, he turns a set. Merry Christmas, my friend. And the 10 on the end's a little bit dicey. Any ace or 9 now rivering a straight.
Scary board for that one. It's going to get shown on the stream anyway.
There's an ace when you want one.
I don't want you to have one.
If you guys have any questions for myself before my colleagues are going to get here in about half an hour, please make sure you send them through. And make sure you have all of your questions prepped as well. We're going to have Joel and Stephen Ibrahim in here in roughly 20 minutes' time, or half an hour's time, excuse me. We've got a little bit to talk about. Hopefully it's Krilly again so we can get half a free coaching session. Ah, you could only be so lucky. Krilly's done quite the stint. There's a chance that we get Luke Martinelli and Mark Seymour in a little bit later, so get ready. Silly Horsey, I was thinking exactly the same thing, but I don't know if I want to say that out loud. Hans Molman presents men getting kicked in the groin with a football. Will I be commentating the APL Millions in Sydney? That's a very good question. I would love to know the answer to that, but unfortunately it's still up in the air. You might have a different voice for that series, but we will see. 10-4-3, open-ender for the 6-5. Turn card is a 6, which is a little bit interesting. Queen of Spades still definitely a feature for Brock, but that pair of 6s and open-ender for Harrison's the best hand right now. You've enjoyed every time Luke's been on stream. He's a great listen. As long as we're not talking about TV shows, which we can talk about forever and ever and ever.
Sending out messages. Mom, jump on it. You getting
How many runners in this flight? We're looking at 932. I guessed that we weren't going to break last year's record, but with every entry, it looks like it's almost a certainty. So in total, prior to this flight, we had 2,226 entrants. So we're already at that 3,100 mark, still with a flight to go. Obscene, crazy, ridiculous, redonkulous. And on average, we're getting around 18% going through. Silly with a question for me regarding that game. That sounds ridiculous. Where is it? Can I come play? It's purely up to how you feel comfortable. I mean, it sounds like the game is going to be playing Giga Deep. If you are happy, if you are confident playing deeper, I'd probably go 4 2.5K bullets. Sit with 100 bigs is what I would recommend. is 4K possible? Usually the turbo flight gets around 300 max. So I reckon 3,500 is possible. I don't know about 4,000. Well, if that's the case, Horsey, I would try and minimize the variance as much as possible. So I'd go 100 big blinds and go from there. Signing second, this one is 30,000, ladies and gentlemen. Is that Hans Dorn still around? Hang on. Name's in the top right. Certainly looks like it. Nobody loves Molman. All right, well, good luck, Horsey. Hopefully it goes very well. Send hands. Nathan McClellan with 68,800 off the back of that pretty brutal run out against Harrison Deuce, who has gotten himself just back over starting stack. Hans Dornman. He went to school with Doyle Brunson. Is that like a played left back with Jesus in under 13s? Yeah, that sounds a little bit too good to be true, Horsey. So hopefully you're okay with that game. Stay safe, please. What do I think will be the final numbers this year? I originally guessed it to be 3,150, but I think we've reached that already. So I'm going to say 3,550. He didn't play footy with Jesus, it was his coach. Funny. 7 of clubs on the turn. Jack of clubs becomes a factor as this ace-9 for Chris is currently the best hand. Oh, wow. Well, good luck, mate. Hopefully it goes well. Check from Brock. Chris fires 3,100. Good for around 40% pot. Brock with pair flush draw is not going to be going anywhere in a hurry. 34% of the time he gets there. Is this that time? River card, no. 2 pair for the ace-9. Can you guys tell that I've got a lot of energy today? I'm feeling mighty fresh. I had a lovely night's sleep. I knew that today was going to be a fun one, so with the late start, I caught up on, oh no, that's not what we want to see. My God. Dude, everybody, I wasn't expecting to have a guest so soon. We've got other guests coming in around half an hour or 20 minutes, which we might need to get you to clear out for because it's going to be fun, or you can chill in here if you want. Let me just get the mic set up for this gentleman. Might as well just set up a bed in here, mate. Luke Martinelli, what the hell are you doing, man?
I'm the worst. I don't know. That's all I can say. I don't even know how many. I'm scared to count how many bullets I'm in for in the main. I haven't checked.
Thank God the rest of the series has gone so well. Otherwise, I'd be worried about you.
Me too. Yeah.
Anyway, welcome to the dungeon. Welcome back.
Thank you.
I love that you've just walked in on your own and you didn't message me and like, "I'll come get me." You're just like, "Oh, I live here now."
It was just out of pure tilt. I was just like, I'm gonna get in there and start spewing off some nonsense.
It's kind of funny, actually. We had a message earlier where somebody was asking, let me find the question.
Okay. What's been happening anyways?
Honestly, it's been relatively quiet so far. We saw a King Jack 3-bet rip for 32 big blinds, got it in against Ace Queen, and doubled on an Ace Jack 10 flop.
Damn.
Queen River.
Yikes. Lucky for Ace Queen there.
Where's this message that we had earlier? I swear somebody said something nice about you, but I'm trying to find it.
Well, there's something nice right there. I've really enjoyed every time Luke has been on.
That
He's a
was the
great
one that I'm looking
listen.
for.
Oh, well, it's right there, mate. Well, thank you very much. JDNZ,
There you go.
my biggest fan in the chat.
Oh, yeah. Jordan Z, I guess. Yeah, so what happened? Why?
I just got very short. Got in Jack 10 against Ace Jack on a Jack High board and lost and was down to like 5 bigs. Then went through the big blind. Was then moved again into another big blind and I'm out.
Sucks to suck, I guess.
It does suck to suck. Exactly.
975. Any faces you recognize up here?
Let's
Your
see.
mate
Who have we
Brock
got?
Munro's in the mix.
Oh, Brock. He's got a similar stack to what I had.
Do you want to tell the Brock Munro story while you're here?
He he cooled me very deep in the APL. I think was it last year? Or the year before?
It would have been 2024.
It was the year that he final tabled it. He had a great run that year, actually. I think he came 6th for 100k or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there was a hand on the way there where we were playing a 3-bet pot for probably about, I think we both had about 2 or 3x average at that point. And he bet calls the flop with 10 high, and we both make a backdoor flush draw, and his was higher than mine. So
You found the check raise on, what was it?
I had 6-5 on a 6-4-3 rainbow, and yeah, he bet calls 10-9 of spades. Turn was the deuce of spades, which was pretty chill. I was like, wow, I was just licking my lips. I was rubbing my hands together. I was like, I'm about to have a 6x average stack in the main with like 80 left. And the river was the 8 of spades. And yep, that's all she wrote. I'm glad he used it well, though. I mean, to turn that into 100K.
How many were left at that point? 20 something?
No, I think at that point it was like 80 left or something.
Oh, wow,
So, yeah,
okay.
it was still a bit of ways out.
Yeah. Because I remember he made it to the final table as the overwhelming chip leader.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
I'm sure those chips definitely helped.
Oh, yeah. And then he paid off Harmin in a pretty questionable spot. But anyway, onwards we go.
I don't want to rag on the guy too hard.
No. King of clubs as Harrison unable to improve. Anybody else that you recognize up here? Nathan McClellan. We've got Ray Wang, Lee Dong, Chris Tate, Hans Dorn. You watched any of The Simpsons?
I've watched a fair bit.
So you know Hans Molman?
Of course. One of
Look
my
at this
favorite
guy.
characters.
This guy's name is Hans Dorn. Look at him.
Maybe his mum named him after.
Maybe.
Well, actually, it would have been not quite. Maybe Hans Molman's named after him.
We've already been told that he coached Jesus Christ in the under-13 soccer. So no, I'm just kidding. Good luck to you, Hans. Thank you so much for.
That's one of the great things about poker, isn't it? You just get people of all walks of life.
It's amazing.
Entering.
Somebody's wondering if the other guy in seat 3 is sleeping. No, that's just Ray. He meditates between hands and then wakes up and backs everybody.
It's been we're heading towards the end of the series now, so I think a lot of people
Yep.
are hitting that stage.
Everybody's asleep. If you guys have any questions for Luke before, we're going to have to get him out of here in about.
Who's coming in?
We're going to have Joel and Stephen Abraham in here.
Oh, as in Joel
Williams. Yeah.
the great man himself.
The Grand Poobah, as I like
I
to say.
see.
Yep.
Okay.
So they're going to come in here, and I'm sure you guys in the chat are going to have plenty of questions for them regarding, well, everything.
Yes.
Because today has been quite the development.
That new Sydney series.
Well, I mean,
do you have the inside scoop or any of that, or
Well,
you just gonna wait for the
APL Millions 2, the Electric Boogaloo. is
That's
what they're calling it, yeah. So that's going to be fun. I do have some inside scoop, but I think it's better on if I just let them come
I
in
think
and
that's probably better.
have a chat about it.
I'll listen to myself and see if I can
Yeah,
pick up
yeah.
anything interesting.
Question, what are Luke's thoughts on Mr. Dorrington?
I have no
the
idea.
bread man himself, they're calling him in the chat, so that's interesting.
I have no idea who that is.
Yeah, well,
I'm sure he's a nice guy.
I'm sure you're going to find out.
Is he been playing some pots?
I know.
Is he not the King Jack guy?
No, that was Mr. McClellan.
Mr.
McClellan, yeah. So it was pretty wild. Harrison Deuce opened the Ace Queen O from +2.
Yep.
We had a flat from Hans, I want to say in the cutoff with King Jack offsuit.
Okay.
And then Nathan just found the 3-bet rip 32 with King Jack of Diamonds himself.
Oh, he was suited.
Yeah.
Oh, I love his shove then.
Yeah.
What position was it from?
Small blind.
Wow. Okay. So
Yeah.
that's actually he's a reg.
Yeah, and then
I thought it was King Jack O.
No, King Jack suited. And then
it's a big call from Ace Queen.
yeah, and then well, Harrison had 60 big blinds of his own, put in half his stack to make the call, and the flop was Ace Jack 10 2 diamonds, so he flops a royal flush draw.
Wow.
And then turn 5 river queen, which is pretty hectic because he was 17% with the other King Jack suited folding. So
Wow.
anyway, or King Jack offsuit folding.
Yep. That's quite the sick hand.
Well, there you go. Great story behind him. Comes from the gutter and won his seat to the big dance. I'm going to take your word for it, mate. The amount of stuff that you guys are spouting in the chat today, it's like,
Comes from the gutter.
yeah, everybody's had their
They are
their
trolling you a
soul
little
off
bit.
today. Everybody's in a great mood. It seems
Yeah.
like.
Everyone in the chat are probably people who've already bagged the main.
Yeah.
So I can understand why their spirits would be high.
Did you watch any of the Jackstar yesterday? Did you tune into the stream at all? Did you see anything?
At the end, no. No,
Okay.
I didn't. What
Well, there was a very interesting hand that happened that I was hoping to get your insight out.
Sure.
That chat is probably going to be exploding about. So we're three-handed.
Yep.
Naj has all the chips. He's got like
Yep.
60 big
I'm
blinds.
sure that's how the whole file table went.
Most of it, yeah. I know three-handed it fluctuated a little bit, but he's on the button. The stacks are roughly 13 big blinds in the small blind for Adam. Naj has got like almost 70.
Yep.
And then Anthony in the big blind has around 6.5 bigs.
Okay.
Naj finds the whack from the button,
Yep.
covering both. The jump is 80k, so
Yep.
52, 53 buy-ins.
Yep.
Guy in the small blind finds the call off. What's the bottom of your call off range in that spot?
Oh, this is a really tough hand.
Like obviously you know that Naj is running it pretty wide.
Absolutely. But you know the funny thing is that in some of these ICM spots, the wider they're jamming, it actually makes your offsuit ace-X like worse calls because you're actually dominating them less often than you would be in like a regular shoving situation.
Yeah.
So I think in this situation, I think pocket pairs like really go up in value because pocket pairs have a chance of like really crushing Naj. I assume Naj could even be shoving through this offsuit here.
Yeah.
So if you've got pocket eights, you can get it in really good quite often. You're going to be flipping way less than you would be in a regular situation.
Yeah.
So I think if I was in this spot with a 6.5 big blind stack, and the other thing to consider also is that doubling up does nothing for you.
Exactly. Yep.
If you double up, you go to 26 bigs. Naj goes to like, what is it, 50
something,
bigs, and
yep.
he's still going to be able to shove every hand and split. So there's no real like huge upside. So like you're in real ICM folding mode, I think. So I think I would probably go with something like maybe ace 10 or ace jack suited and pocket eights. That's what I would call that.
Interesting. Okay.
Ace King O would be like a tough, weird spot.
Yeah.
I'd probably just call, but yeah, that could be wrong.
Yeah. Well, our friend found the call with the ace 9-0.
Ace 9-0, yeah. See, I don't really love that. You just the risk premium stack is just going to be so high in that spot. It's just you're not really going to be getting the right equity to call, even if Naj is shoving any two cards. Ace 9-0 is one of those hands where you would prefer him to be shoving tighter.
Yeah.
Because you are going to be dominating more of his range.
Yeah.
Because you really want to get it in as like a 70-30 favorite in that spot. You really don't want to be like a 60-40 against his like 6-5 off or something like that.
Yeah. 40% of the time, you're just going to be walking away 80k poorer.
Yeah.
essentially.
When
especially with Anthony being so short.
Yeah, and see the other problem that you have is that Anthony's like super incentivized to call off because he's going to get blind out otherwise. So the collision likelihood is like really high, and the chance that you'll be was it 40k or 80k richer?
80k. So
The chance that you'll be 80k richer. I mean, you know, when Anthony calls off, he'll probably be like a 60 or 65% favorite against Naj's range. So you're gonna ladder there 35-40% of the time.
Yep.
When that call off does happen.
So outcome, Naj found the 9-6 suited rip.
Yep.
And so
That's great.
the ace-9 had him in absolutely amazing spot. But I, at the time, said that I thought it was a pretty wide call-off. I said it was a pretty wild call-off, especially given the difference in the payouts, blah, blah, blah.
I can understand it, for sure. I mean, like, you haven't... Is it okay? Is the mic okay?
No, I'm just hearing some beeping in the background.
Oh,
I don't know what that is, anyway.
Yeah. So what were we saying?
I said in the chat, at the time I was commentating, I thought, pretty wild. Like, with the amount of buy-ins difference between this and that, and with ICM, you'll find that you probably just have to fold, essentially. It sucks, but you kind of just have to fold, right? Because then we started talking about your experience with the Damo and the 5K, where you literally couldn't do anything. You just had to fold. Like, similar spots. Say you're sitting...
It's a little bit different in that spot. I
think.
Okay. That's like a small field, like 3x bubble versus this is like when you're three-handed now. The ICM pressure has gone down somewhat because you have locked up so much money.
Yeah.
And when you do win a big pot in this spot, like you get like a decent percentage of the chips in play.
Sure.
Right? Which is like... It incentivizes you to be a little bit looser than if it's like a bubble spot or something like that. But yeah, anyways, yeah.
I'm going to go into what happened in a second, but we do have a hand developing. Brad, with pocket queens, finds the raise to 2.4k at 1.2k big blind. Harrison flats fives next to act off of 10. And Lee wakes up with aces.
And he doesn't go all in either. But I don't think you can get away from queens here. Although it is a little, you much prefer to see the shove rather than the free bet to half their stack. But what can you do?
Yeah.
I mean, you got queens. similar thing happened to me yesterday, actually, in the main event, where I opened queens under the gun, and some guy does like just 3-bet half his stack off like 15 bigs or something.
Yeah.
And I just ran it because you never know.
Yep.
You never know, but you'd much prefer to see the shove, obviously.
And we are going to get snapped off.
Yeah.
Obviously, leads on with an opportunity to find
Yeah.
a much needed, almost more than double up here.
Yeah, I might have just put it in with fives there at that point.
Yeah, I was
Now-
curious.
Now you're getting this like decent amount of overlay, and I mean, you're not expecting to have the best hand very often, but the price you're getting is unreal.
No flush draw potential for either of these guys. 10 of diamonds on the turn, needs to fade queens on the end. 10 of clubs is nice and safe as the
GG.
aces are going to fund double up. And
Guess what happened?
Lachlan Swan just kind of typed in the chat exactly what kind of happened. So I said that it was pretty wild, even with what Naj was doing and how wide he was doing, and
Yeah.
chat went nuts.
Oh, chat roast.
I
you?
got absolutely
Uh-oh.
blown up in the
Are
chat.
they being? Why are they being so quiet now?
I don't know. I'm not here right now. But yeah, everybody came out of the woodwork letting me know exactly what they thought of the call off. Saying
Okay.
they have to call off there. Naj is way too wide. I mean, you have ace nine. He's just been doing it over and over. You got way too
Absolutely,
much.
Yeah, and I mean, I can understand why that would be the sentiment. I mean, like you haven't like looked at these spots too much, and like, it's really impossible to because there's just so many of them. It's like, and then the differences between which spots you call super wide and which spots you call off super tight in are just like the nuances are really difficult to figure out in real time. And I, for what it's worth, I could just be wrong in this spot, by the way.
Likewise,
Like,
yeah.
you know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying that what I said is 100% guaranteed to be correct. That's just like my understanding of the spot, and could just be wrong. So.
Yeah. Well, it's funny you mentioned that because I got toasted for about 20 minutes.
Yep.
Troy McLean was in the chat in YouTube. He decided to run the spot.
Yep.
So he took the payout.
Oh, he
took the
ran it.
spot. He
Okay.
ran it.
Let's see. How
And,
close was I?
It found that it was running 9s plus ace king suited.
Okay. Well,
And
there you
ace king O was a pitch. So that's how ridiculous
So,
it was.
I was pretty close.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, pretty close.
There actually won't be that much difference between ace king suited and ace jack suited in like an 8 versus an 82 shove spot.
Sure.
You're going to be dominating a similar amount of hands there. I imagine the EV difference. The main thing that I would take away from that sim is like the difference between suitedness versus off-suitedness,
Yeah.
rather than the specific hand strength itself. Like when we talk about the top of their range.
Yeah, of course, of course.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was.
I was
an
close. I was
interesting-
close. Okay, that's
And-
that's not too bad.
And it was very funny because Naj let Adam know about it. Naj is like, dude, that's ace nine. Oh, really? What's going on? So yeah, that was an interesting.
Did
part
Naj
of-
win?
Naj did not win. No,
Oh wow,
no.
ace nine held.
Yeah, so we went to a dinner break 6-handed, and then we went to a 45-minute dinner break. Came back within 15 minutes. We lost 3 players because Naj had 68 big blinds, and everybody else had between 10 to 8, or like sorry,
Yeah.
8 to 12. So
Just
everybody had
just a
exactly the
beautiful
same
spot
amount.
for
It was eerily similar to the spot we were speaking about when you had with the Damo having
Yeah.
all of the same amount of chips.
It sounds like the exact same dynamics, except a file table instead of like a small field, like a large field tournament instead.
Yeah. Yep. Then we got 3-handed, and then that happened, and then 3-handed lasted for an hour and a half,
Damn.
which was wild.
Tony got heads up, right?
Tony got heads up.
Wow.
in the end.
Even after that
Yep.
spot happened.
Even
I mean,
after that.
That's such an amazing. Like when you see ace nine call off there, you're the mega short stack. You're
Yeah.
just like you're licking your lips. Aren't you?
Yeah. Yep. And then heads up lasted 3 hands. Naj jammed. I think it was 13 bigs effective with ace deuce, so ran into ace king, and it's just 6 4 3 3 3 5. Thanks for coming.
Classic.
Yeah.
Nah. Naj, I think he was. He really wanted to win this one.
Oh
So
yeah,
he
Naj was stoked. I saw him earlier. I didn't jump in the winner's photo last night because there were too many people there. It was no space for anybody else to get into the photo.
Is,
But,
do you reckon the reason why the chat is being so quiet is because Troy ran that sim? Is that why?
I don't think.
And they know about
I
it.
don't think-
Or
I
maybe they just because it sounds like they were really coming
dude,
after you.
If you go back through the comments,
Oh,
you'll
yeah.
see some people had some opinions. But to be fair, I don't think they really changed their thoughts or they were quieting down after we ran that sim because I don't think they know what that means.
Okay.
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Of course, I'm kidding. But Lachlan Swan had a spot that was relatively interesting as well. He was running deep in the APO main. I want to say not this year, but the year that Huss won it.
Okay.
So a couple of years ago. And he had a spot that was similar. Higor Seabell was still in the tournament. He had 6 bigs. Huss had 30. Lachlan was the chip leader
This is
covering.
three-handed,
This is
yeah.
3-handed, yep. So Higor has not much.
Mm-hmm.
Lachlan finds the open with 9s. Huss 3 bets.
Yeah.
And Lachlan finds the 4-bet whack covering Huss
Yeah.
with how short Igor is.
Yeah.
And yeah, in this spot, Huss went into the tank for like tanked for a fair bit,
Mhm.
and we both know Huss. We know that he doesn't tank in these
Absolutely, yeah.
spots.
So what do you have?
He ended up putting in the call with Queens.
Queens, yeah.
So that's kind of what it like him tanking in that spot. It's kind of evident as to what the spot can be like.
That one sounds like to me that the upside of doubling up there would have been a lot more.
Yeah.
Because having 30 bigs and doubling to 60 bigs, unless Lachlan had just such an insane chip lead.
I think they were relatively close.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
doubling up into the chip lead is worth actually a lot there. So that's a spot where maybe it would be correct to call off Ace King O and or whatever else you've just because the upside of winning is so big.
And the question that I think Lachlan wants so that he can sleep a little bit better, because even though that was 3 years ago,
Yeah.
his jam, fine. I think.
I'm
Covering? I'm not sure.
What was the exact?
I don't-
button open. It's like button open, small blind 3 bets.
Or button open and then either small blind or big blind 3, but I'm not entirely sure.
Okay,
Lachlan,
yeah.
you can, and it was apparently a 200k ICM dump, he reckons. So like payouts are pretty considerate at this point. But
Yeah.
Lachlan, can you just type the exact positions in the chat so that we can get you a kind of surefire answer here? But yeah, I was chatting to him about this morning, and relatively similar in that sense.
Yeah, I know that Pocket Nines usually doesn't like really going in these kind of like high ICM spots just because of their like pretty bad removal and stuff.
Yep.
But
you'd rather take a hand like Ace 8 suited or something.
yeah, or even like Ace 5 off might be better.
Sure,
like,
okay.
specifically.
Yep.
But in this spot, it would really just depend on like when we open, did we have a stack that could open shove?
Yeah.
That's going to dictate what our range is going to. It's going to change our range a lot pre-flop. Like if we covered the small blind or the second stack by like over 2x or whatever, we're probably opening close to like 89% on the button.
Yeah,
like
sure.
That. And in that case, like you have to just run 9s there because it's just so close to the top of your range. But if if you're splitting your range between shoving and opening, and then it becomes a little bit different.
Yeah. And how many big blinds did you have in this spot, Lachlan? Because he sent through the spot. He was button, Higor was small blind, and Huss was the big blind.
Yeah, so like big blind 3 bet.
Yeah, so payouts were 122, 40, 360, so maybe a little bit more.
Yeah. You could even just call pre-flop there with Pocket Nines. You don't have to play as a shove.
Yeah. Interesting.
Because your opponent's gonna have like a very, very polarized 3-betting range there.
Yeah.
So 9s are either gonna be crushing them or they're gonna be crushed.
Yeah.
I think Ace King O would just jam. So like
Yeah,
so, like over your open.
Yeah.
So if you have 9s, it's like, and when you 4-bet shove there, it's like either they're gonna have like queens, kings, or aces, or they're gonna have their bluff that you have crushed, or like king 5-0, or whatever they decide to use.
Does the factor of it being Huss come into your mind at all?
I mean, do I think that? I mean, would Huss like 3-bet induce like 7s? I don't think so. So like, would he 3-bet a hand like that I'm flipping with a lot that I want to fold off of? Probably not. I mean, like king, jack, king, queen, O kind of stuff. That a lot of stuff is like pretty natural call. So
Yep.
I think even though he is really aggressive, maybe he's just not the right type of aggressive in this spot.
Sure. All right, well, there you go, guys. Breakdown on ICM from somebody who I imagine you've experienced your fair share of ICM woes in your career.
Don't worry. When for a few years there, I was definitely making some really, really big ICM torches. That was one of the biggest regrets of my career. Yeah.
You mentioned the other day we were talking about things that you think are big leaks for players in these fields. Do you think ICM is one of the biggest, if not the biggest?
I think I mean, ICM is just such a broad topic. There's just so many different like facets to it. But I think ICM pre-flop is probably one of the biggest. Not adjusting your opens to both your stack size and the amount of people left in the tournament is like a pretty big leak that a lot of players have, and it's really hard to not leak that spot.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And I imagine playing a lot online, you would have been in a number of places where the chip lead has just got like infinite and everybody else is shallow as hell, and you just have to survive, just claw your way through.
Yeah, that's just the part of one of the advantages of playing online. You just get so much more experience in all these different spots. So when you come across them in a large scenario, you're not like seeing it for the first time.
Yeah.
Like maybe that gentleman with the ace-9, maybe this is the first time where he's been in like a real three-handed situation where the stack's like in this exact kind of distribution.
Yep.
And like in most other distributions, it probably is correct to call off ace-9. But in this exact one or similar ones like it, it isn't. So yeah.
It was really funny because I was standing on the rail next to a couple of guys that were friends with Anthony that were watching him. At that time, Adam was the shortest. Anthony had about 12 bigs.
Mm-hmm.
And I overheard them saying, like, what are you folding if Naj jams? And I literally heard them say, I don't know, do we call queens? Like, that was one of the things that got said.
That could be like too much of an over-adjustment in the other way.
Sure.
In the other way. Because, like I said, pocket pairs perform really well in these kind of situations where the chip leaders like open jamming really wide range because they have you crush so often. And at some point, you have to get some chips somehow. You know what I mean? Like, you can't just... The pay jumps are worth a lot, obviously, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Because it sounds
Anyways.
like we are being joined by our two guests. These guys are so excited to be here, it seems.
I guess it'll be a different kind of conversation than I'm just
Definitely
having.
seems so. All right, Luke, thank you so much for being
All right.
here. We're going to press mute for now. We're going to get these guys sorted. And then it is going to be time to have a bit of a chat about a few interesting developments that we've seen today.
Mine now. I do want them.
All right, guys, our guests are officially seated. Time to have a bit of a chat, have some fun, and speak about all things this series and another series coming up in the future. Joel Williams, Stephen Ibrahim. Boys, how are we feeling about everything that's going on today? No doubt you guys have got some people coming up and asking some questions, huh?
Hello, mate. Good to be here. Yeah, look, we're on track to see 1,000 in a day. I was trying to actually figure out, and I was asking Ibra the same question, if either of us had ever actually sat 1,000 in a day of anything. And I really don't think I have. I've been a part of a lot of big fields, but, you know, a four-figure field in one flight of one day is just ridiculous. And that's what we're still tracking towards.
Yeah, I agree. We were talking about it earlier, and I think the closest I've ever got was about 700, and it was a mess. There were so many alternates along the way, and trying to get everyone seated, it was a really, really tough time, whereas this one's been very, very smooth so far.
Yeah, look, I'm hanging out at the alternate desk with Corey, who's probably had a harder spot as anybody throughout the series, and it's a ghost town. He's got immediate seating, they're breaking tables, and still the numbers climbing and you know, working its way towards 1,000 in a flight. It's just ridiculous.
All right. So first question I've got for you, Joel, obviously a very important one for you. It's been a very, very busy 5 years here at Southport Sharks, or 4 or 5 years here. But the big thing that I kind of want to ask for you is they're 7th at the moment. Can they go again and win the flag this year?
It's typical Melbourne. Melbourne make the finals and now have to play the hottest team in the league that finished 10th. So it's not ideal at all. I still can't get used to the idea that Melbourne are playing finals in August while I'm in Queensland either. That doesn't sit right. It doesn't sit well with me at all. So it might be a little bit hard to find this time tomorrow afternoon, but we'll see how we go.
And you're not really an AFL fan, are you? More of an NRL guy, right?
Yeah, I'm a Bulldog supporter in the NRL. Bulldogs play Penrith tonight.
Unlucky.
Need to keep on winning.
Very, very sorry to hear that. I hope you're going to be okay.
Yeah, they need to win to make the 8, but again, I think they're just making up the numbers if they get there anyway.
Now, obviously, we've got plenty to chat about stuff happening in February, but I think we'll go over this one first. How do you gents feel like it's been so far this series? Numbers just somehow keep getting bigger. Where are all these people coming from?
Oh, how do you know? Look, we make changes to the schedule each and every year. We both come out of each of these series, particularly this one, but every series with pages and pages and notes based on feedback, what worked, what didn't, what the players want, what they like, what they hate, etc., etc. And we made changes to spacing. We made changes to sort of give some key events clear air and that sort of thing. But overall, we put a few more events in and moved things around, but we didn't make that many changes. And I was a little bit nervous like the satellite campaign was stronger than ever. We had, best part of 1,300 in the main satellited in. We had 650, 700 satellited for the Jackstar. So there's a big presence there. But there's so many offerings now that I was a little bit nervous that the series was going to plateau a little bit. And we got 2 or 3 days in, had a good look at the numbers and had a look at how some new concepts like the Genesis was received on day 1 and 2, and that made things, that sort of answered some questions really quick, that there's no shortage of players and they still enjoy coming, and the fields reflect that.
Yeah, and like Joel said, we sit down and we've got a pile of notes and we put all those notes together and we go back and forth on, is this a good idea? Do we put this here? How do we change this? What do we have to do along the way to make it a better experience for everyone? It's not always going to be perfect, as there have been some clunky times throughout the series. But as an overall series, I think it's run fairly smoothly.
Yeah.
And I think the key word that you said there is everyone. There are obviously people that are going to say things that are going to be making changes that aren't going to be inclusive of every buy-in level. Like people are saying, get rid of this, get rid of that, make the field more available for the higher buy-ins. But ultimately, you're catering to an entire crowd of people as opposed to one specific buy-in level.
Yeah, exactly right. And it's human nature, right? You're only concerned about what is actually affecting you at any given moment in time. So if I'm playing event 7, all I care about is that there's lots of tables, lots of resources, lots of dealers, and immediate seating for event 7. And the Centurion is the best possible example. We know that if we give absolute clear air to the Centurion, it gets a much bigger field, and the fact of the matter is there's 300 PLO players that are pretty happy we put a PLO on that day alongside it. We're trying to cater to everybody in this, not just the APL network, but in the national network, from $80 to $5,000.
Yeah.
And there's a reason that no one else is offering such a big spread between the cheapest buy-in and the biggest buy-in. And the answer is too damn hard.
Yeah.
So while you're trying to make sure that there's offerings for everybody, it's going to get cramped. I can probably find a room and put 1,000 tables in, but I can't staff it. It's that simple. Crown was at its peak, sort of 55 tables. We've got 93 out there at the moment.
Yeah. And occasionally I'll come over to you and I'll kind of ask to see how you're going and see how it's all going. And I remember seeing you the Centurion day 1 and you go, well, we got whacked, didn't we? You guys didn't expect that many people to rock up on the first day, I guess.
No, we didn't. I kind of said to everyone, the Millions kind of started now. Was the day it started. Last year it was the day 2 of the Centurion. This year we got smacked in the face day 1 of the Centurion. So that means the day before the Centurion next year is when we get smacked in the face.
Yeah.
It seems to be come one day early every time. But just going back to the schedule and trying to cater for everyone, like Joel always says to me, you've got to think about it. We're putting this on for the people. And so we do what we can for the people.
I remember walking in day number 1 of this series when you were having a conversation with all of the staff, Joel, and you mentioned that you expect that 40% of the overall player base is going to be arriving around that Jackstar Centurion time.
Yeah.
Seems like that kind of ended up being the case.
Yeah, exactly. Like I've always written schedules the same. I sort of have 3 imaginary people in my mind that I'm trying to cater to. The first is the APL hardcore that is that self-dealt sort of 200 and below market. Then you got the mid-tier guys that's at $250 to $600 market. And then you got everyone above, and you're trying to plot the course for each day to ensure they can play exactly what they want. They've got backup events if things don't go to plan. They bust first hand if a freeze out, for example, and you get to a situation where you need to ensure that what you're offering is manageable. If 30% of the people that come to APL Million come specifically to play Centurion, Jackstar and Main, and I reckon as many as 50% of the people come to play Jackstar and Main, if the Jackstar suddenly becomes two flights, and with Naj winning at 10:30 last night, an additional flight, a longer last day, it's probably a 5-day event.
Yep.
Centurion's a 4-day event, Main's a 4-day event. If you say to 2,000 satellite qualifiers, well, Centurion Jackstar Main is now going to take you, let's say 13 days, plus flights is basically 15 days to play 3 events. It becomes far more logistically difficult. Same as a Jackstar. If that's a 5-day event with an extra flight and a day 2 that now takes 2 days to finish, it almost becomes unmanageable for some people. Obviously, the pros will lap it up, absolutely. But the idea that 1,500 in the Jack Star becomes a neat 750 in 2 flights, it doesn't. It becomes 1,000 and 1,200, and you get 2,200. And suddenly Naj winning at 10:30 last night becomes, let's say, Naj winning at 4 in the afternoon the next day, plus an additional flight to another day, and it's a 5-day event.
To be fair to Naj, I think he'd be okay with that. I know I know he likes to play for 20.
Naj would be fine with it. Naj would be fine with it.
Obviously, there are going to be things that are constantly going to be kind of hypothesized and talked about by guys in the chat, people out on the poker floor. But I want to quickly touch on the positives. The Genesis. You guys had a guarantee set for that, and you 4x'd it. That was an absolutely ridiculous turnout. And you mentioned that you think most of the people are going to be rocking up towards the second half of the series, but everybody just seemed to want to play that event straight away, you know?
Yeah, it's a funny one. We can't take credit for that one.
No, we can't. Someone else within our network actually came up with the idea. And his idea was to make it run a lot longer. And so it was constantly there. It was meant to run.
It's meant
for
to
2
run
weeks
for a
per
month.
Yeah, there was 2 weeks of flights, and then a day 2, a day 3.
Yeah.
Like Joel said, you just can't manage that.
No, we stripped it back
yeah.
a bit. But the idea, we'll give him credit, was Adrian Mendoza, a long-time Sydney APL.
Oh, good stuff.
APL figure. He put forward a lot of ideas, and got to be honest, a lot of them were terrible. But there were some superb ones. And the Genesis was one of them. We never quite got that. The 1150 opening was set in stone. That works really well. But the sort of sidekick $300 something, we've tried a few different things, and none have really worked. And that 5-flight Genesis, and it was also staggered that you could technically play the 1150 opening and win it while playing the Genesis and win that the next day. And it worked really well, and the fields were absolutely huge.
And just very quickly, it looks like we have the Jack 9 and the Queen 5. No good for the Queen 5, so we are going to be losing a short stack there. GG's, unlucky. Probably time for one more rebuy in this flight. We've got around 45 minutes left, as well as the turbo later on. Mentioning Adrian Mendoza, I'm surprised that if he was the one that pitched it, the Genesis wasn't a PLO re-entry multi-flight.
Well, that's his next suggestion.
Yeah.
A multi-flight PLO event. He
Yeah.
also brought the idea of the golden ticket satellite.
Yeah, he
when
did too, yeah.
Well,
Centurion.
I've had
Jack
so
Star
many positive things in both the chat and from other players around the field. Obviously, getting to that point of a night and being able to play a satellite that has so much value.
Correct.
People have been absolutely loving that this year, so props to that one.
Yeah.
We're going to speak about the announcement that you guys made earlier today, which, by the way, thank you for the warning, boys.
No one got a warning.
Nobody got a warning about that one.
There was a couple of sightings yesterday morning of Ibra and I talking to a few key Sydney guys, and that got a couple of people talking.
Interesting, right.
But yeah, that's about as close as we got to letting out that little secret.
Well, the question I actually want to stay here in August, specifically at Southport Sharks. We're seeing some stuff popping up around the venue regarding developments happening with Southport Sharks, potentially impacting maybe the future here. Can you give us a little bit of an insight as to what the next couple of years look like for this venue?
Well, we're definitely here next year. Next year is the last year of the contract, and we've already started talks about continuing and renewing the contract moving forward. From our perspective, the venue is great. The venue does a lot of things to benefit us. Obviously, a bit more space would be great, but hopefully in the next few years with that Olympic money that's coming through, there might be some opportunities for other things. But at this stage, we're very positive and looking forward to continuing this relationship with Sharks.
And barring a sledgehammer and ripping down some walls, there really isn't more space, right?
No, look, the club's been fantastic. We were all secretly barracking for the failure of the Italian restaurant, and when they went out of business, we were on the phone saying, we're really sorry to hear that, but we want that space. And then anyone who's played out in the Overview room throughout the series, which was previously Mozza before, while it was an Italian restaurant, I mean, that's an amazing space. And, you know, to give you an idea of how far Sharks go to accommodate us, they've invested a lot of money into what was Cabana Bar, that's now Cactus Bar. And it's become a bit of a, you know, Friday night hotspot for the locals around here. And for us to say, well, we're going to fill that with poker tables too and take it over. And you know, they say yes, just gives you an idea of how much they're invested in keeping us here.
Well, it was interesting. I was speaking to a friend of mine who was in the Oval Room for the Jack Star, and he said that once the sun set in that room, he thinks it was the best atmosphere in the entire poker room. He actually
Fresh air too.
Loved playing in there.
Not many poker rooms that can boast fresh air, but
yeah.
I had 3 players come up saying, they got a window open. I don't think I've ever played in a room that's got a window open.
The TDs were fighting.
which is, impressive and sad all at the same time.
The TDs were fighting over who was going to be the TD out there as well, because they
Yeah.
knew they were in for a good day.
Yeah,
just hanging
they're
out
enjoying
there.
it.
Now, there have obviously been plenty of events being played, record numbers. We've got increases of, 59 players in the Centurion. We had an increase of around 100 in the Jackstar.
Mm.
The main's looking on set to break it as well. I mean, for a
Yeah.
moment there, yesterday I had a gauge that I thought we were going to get to 3150 overall. We've already broken that in this flight. So how are we feeling with this?
Yeah, look, the main was been neck and neck. We're going into yesterday's flight. I think we were 20 behind year on year. We ended up, that flight put us about 12 in front or something like that. But the comparable flight for today was 860. Now, when I walked in here, I think we were at 960 with the best part of an hour or so to go. So we're probably in the region of 110 up, give or take.
And sorry to cut you off there, but it looks like the Sixers are going to find a double. As I forget sometimes chatting to you lovely blokes, there is still a tournament being played. You mentioned early on about the total number, a conversation between you and I, and also when you were letting the dealers know about the total number of satellites you had into this one. Now, obviously, nothing is locked in as far as PTCs or satellites or anything for this series that you guys have spoken about now in February. How long has this been in the works, and kind of what was it that got us to this point? Because I'm calling it the APL Millions 2, the Electric Boogaloo, because we've got now 2 a year. So obviously all you Sydney-siders are going to be pretty excited. And kind of how did that kind of come to be?
I think Ibba's sick of travelling. He wants something closer to home. Yeah, look, I'll
Closer to home at the start of the footy season. He wants everything pre-season games.
Tick, tick, tick.
Yeah. No, look, from my point of view, I mean, APL Million, before my time started at Star Sydney, it was a casino series. Crown did a lot with APL, but obviously not APL Million, and then Star was the premium venue for that event for a long period of time. So I think there's a lot of people within the sort of APL hierarchy that have been really keen to get some sort of presence back in Sydney. And APL Million, sort of where it all began Star Sydney rather, where APL Million began is sort of the logical choice. It's going to look and feel a fair bit different to what's going on out there at the moment. Yep. We're writing a schedule that I can tell you right now is not 100 events priced 80 to 5,000. It'll be a casino series, obviously. But, Ibba's finally got his wish and the APL Million's coming home.
Well, yeah, I was going to ask Ibba, obviously, you've got a little bit of history with that building. How are you feeling about potentially getting back in the mix in a bit of a different kind of stead?
Oh, look, when the last APL Million was held there in 2020, I was actually no longer working there. I was working within the APL network as in sales. So I was there a few days for the last one there. But about 3 months ago, I went in for a meeting, and that was very odd, walking back a house, going into different rooms and seeing a lot of people I haven't seen for a long time, working in offices and things like that. And it was nice and nostalgic. And a bit of fun, but it also caused a few questions being asked if I'm coming back to work, especially with the unsureness of what's happening with the poker room manager role, and then me walking around, people presuming I was coming back. I'm not coming back yet, but we'll see if Joel gives me a pay rise, and there may be a decision to be made.
Well, actually, on that note, out of curiosity, and I know this is a little bit left of field and not quite APL affiliated, but Joel, did you go to the Aussie Millions this year at all? And what was it like walking back into that building?
Yeah, it was
being
odd.
Affiliated with it for so long.
Yeah, so I left. COVID hit, and basically Crown reopened, and I wasn't back, and I left January 2021, and hadn't set foot in the place. I get seems like daily updates from the staff and the players and anyone else in between about what's going on there. But I thought I really wanted to see Aussie Millions, and it was like visiting a long lost friend. But it was unusual. It looked different. It felt different. Obviously, the room's different. The staff, the attrition rate has been astronomical. They've lost, or not lost, but just a lot of staff, a lot of long-time staff have moved on to other roles. But when you start looking at, you see Danny McDonough doing his thing, you see a few long-term poker supervisors doing their thing, and the same sort of heads playing the same sort of games, and then familiar winners like Trainer holding up the trophy at the end. It's sort of, it was good. It was really, really good.
The more it changes, the more it stays the same.
Yeah, exactly right. They did a really good job. I reckon there was more skepticism about what it was going to look like and how much they really wanted it to succeed. And I always said the two keys were January in Melbourne when it's summer in the Southern Hemisphere versus the rest of the world's cold, and the fact that the tennis was just down the road, and probably the satellite campaign. And I thought they failed on all three going in, but their satellite campaign was astronomical in the end. And the fact that it was April instead of January didn't seem to affect the numbers. So full credit to them. They did it well.
Yeah. All right. We've talked shop for a little bit now. The entire time that I've had people in the booth, we've had a couple of other fun questions and stuff that we've been going on. Give you boys a chance to relax and chat about something that isn't poker. The first one is we've been chatting a little bit about movies and TV shows, as you know, Iba. What are your favorites, boys? What are we unwinding with if we're not sitting here talking cards all day?
Joel and I both started a show on Stan called Westies, and we're right into that, which is 1980s New York gangsters, Italians versus the Irish.
There's a murder every 30 seconds.
Oh, wonderful.
It's going well.
Fantastic.
So that's what we've both been kind of watching at the moment.
Is that kind of like a stress relief, seeing people get...
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah.
But I'm a long-term sign. If there's nothing else on, I can watch Seinfeld. Okay, for the rest of eternity, quite happily, even knowing it word for word doesn't bother me in the slightest.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
And we've been playing something in the booth called Yellow Card, Red Card, or Play On. Obviously, I'm a bit of a Premier League head. You guys both AFL and NRL. So, red card being an immediate eviction from a tournament, yellow card being an orbit, and Play On being all right. I got a couple for you. We're not going to go through the whole thing, but the first one I got for you: sunglasses at the table. Obviously, you guys been around poker forever. Do you have any particular views on those?
To me, it's a play on. Like, it doesn't bother. Not a big deal.
Yeah, look, it's a play on, but it needs more attention now than ever. Yeah. Metaglass stuff is. I personally think there's a bigger phobia about it than there necessarily needs to be.
Yep.
But regardless of whether that phobia is warranted or not, that means we've got to pay more attention to it. Glasses aren't glasses anymore. It's not as black and white as that. So I'm a play on as well, but I'm paying far more attention to it than I once was because they're capable of far more.
Yeah, absolutely.
I feel there was, not to the same extent, but when Bluetooth headphones started, it was a lot harder to tell if someone was using their phone or their headphones.
Yeah.
And there was a bit of a focus on it for a while, but once you realise what the capabilities are and what it can do, it's not as bad. I'm not saying meta glasses are in that same boat, but it's the same kind of concept. You kind of have to see where it lands.
Yep.
Yeah.
And next one for you, obviously, with a couple of changes happening overseas, stacking your chips 10 high as opposed to 20. What are we thinking? Red, yellow, or play on?
Oh, it's probably a yellow for me. Possibly a red. Coming from a casino background, first thing you're taught is to feel for 20 chips. So everything looks like a 20. Looks like should be 20. And majority of people that I know or have been around long enough can usually tell the difference between 20, 19, and 21 very quickly. So I've talked myself into a red there. Should be 20.
Yeah, look, I'm probably the same. I think that there's already issues these days, and I can see it on the stream with card protectors and with phones and with chargers and with headphones and whatever. Like there's so many, I noticed it in the Centurion, the time breakers we were using it. They're quite big, right? So,
I actually really enjoyed the utilization of them. I thought they were, because you don't want time bank cards to look like chips, obviously.
True.
And I thought that the size of those were really, I thought that you guys did a really good job implementing those this year.
But I agree, but it's also another element of sort of clutter and distraction on the table. So I think it's probably even more important to get some level of, uniform at. You get everyone sort of uniform on stacking chips because there's so much other equipment and personal stuff on the table. So I'm a big one for stacking in 20. I think it should almost be mandatory.
Well, I believe that changes are being made.
Yeah.
TDA changed to, as when possible, to be stacking them in 20 is now becoming kind of the new thing. So
yeah, I like it.
It's going to be interesting to see how that's implemented both here and overseas. The last one I got for you is a fun one, is eating food without cutlery at the table. And we do have a funny story from Lachlan Crilly I want to tell you about, that I want to see about your immediate thoughts on when that happens. So what are you boys thinking?
Well, it depends on the food to start with.
Crumbs are going to be involved. We've got finger food in play.
Yeah. Look, I don't think it's necessary. There's plenty of other options, and we try to provide breaks where possible and a decent break. And especially at Sharks, they've done a great job of trying to facilitate with additional food facilities for during the break. So cutlery where required on a table.
Yeah, it's an etiquette thing. I mean, we're sharing cards, we're sharing chips, we're sharing space. Particularly on their side of the table, they're sharing space for a lot of hours. I think I think the right thing to do is to be overusing cutlery, not underusing personally.
Yeah.
So, what did the current APT ambassador have to?
Well, he
What were his thoughts on cutlery or no cutlery?
well, he it's a straight red in his eyes.
Yep, I like
But
it.
he mentioned that twice this series he's seen someone buy a sausage roll,
Yeah.
unwrap the sausage roll, and store the unwrapped sausage roll in a cup holder,
Wow.
which is ridiculously high level and quite disgusting, if you have to ask.
Yeah. Wow. Okay.
Did he eat the end that touched?
Oh, well, he ate the whole thing, obviously. But
Yeah, fair enough.
That's like,
Yeah, that's.
I
that is-
think.
welcome to
It's got me
COVID.
though, and I think there's got to be a reasonable expectation of what we can be, what we can enforce. Like, I'm all for dishing out yellow cards and red cards, but at some point, I think the players are obligated to be human to an extent,
To be
surely,
human and not
regardless
animals.
regardless of what sort of pressure and what sort of hours we ask of them. I think at some point they're going to remain human, so it's probably on them more so than us. I think.
Was it the same guy or two
no,
different people?
two unique individuals. I was
Mm.
told.
But I don't mind the red card on the all finger food.
Yeah.
That could grow
And
legs.
to
I
be
think.
fair, don't knock it till you try it.
Yeah.
All right, getting back to the business side of things, obviously, there's not much that you had a conversation with myself earlier. There's not much that can be confirmed as far as what's going to be happening in February, but can you give us any little things to look forward to or any stuff that you can tell us about this series for 20 days that is booked in for February over to March?
Yeah, look, writing this schedule, there'll be some familiar events that you know. Obviously, Centurion, Jackstar are going to be a part of the series, along with a few other events along the way. Joel and I are trying to work out how to best balance it to make it for everyone, for the people, like we like to say. But yeah, can't give away much more than that at the moment because we're still working through the schedule between us and the Star. It's a delicate balance between what we think we can do and what they know they can do. So we're trying to work between the both of them and see what can happen.
Yeah, and it's important to realise too that it's not going to take anything away from what this series is. I mean, this series is on track for about 37,000 entries across 100 events, priced from very little to 5K. So it's a completely different offering. I mean, Aussie Millions, I think, was 16 events. We're probably working towards 18 or 20 at Star. This is and will always remain the only offering of its type. So I don't think there's any danger of anything at Sharks being less next year than it currently is. And the other thing that's sort of important to realise is, and I appreciate this being ex-Crown, I know what it was like trying to generate so many satellite tickets all year round. APL's probably the only it's the only operator with the reach and the network that's capable of generating enough satellite tickets to warrant two series. And as I said, we're going to lock out the main tonight with around 1,300 satellite entries and best part of 700 Jackstar entries, of which 20 or 30% of those probably go into the main inadvertently. So you're looking at 2,000 satellite entries. So we run 600 games a week across the nation, and we've got the ability to, funnel more and more and more of that APL network towards, potentially being the next APL Million champion, which means it's sustainable. It's not about trying to halve this. It's not about getting nervous about what this is and it's going to burst. We need to offshoot. We need to offload some people somewhere else. It's purely the fact that we really do think we can sustain two APL Millions, but again, they'll be completely different offerings.
Yeah, I think we've been spoiled. I'm very lucky that we've had the opportunity to run something like this at Sharks, because if we stayed at Star, we would never have known that this was possible. So going back to Star and going back to something similar to what it used to be gives us a look at two different APL Millions at two different ways along the way.
Agreed.
So I have a question from Travis Endersby regarding the main event. What are we estimating up top this year? Interesting quick question on that one as well with the Jackstar. First place, slightly different this year to last year. I think it was because you've reached that next echelon of the payout structure, correct?
Yeah, look, doesn't sound overly professional, but we might as well be honest. Yeah, look, you get to a point with some of these fields. The fields just break all existing calculators. Simple as that. I mean, the APL Million main event is not a perfect science. I can vouch for what it's done to Ibar, what it previously did to other people while they were trying to work out that prize pool, and what it did to me the first time I tried to work it out.
Iba had black
later
hair
tonight.
before the series started.
It did. So yeah, look, we aim for perfection, but if you look closely enough, there's imperfections in it. The numbers are just so damn big that you've got nothing in this country at all to compare a lot of these fields with. So yeah, there are some variances there, absolutely. Right now, I would suggest the main's probably on track to be not that dissimilar to last year. This flight's in front. The turbo flight's always sort of dependent on who hasn't got a ticket. It's usually no one's first choice. So if the right, not the right people, but if certain people don't have a bag, they fire the turbo. Whereas, if other people don't have a bag, they say, well, I'll try again next year. So that's a bit fluid as well.
Yeah, prize pools are. My friend Claude has helped me out a lot over the last couple of months working towards this APL Million.
Claude, the unpaid intern of the APL crew.
Yes, very, very much
hours,
so.
that boy.
Yeah, he's done a lot for this APL Million and done a lot of designing and making things work. So, yeah, got to shout out Claude.
One question that I always seem to get here, which from a political and otherwise standpoint, I never know the best way to approach it. I don't know what the answer is. The amount of people we have asking for APL series in Victoria, in Melbourne. Obviously, you guys have Albury, which is about as close as it seems you're able to get these days. Can you speak on this at all? It might be
as a Victorian.
Yeah, as a Victorian.
Where do we start? Yeah, look, this keeps me awake only every night of my life, basically. So we ran a few series when I first came across in 21, 22, I think 2023 in Vic. I've always said you can run tournaments on the side of the road in Victoria and you'll get 1,000 players. The market's just that big. Yeah, look, we're constantly looking at it. It's the whole state remains murky. What APT is doing is one model. What Play Live obviously does is another model. And I don't think either of them are necessarily 100% right or anywhere near wrong. I just haven't got to that point where we've got 100% confidence that, okay, this is the way to do it. Tony's method's different to Play Live, and I think 90% of what each of them do, even though it's completely different, is really impressive. But I just haven't got it to a point where I can 100% say, okay, we're 100% compliant, we're transparent, etc., etc. We're close, and the split second we unlock the key or find the key and unlock the door, look out, because we've got more players, more contacts, more venues, more relationships with venues. We've got a great relationship with Crown. We run 250 games a week in Victoria, so we've got venues obviously everywhere. So yeah, in a nutshell, we would be in Victoria. Basically, I'd be in Victoria every month personally. I'd run a PT every month and a APL Million on the 12th month and that's sort of that Melbourne market. We feel like we're almost neglecting, but it's just a matter of getting that mechanic exactly spotlessly right. And as I said, I think Play Live are really close. I think Hash is really, really close. And it's just a matter of us finding the last piece of the puzzle to say, okay, this is how you do it. We're going to do it. Away we go. So it's closer and closer each day. But yeah, every day it's not in market. It, absolutely drives me nuts.
Yeah, I've had a couple of random phone calls from high ups in certain venues in Melbourne just saying, hey, is there an opportunity for something like the PT or a Million coming to our venue? We've got X, Y, and Z. Can you do it? And we just talk about the logistics of it and how we're going to do it. And when we come, like Joel said, when we unlock that vault, we got venues that are just clamming for us to come and see them.
A couple of questions in the YouTube chat. Firstly, with the Star Sydney collab for the APL for the series, will that affect the APL PT in Albury that usually happens during that time?
Yeah, actually, I spoke to Michelle Hind who is APL PT Albury, really. I spoke to her only half an hour ago. So where the Star Sydney dates sort of got kicked around and moved left and moved right to the point where we, before they landed where they did for the announcement today, Albury will almost certainly go ahead. What are we
We've got Brendan Hardy.
Is there?
Is there room in the budget for an assistant stream guy? Can you guys tell that they're probably going on break in real time? That's why it's coming
exactly right. There's not enough Pepsi Max in the world to pay an
my God.
additional stream guy. So look, Albury, we're committed to 2 a year as a minimum, and almost certainly will be King's birthday weekend, which is best for travelling Victorians at Commercial Club, and then November's time slot at SSNA. That's 99.9% certain. And as far as what March and April look like post APL Million at Star, we're still figuring it out. So definitely 2 in Albury, and half a chance of a third as well.
Yep. Joel talks about Melbourne keeping up at night. The yearly calendar is what keeps me up at night, just trying to get that all locked in, have dates, go to a venue. They can't work on those venues on those dates. Can we go a week earlier, a week later?
And we're conscious of other operators too. We're trying not to run over the top of each other, and that's a massive factor as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Trying to not compete, not just for the players, but also for the staff. Don't want the staff having to choose where to go and what to play.
Whilst it's amazing that poker is going so well in Australia, you guys must long for September. It's a month of just watching the footy and trying to get ready for the rest of the year, it seems.
Well, it's funny too now that APO and Aussie Millions have got such a presence in April. It feels like we've got 2 months off a year, which is exciting. I can't remember the last time we could say that, but yeah, April is a bit of a no-go zone, and September that's sort of thanks to other operators that have stamped their ground. But September is definitely a quiet month for us, which is fantastic and much needed at the moment.
Got a question from Agar regarding the series at Star in February. You and I have spoken about this very briefly, but will there be self-delts at Star, or is it a different schedule? It's probably a little bit up in the air, correct?
Yeah, so one of the last times I was at Star during the APL Million, we actually held a couple of self-delt events within the venue, but off the gaming floor. And we're looking at trying to replicate those kind of scenarios. There's some logistics around it with the government, and then also the space itself, due to the fact that there's some renovations happening around the place, and whether or not those renovations will happen before APL Million, during APL Million, or after APL Million. So, yeah, just a few things that have to be worked out with the powers that be at Star for that.
Unsure as to the exact kind of amount of discussions that have happened. There were a couple of comments that I saw on the actual post that was released today regarding potential packages for accommodation. I know it's a long way out. Do you think that's something that might be kind of discussed leading up to what these guys can look out for?
Yeah, I think so. Star's made it really clear that they're excited and committed to having us back, which you've sort of got to get that assurance from a casino. Poker people in casino land say lots of things, but casino people think very differently about poker traditionally. So we've got that from guys that we trust. They're excited to have it back. They're fully committed to allocating the resources and the labour and the packages and the discounts and the credit for on spend and all that sort of stuff that you need to offer to your players to actually make it viable for them to come. So far so good. We've got to line out a few more things with the Star guys, but we're expecting some really exciting releases about how affordable it's going to be, reward systems and all that sort of stuff in the near future.
Yep. We've got a lot of players here flying in from all over Australia, but there's such a big contingent from both Adelaide and WA. We've got a question regarding the Adelaide venue. Have you got any updates for us regarding...
Stephen?
Yeah, so there have been
I'm
discussions.
just so glad you ended up coming into the booth, mate.
Oh, if you saw the chat group before I came in of the suggestions of things to be asked, it was wild. But no, Adelaide, being the casino, I have some people that I have worked with in the past that are now working at Sky City. So I'm in discussions with them about opportunities along the way. I'm also in discussions still with the Junction, and there's a few other venues that have, again, reached out in Adelaide that might be interested. So it's a matter of finding the right venue, making sure dates are available, and then executing it from that aspect.
Yeah, look, and it's no secret we like to align ourselves with premium venues. I mean, there's nowhere better in Townsville than the Ville Resorts, like playing in a postcard, basically. It's amazing.
Yeah.
You know, we've got a relationship with Sky City, got a renewed relationship with Star, rather, in Sydney. And you know, and we're in constant talks with Crown in Melbourne too to try and kickstart something there too. So casinos and clubs of this size and this sort of, you know, these sort of facilities are always our preference.
And I hate to cut you off, but we
Yes.
are going to have to chat about a hand very quickly. Chris finds the open from gun with kings. The other Chris, the names playing snap together, decides to take it to 9,000. Han's out of the way. Not sure if you guys are Simpsons fans, but
Yeah.
Yep. Back over to Chris, and I feel like he's only got one decision to make here. Obviously, it's disgusting to get 3-bet in this dynamic, but for sub 30, we're just going to see a request at the triangle, and I can't see anything else happening. Maybe he can consider a small 4-bet, take it to something like 18,000 in position, but either way, the chips are just going to be getting in. So, see what he decides to do. Yep, you do still have kings. It's interesting. I'm not sure if we've seen too many 3-bets from Chris Tate, but I think this is going to be a bit of a funeral procession for the stacks before eventually requesting the all-in. Chris, obviously a Sydney local, no stranger to these fields.
Yeah. I've known Chris for a long time, from way back in the day.
Have you ever seen him fold kings?
No, I haven't.
And I don't think you're going to. Obviously, Chris, very, very good friends with Huss, no stranger to the APL Million, winning it a couple of times. Is that right? Or once at least?
No, once.
Yeah, 2019.
Yeah.
Huss won it. Yeah.
You can see that he's giving this quite a lot of thought. Very predominant cash game player, but at 30 big blinds, certain hands you just go broke with. Not sure what he is really thinking about. He keeps looking up at the clock. Maybe he's wondering how long there is until the break, or whether or not he's going to be able to get a rebuy in. He is covered as well, so like any moment. He's not really a tanker usually. He is going to say all in, and he's going to get beaten into the pot, and he kind of rolls his eyes. Yep. Aces, kings. What do you reckon, boys? We're going to see a king this time? Shake of the head in one spot. No.
Trouble.
Yeah.
They're not feeling too confident in this one. Suits are dominated as well.
Absolutely.
Going to have to try and find it. 7 window, 10-8 behind. So we've got some backdoor straight chop opportunities, but that's about it. Another 10. He needs a king and a king only, or he's going to be back to the rebuy desk. Close, but not quite. Queen of spades. As Chris Tran heads into the abyss that is the back of that room down there. Going to go back over to that rebuy section. And we've spoken about Adelaide. We've got so many members of the WA here, which is a little bit more tricky, I imagine, to try and get things sorted. But those guys seem to be fiending for a PT. Not sure if it's going to be easy to be able to get that sorted, though.
It's too damn far away. That's the problem. Like, the network over there is unbelievable. What Clint Dean and Tammy do is just astronomical, and that's proven by the amount of Western Australians that make the trip. And not just here, you know, they go to the Ville, they go everywhere. But you look around the room, and with the exception of the chairs that the players are sitting on, which aren't ours.
No comment.
They're not ours.
Yeah, right.
Everything else you can see in the room, from the floor to the ceiling and everything in between, is ours. So we move a lot of stuff to a lot of venues, and it's, you know, the logistics is extremely tricky. And when you factor in the distance between, you know, most of this equipment usually lives in Melbourne or Sydney, it's a long way from Western Australia. So we're keen, and we've looked at it continuously for a couple of years now. So it's not nowhere near a no, but it is difficult simply through distance. It's that simple.
And then when Clint and Tammy tell us the rules and what they have to do to
Yeah.
create a tournament, it's almost like Russell Crowe in A Beautiful Mind, just the stuff going through your head and trying to figure out how you're going to do it, let alone try to make a series out of it where you can't be in the same place for 2 days in a row, et cetera, et cetera. It's just, it's difficult.
Move your
But
references
never-
and jokes, mate. You're going to be coming for my job if I'm not careful. All right.
I've got them for days. By the way, Electric Boogaloo 2,
Yeah.
underrated sequel. Shout out to Turbo.
Couple of other questions that are a little bit interesting to get to. The first one is regarding Tasmania, another spot that's probably a little bit questionable.
Yeah, so Tassie got. Well, we did 3 PTs there. I think we did 2 at Rest Point and 1 at Granada Tavern during COVID. That was the first one. We got a great relationship with Rest Point Casino in Hobart. Amazing room, amazing staff, great place, everything about it. But then poker went through some regulatory issues in Tassie to the point where it was shut down for a period of time. And our guys and a lot of other guys from other operators in Tassie, lobbied pretty hard to get it reinstated. Once it was reinstated with a limit of $250 as a maximum buy-in. So the Tasmanians don't like calling the 250 buy-ins their high roller, but currently it is, and we just can't do an APL PT with the biggest event being 250. It's as simple as that. So we're constantly talking to the government to try and get that more relaxed. We had some great Jackstar fields down there. We ran a Centurion down there and deep freeze and everything else. And we're really keen to go back. But while there's a $250 max buy-in, it limits things, obviously.
Now, there is a question from a couple of people in the YouTube chat, which, whilst asking, I understand is going to be a little bit easier said than done and well and truly probably outside your control. And it is a question regarding the players that are either excluded or banned from the Star venues, that obviously professionals, poker players that have earnings all over the world, even bracelets. Is there any comment you can make on that?
I'll let you answer this, Iva, but the one thing I will say is I think Crown made a few proactive phone calls leading into Aussie Millions recently, and may have suggested that some players' bans from Melbourne were now expired.
Look, from my understanding, Star have reached out and said there's been a precedent set from Crown. So therefore, if that precedent is set, can we review where it's at? By no means does that make it a promise or anything's going to change, but there is under review, and we're using Crown as the reference form for that point.
We're trying, Naj. We're trying.
Next question is from Monty G, saying the Jackstar payout structure much better than previous years. Clearly flat. I was at a conscious decision.
Thanks, Claude.
No, there was a bit more human contact in that one. Yeah, look, as I said, they're a little bit more fluid than I'd like, simply because the numbers are so damn big. I mean, if this main, for example, locks out at 4,500, that's 1,000 tournaments that have been run.
Yep.
So they're not a perfect science, but we do listen to feedback. The one thing I've never ever done, and it still makes me laugh when people suggest that we think of it, is they want the top prize to be this for marketing purposes.
Yep.
Well, that's just bullshit. Couldn't care. No one possibly gives a damn what the first prize is, other than the players.
Yep.
It's all about the total number of entries and no more, no less. So the concept that it's got to be, they've rounded it up to over 800 or over 1 million or whatever, is just not true. It's not my money. I don't pretend it is. I pay it as it lands, and there's plenty of examples where I've had first prizes at tournaments over the years that have been $99,988. And that's how they land, and that's how you pay them. So,
well, notably, a couple of years ago, the entrance, which is a little bit different for the Jackstar, $9.99 exactly.
Correct.
No changes there. So
yeah, it bugged me, but
yeah. Speaking about the rest of the series, obviously we've got the last 2 flights in the main today, day 2 tomorrow, day 3 on Sunday. But as well as that, you've got the 5K. With things moving back to Star, going to be back in a casino setting, does that mean we're probably going to see some of those high buy-ins? Should some of those high roller guys get their tours and get their adventures kind of planned around that series?
Look, it's one of the first things I asked is what's the highest buy-in that Star would be interested in hosting.
So we're running the $1 million one drop? Or?
Yes. No, we're looking at doing some higher buy-ins and also some higher buy-ins in PLO as well, just to cater to the higher end market. Being a casino, and like Joel said, we can't necessarily offer that $80 point, but we can go higher than where we usually sit in $1 million or at a PT, just because of the ability of the casino to handle that kind of buying.
Any comment, Joel, or just
No, look, that's spot on. I mean, we've both got casino backgrounds, and the AML requirements and Austrac requirements around anything at that 10K buy-in is frightening, and it's not a coincidence that we don't do anything over 2.5 in a PT environment or 5K in this environment. We have full confidence in our procedures and all that sort of stuff. But once you get over that 10K barrier outside of a casino, it just gets murky really, really quick. So we generally steer away from it. But obviously, one of the real benefits of going back to Star Sydney is we're back on the casino floor. So there's no restrictions in that sense. All those buy-ins are handled by a cage, not necessarily by our registration girls. So it's a completely different environment, which means, yeah, absolutely, they're on the cards.
Off the back of that as well is a question in the YouTube chat regarding the dealers. Does that mean that all of the dealers for the series are probably going to be casino staff?
It depends at the moment. So Star are open to running an area off the gaming floor, but it's not confirmed. Okay. So we're in a position, there's sort of two scenarios. If we're restricted to the gaming floor, namely the poker room, then it's obviously Star poker dealers. That's it.
Yep.
If we do get that area off the gaming floor, then that changes things. It might allow the ability for self-delts at the bottom end level. It also may well allow the ability for contractors like the ones that are out there dealing now to come in and deal because they're not on a casino floor. So we're still working through it. Our preference is to have both offerings, have the casino, have on the gaming floor and off.
Yep.
And if it pans out that way, then obviously we have far more options and we need to provide a lot of stuff off our own bat, not just relying on Star's resources.
Just going to cover off a question in Facebook. I might have missed it, but is the APL Millions next year being held at Star Sydney? Even better, there's going to be two of them. So there's going to be one at Star Sydney in February, March, and also this one back here at Southport Sharks. Up to you which one you call the sequel, but I believe both of them are going to be as great. Once the announcement actually went out today, how many messages did you guys get from Sydney-siders?
Yeah, it blew up. I found out pretty quick who wasn't allowed back at Star because they reached out pretty quick. Quite a few in the room personally, and a lot of text messages and Facebook messages. But no, that's okay. I've got a nice long list of people to fight the good fight for, so that's a good start. Yeah, it blew up, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. My phone went quite buzzy there for a while, and then obviously all the Sydney regs in the room coming up and saying how they're interested and excited to have something back in their hometown.
And we feel too that Sydney's just through I'm not kidding. I think we spend more time figuring out Sydney than any other state, and through bad luck and bad timing, we ended up only offering two APL PT or an APL PT and APL 600 with two series in Sydney when we have done three with a view to do four every year. And all of a sudden this year, just through circumstances and cancellations and other operators moving dates and venues becoming unavailable, we've only done two in Sydney, which is nowhere near enough in a market as big as New South Wales. So being able to sort of bite our tongue and hold our breath for a little bit before this announcement was pretty cool.
I'm glad you mentioned the 600. What does that mean for the 600 moving forward? Are we still going to be running that each year? Is it still going to be consistently running in Sydney?
Yeah. I think we're taking it nationwide personally.
Okay.
I think it's that middle ground that everyone wants. It's affordable to, let's say, the APL network, if you like, and also easy to satellite into, or far easier than a 1500, but it's expensive enough that it generates bloody big prize pools really, really quick.
Yeah, look, the way I'm looking at the schedules these days is looking to see if there's an opportunity for 10 days or 6 days. And if it's 10 days, it'll be a 600. If the opportunity is 6, then it becomes a PT. You may even see the APL 600 name elsewhere in around February, March.
Okay.
There's a little clue.
There is a question from Percy. It's probably a little bit outside the realms of possibility, but asking about whether or not New Zealand is possible. I know there are a lot of Kiwis in the room, actually.
There's lots.
Plenty of players floating around as well from NZ.
Yeah, it's a weird landscape over there. There's a lot of private clubs and a lot of time games, and there's all sorts of things happening in New Zealand poker. And we've got a couple of New Zealanders high up in the APL network that are pretty plugged into the poker scene over there. And I remember going to the Christchurch Champs God knows how long ago, 20 years ago, and a lot of those guys that were involved in poker back at that sort of period are still floating around. So the market's there. Obviously, you get into as soon as it gets international, it starts getting trickier. But if we were gonna go international, that's the soft launch for sure.
Yep.
So yeah, I'm really keen.
Well, on the topic of internationals, we are just going to see that Jack 10 4 flop. Turn is a 6. Need to fade 7s on the end to find a double up. Safe for that one there. Any idea when the schedule is going to be announced, firstly, before I ask my next question? Do you think we're still a couple of months or a few months away from that one for the APL Million Sydney?
Yeah, look, it's like I said before, it's tough because it's not just mine and Joel's opinion. There's another part to this that have to also sign off on it. So over the last 2 weeks, we've gone back and forth and thrown things back and forth and where it's going to land. And it's not just as easy as writing a schedule, especially now going back into the casino. We've got to consider what time things start, what time things are going to finish. Will they have a day 2? Are they just solely a day 1 event? Things like that. So it's an ever-evolving schedule at the moment.
The other thing too with casinos, and it's no secret, they also need to maintain a level of cash game offerings.
Yep.
So if we say, okay, well, Flight Night of the Main's going to get 1,000 players, they're going to say, well, we've got 42 tables and we're trying to spread cash as well. So
Good luck.
Good luck, yeah. So it's a different offering and it's a different schedule. We can't blow up the place like we can here and fill 90 odd tables all day every day. So yeah, that's what we're working through at the moment. Just trying to get that balance right between making sure there's plenty to play without staff saying you're never coming back because you took over the building.
Well, on the topic that you mentioned about how things get tricky when you go internationally, I'm not sure if you guys have been up to Asia anytime recently, but poker is absolutely exploding up there. Is there any considerations, and I don't know if I'm speaking out of pocket, I apologize if I am, for any kind of partnerships with any Asian kind of tournament series or anything up there? Obviously, there's a lot of Australians that are doing the good work running some things up there now.
Yeah, look, we're always in discussions. I know Brian Nguyen, who's working the floor at the moment now. What is he?
APT, I believe.
APT,
Yep.
yeah. And they've had a history of using Australians more so than probably any other operator. And I remember having ties to them back in the Crown days 10, 15 years ago, just because they I think it's almost a respect thing with them. They actually seem to have more or their players have more respect for an international TD rather than the locals, so they've always prioritised them. So yeah, we're in constant discussions with a lot of different operators about how we can collaborate, how we can grow, how we can reciprocate satellite campaigns and all that sort of stuff.
Just going to get a quick look at this hand as we've got a bit of a cooler developing. Brock with the 10-9, but Nicole's flopped the joint. Doesn't look too good for him here. He's only got 13 big blinds behind with a flush draw on board and against a range that Nicole's going to have. She's going to have all of the 2 pairs and the sets. I imagine he's probably just going to want to try and fast play this. He does just jam and he's going to get beaten into the pot by the nuts that Nicole has, for lack of a better phrase. As surely she is not thinking about this too much. She's got ace-10. Should just call, and yep. Let's see all 5. He does have a backdoor flush draw, and that ace will chop things up, so not out of the woods yet. As we've only got a couple more minutes remaining until we head on a break as well, guys. Board pairing queen, no help. Needs an ace on the end. No good. 10 of diamonds, as we will say GG's to Brock Munro. Last couple of minutes, guys. If you guys have any questions, feel free to send them through. All of these guys are going to jump up and go on a 15-minute break very, very soon. Gents, thank you so much for coming and taking the time to come in and have a chat. We've spoken about it all series, and I think it's kind of fitting that we didn't get it around until today so that we could get this big announcement and have a bit of a conversation about it. Was there anything else that's on the horizon? Any other things that you can kind of whisper about? Any other potential expansion ideas? Any other PTs maybe that we're looking about thinking to go other places?
Yeah. Look, there's always lots. We really think the APL 600 concept's got legs. The success of the Bill 600 sort of shows that too, and what we've done in Sydney a couple of times. So I think you can expect APL 600 to take over the country, basically, and go into places it hasn't been before. That's the biggest one, obviously, with the Millions announcement today. I mean, I can't say it enough that they really are two different offerings, but you'll see a lot of familiar events in that Sydney schedule, which is exciting.
So from a PT to a 600 to a million, there's almost going to be 4 different types of offerings next year throughout our schedule, being, like Joel said, the 2 million looking completely different from each other along the way.
And tentatively, a couple of people have asked in the chat over the last few days, the dates for Southport for next year for this million, is it probably going to be around the same time?
Yeah, it generally lands around this time of year. It works best from our point of view and also the venue. We do have to sweat the AFL team, the women's AFL team, every year, making the finals. We lose Cactus every time they have to play there. So
I didn't actually hear the result. How did they go in the game the other day?
they just got there.
They won, which gives them a week off,
Which gives
is
you
good
guys
for
a-
us.
yeah.
So we were barracking for them. If they lost, they'd be playing today or tomorrow, and that creates all kinds of problems. So go Sharks.
Just want to say Sportsbet didn't have a market on it. So
And obviously, this year has been successful. There's still things that you guys have mentioned that potentially might want to change next year. Is there any kind of anything that you're thinking of either for next year that you maybe want to consider kind of instantly to change leading into the next one, or are you just going to think about it as the year goes on?
We get out of this, like Ibra and I we're on about 40 days consecutively between us, I think. It might even be more. I don't even know. So we get out of this series and take a breath for a minute. But as I said, look, we take comprehensive notes on every moment of every day throughout every series, particularly this one. And then on top of that, we've got all the feedback we've got from players, which is good, bad, and otherwise. And then we put out a survey post-series and give everyone the opportunity to go nuts. And once you filter through the ones that say you should have 1,000 tables and 1,000 dealers every day, every night, you actually get a lot of constructive feedback to the point where, you know, I've had players come up to me. Dean Cox from WA was one of them only yesterday. He said, I put something in the survey and there's no doubt you listen to it because it's done. And I said, yeah, I saw it. I don't even remember who it was, but I saw it. I liked it. We did it. You can see it. So we get, you know, we do a full debrief from, you know, game offerings to spreads to staffing to venues, you know, venue conditions, even down to the food offerings and whether the toilet's clean and whether the price is right and all of that and everything. So yeah, we're always looking to improve and make sure we can offer as much as possible.
I did suggest that we don't invite anyone next year and see what happens.
Yeah, if we stop telling people it's on, I reckon it might be a bit easier.
Yeah, if no one
we get
tells
more
anyone,
days off.
Yeah, it's the best kept secret in poker.
Yeah,
Don't
correct.
tell anyone.
All right, boys, with that, these guys are going on a break. And thank you so much for being here. I know that you're a little bit hesitant to come in, so thank you so much
It's all good.
for coming and doing the good thing. But we are going to head on a 15-minute break. We're going to have a couple of other special guests coming in after that, so look forward to that. But gentlemen, once again, thank you so much for taking the time. And we'll see you guys very soon.
Cheers.
Welcome back, guys. These guys have had a 15-minute break, so have we, and I've managed to scrounge up a couple more guest commentators to join me in the booth. Nikki Pickering, you all know, but also Mr. Mark Seymour. Mark, how you going? Welcome to the series.
Thanks, Jordan.
You've been in the chat a fair bit, helping me out on the side, letting me know all of the players that I don't. Welcome to the Gold Coast.
Yeah, I like to chat to you personally, not put it in the main chat.
yeah. So
A
what's
little side chat going on.
Yeah, what are the vibes like out there, guys? Obviously, if you're sitting here, that doesn't mean the best, unfortunately, for the main event. Or did you bag up yesterday?
Lucky. No, first night. I got here on Wednesday
Oh, awesome.
and
Is
binked
that
out
the
of the
best night
Jacks.
to bag first night?
Seems to be. So binked out of Jackstar early and then got a bag first night. So I've had a couple of quieter days, which is great.
And how many biscuits did we bag up? How many betting discs?
325. So
Oh,
pretty good.
wow.
Yeah, good enough.
10, almost 11 starting stacks. That's
Which
awesome.
is like the complete opposite to my APL Millions last year, where there was many more than that
Oh, yeah.
without a bag.
I think
So-
I remember speaking to you last year, and that it didn't seem like the funnest of times.
What are we expecting people to bag up? What's the average that you bag up at the end of the day?
Probably around that kind of 35 big one mark, like 180K.
Okay, wow.
I think it was about 165 in my
Right.
flight. So
Good effort.
Yeah, so it looks like here, from what we've seen so far, the average stack is 172K, which
Okay.
is going to be coming back to almost 35 big blinds at the 5K blind level. But we're sitting next to somebody who has had a cash in a tournament very recently.
Oh, wow,
Nikki Pickering
yes.
and her daughter Jamie cashing in the teams event last night. What was that experience like?
One for one. I mean, baby's first tournament, proud mum moment. Hang on, we seem to have a little bit of action here.
Yeah, Anthony came second in the Jackstar just yesterday. Going to find the raise with the ace queen off suit in run. Snap, let's go off the fives off of 22 in the hijack.
Cool.
Action, action.
And then Natasha woke up with ace king behind, and she shoved her 11K in, and Anthony called off his ace queen. So
What are we seeing on the board?
What do we reckon? Queen high
9. There's a 9.
it'll run out. It'll run.
Oh, king high is tough. Jacker a 10 for a sweat or a 3. Nah, dead on the turn. Full double up for the ace king. Now, obviously, bagging the main is nice. Did you jump into the mini high roller yesterday? Did we try and spin that one up?
I did. I was battling away, and then just got myself into a. It was about 110 left. I think about 80 I got paid, and
Yep.
I had just under the average, and got myself into a big hand called with pocket sixes, 6 of diamonds, and the flop come 4, 5, 7 all diamonds, and
Oh dear.
so it all went in. Turned diamond, board paired, and he had flopped a set. So when he shoved, I was like, so it was all gone. So
Not too fun. Now, you and I have had a pretty fun history together. I went into the WSOP, played cash for the whole series back in 2022, and then at the very end decided to jump into the main event, 9,400 and something runners. And who is sitting to my right on day number 1?
that would be me. So
hello.
in 900 tables, yeah, we 2 Aussies get sat, two to my left, and so
Better to your right than to your left, I'd say.
Jordan got me,
Well, I
got position on me.
Well, yeah, but you ended up getting out of there relatively unscathed.
No, terrible. I only bagged 17K.
Well, I bagged less. I bagged 11.8. So-
Well, we were both, and that's where the story gets funny because, firstly, Jordan turns up and then just proceeds to try to turn it into comedy hour.
As he
And,
does.
And
Dad joke.
that's right. So dad jokes all around.
And we ended up playing a relatively fun hand against each other, didn't we?
We did.
Can you remember the ins and outs of this? Because I can't remember how deep we were when this hand happened.
We're both.
I want to say about 50 bigs, but I think we.
Yeah, it was probably about right. We're about 600 bigger blinds. I think I'd been battling. I'd had a really bad second session, so I think first level you start with 60K, and I think I had 67 first session, and I was right down at 27K. One of those ones where you're calling off your flush draws like 4 in a row or something, and none of it, they all bricked, and I was just leaking some chips. So then I battled between that 20 and 30K for hours, so it's over six hours, we're now probably the start of the last session of the day, and I think I've got 27K, you've got 29K at probably the 600 big blind or 800 big blind or something like that. And I remember I raised you 3-bet, and I 4-bet shoved, and you like, I remember you just checked your cards as if you're all smug, and you all turn over your aces, and I turn over my aces as well. So it was to get aces into aces, probably
Man,
50 bigs deep. And
I think I remember feeling relatively sick because I didn't have the diamond and 2 diamonds came on the flop.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh no, this is how I'm going to bust the main event, you know?
Yeah. I heard you say it the other day, and I don't think the third diamond.
Yeah, I don't
came.
think the third diamond came. The more I think about it.
But
yeah.
it was just the 2 diamonds. The first one, I was safe, you weren't. But
Yeah.
It was chop, and we went back to
both getting destroyed by the best
That's right.
players at the table, yeah.
leaking 2,000 chips a hand, and next thing you know, we're bagging nothing. So,
Yeah. Have you been back to the WSFP since?
No, I haven't. So just life and family and
Yep, happens.
business and all the things that happen. So got an interesting hand here. We've got both draw into a flush draw, and so it'll be an interesting card to see on the river. But Lachlan Crilly, obviously everyone knows Lockie, experience over 600k in tournament cashes.
I know for a fact that Lachlan was very short earlier today, so it looks like he's had a pretty good spin job to get the chips way back up top.
Oh.
Wendy
Coming in
called
for
the
raise.
8K on the
Raise?
flop. Are we
I
going to be
swear she
seeing
said
her put the
raise.
call in on the turn? I don't think she said anything just yet. It is 24,000 to make this call. We can see Crilly has a gut shot as well. But Whitesox calling for a club. I have to say, I can't call for a club. My boy Lockie's been in the booth for about 6 hours over the course of the series. I can't be anti-sweating him.
Oh.
If she does call, I just want to see the 6 of hearts on the end, which is a bit greedy, but you know. Oh, it's not even possible. 6 of diamonds then. It's like she's counting up the chips that she has. She's got around 63.9 behind, so Crilly does cover. What do you reckon? We're going to see a call or a fold here on the end?
I think it's a good bet. Obviously, bet and pot. Now that I've caught up with the action, bet pot. I think it's
Nice fold.
I'll let it go.
Make you sick when you see it on the playback to know that you had the best hand, but he was drawing to 4 outs there of the 3 outs, the naked 5. So
yeah. Now, Nikki, we were talking about Vegas early on when you were working with the reporting side of things. Did you ever get the chance to get over there?
Yeah, I did go to Vegas. Well, to report once, but I did spend 5 summers in Vegas back in the day. That's where it all started.
Voluntarily, or you just got kidnapped? Or
Pretty much kidnapped. No, the father of my child actually was a big poker player, and that's how
there you go.
I landed in this mess.
Child dealing. 4
Yes,
or
I
5
can see her
tables
on the
down there.
screen.
Yep.
Poor
I
girl.
can see you standing there watching closely, trying to help her out, but now she's in
like,
the mix.
she's giving me the side eyes and get away, mum.
Continuing
I don't
the
need
action.
you.
Looks like the 8-5 for Imran. No dice. Action folding around to Lachlan with the King Jack. I think he's just going to keep the pressure going. It actually looks like we've missed a hand here. No, he is going to fold. Over to Crilly. King Jack always going to be taking this one up to the vicinity of 4 to 4,500. If you guys have any questions for our friends in the chat, feel free to send them through. We'll do our best to answer. No promises about the quality of answer, but, you know, as I like to say.
Did see Percy mention any thoughts on expanding to New Zealand?
Well, that
And
was
I
a-
think that would be a great idea.
Well, that was a question that Joel and Eva actually
I
covered earlier.
see.
So a lot of
Did
those,
they say yes?
They said that nothing is off the cards. He
Oh.
said that he went to the Christchurch series about 20 years ago, and he knows that poker in New Zealand is very, very popular and very sought after. As we see a raise from the Ace 10 to 11, also the Ace Deuce, excuse me, to 11k.
I vote for Queenstown.
There are plenty of Kiwis that are actually here in the mix, getting amongst it. So it's going to be interesting to see whether or not we're going to get some of those at the table. Over back to Crilly with the King Jack off suit. Wonder whether or not he thinks his opponent is up to no good. He is just going to let it go. Wow, so nice 3-bet bluff there.
yeah, it's hard to know with, when you've got no history of the table dynamics to see what, Mr. Afoa history was. When you walk in and this is the first time, I think it would have been a different table before the break as well.
Yep.
Wouldn't it? And so it's hard to determine, and we don't know whether. I can see you on the screen.
Yeah.
I'm about to do something really silly. I know it.
Oh, yeah, we're going to see this, I hope. Question marks all around, if I'm honest. This is quite weird, but you guys are going to see very soon.
But it's that principle of table dynamics is, certainly where I, come and understand probably the game, where my strengths are in the game, and understanding a table. And the longer you can play with the table, the more that plays into my advantage. I was listening to the stream earlier and listening to Luke talk about GTO, and that GTO knowledge obviously is far greater in some of the pros, but really understanding table dynamics is key to live poker, I believe.
Yep.
And it's where the success comes. So when you see Mr. Afoa 3-bet with ace 2, you'd think, okay, that's not the hand to do it. It's not polarizing enough. You should be with your 7-8 suited or your ace jack and above. But
Yeah.
we don't know, has Lockie been
Opening every hand
and taking advantage now that he's got a bit of a big stack, and or is Mr. Afoa just that wide, sees any ace, and
Goes for it. Yeah.
That's right. So we see him now with pocket sevens. Sheldon is a Sydney reg.
Looks like we're going to find another 3-bet.
Yeah.
And wow, I mean, I guess this probably goes back to what you were saying, is the aggression factor. In my eyes, I would just be flatting sevens in this spot, but he's going after it again. So
certainly deep enough to be set mining, and now look, Anthony wakes up with 9, so it's an interesting.
Yep.
Interesting spot.
When you see +2 and then cut off 3-bet, you're not super confident with 9s, but I think they're a little bit too good to be passing off of his sub 10 big blind stack. He lets it go. Look at me get that one right.
Sheldon's a Sydney reg, eastern suburbs. Plays with the big best game in the country, the Churchill's pub game. 200 on a Tuesday night. Never, when you're getting 150 runners on a Tuesday night and 30K every single week.
Playing for a decent amount of money all the time. So,
and it's some.
He's making the ball.
He's a regular, with the crew down there, and it's he had a very good run in the Aussie Millions main too.
Okay.
Certainly had his best cash.
Wow.
Look at that for a flop.
What a flop for him. And we get a look at the top of the screen. 2 7s are still available. Backdoor club's also a factor, but it's going to go check. Can he find a 7 on the turn? Nope. The king of spades. And all of a sudden, things are looking pretty good for Mr. Mayer, though that king might slow the action down a little bit. I lied.
I did tell Sheldon that, well, he was part of Jamie's very first table today. He said, I feel like someone here is going to get some really good karma. I'll see you at the final table. It just may be him.
Already what I've seen, I'd be flatting and just letting him fire. There's no point in overplaying.
I mean, he seems to be the type of player that likes to fire, so go right ahead.
What are we going to see here from the Queen Jack? Time to build this pot up a little bit. Go to 14K. He's got 3 times that behind. Almost exactly pot.
Are we ever concerned about the flush coming here, or are we in a good position?
No,
Not really?
I don't think so. Usually the opponents, when they flop flush draws, it's very natural to just continuation bet them. So
Right.
just bet them straight away. In my perspective, I don't know if Mark, you share a bit of a different thought on that. So we are going to see a raise come out.
Again, I think it really comes down. There's two types of players. I think most people have studied the game a little bit are going to naturally bet. If you've got the betting action, as in took the three bet, you got to bet that your flush draw. But I find with such a high reg here, and that's what with such a high rec field, it's we're seeing a lot of checks to flush draws they should be betting, and also betting ones they shouldn't. And that's with Sheldon 3-betting there. I think from what I've just seen in the first 10 minutes, I think that could have been a flat call and just allow the player to keep firing. I think think we've seen enough of Mr. Afoa to see that
to get a little bit cluey as to what's going on there.
Yeah.
Because we are going to see ourselves in the forefront there, and we're still waiting to see what on earth it is that Nikki does that is worthy of some question marks in the chat. I've also been told that we are going to be joined very shortly by a gentleman we had in here earlier. Mr. Luke Martinelli is on his way, so maybe we'll see him in the background potentially walking up soon. He mentioned that you really get used to kind of sitting at the table and getting used to players' tendencies. How did you feel then being able to play the World Series of Poker main event for 2-hour levels where you spend an entire day with the same guys?
Yeah, it's the ultimate in, pure poker, really. It's that allows your deep stack poker guys, your cash players to really shine in the early levels. It surprises me in such a great field why so many people late reg. I know there's a fatigue factor, but it is so good. I look forward to getting back there. I've been to the World Series twice, but only played the main once. But it's just pure poker, and you start with 300 bigs, and you've got that ability to be successful and work out the table in its pure form, and that's what I think makes the main event so great. As it starts to go on, get deep.
We're seeing the squatting.
Uh-oh.
Here we go.
Uh-oh. Things you do.
As the tournament goes on, you see a 2-hour. Once you get into sort of end of day 2, it levels out at about 55 big blind average.
Yep.
And I think that's really great tournament poker at that level. So the early stages, yes, are ultimately deep, but when it levels at 55 big blinds, so between 50 and 60, depending on where it sits in the blind level, then you're going to see some. It's a bit deep enough that you can see your 3 and 4 betting. You can have real play, but at the same time, your mistakes cost you big time. So I think it's the ultimate in pure poker of a good structure.
Yep.
Just to confirm, Sheldon finished 4th in the Aussie Millions main.
Oh wow! Okay,
So
I didn't know that.
Obviously, for his biggest cash, his Hendon Mobs has 600, but he had 440. Well, that's US, so whatever 4th was 600, 700.
Wow.
So
Wow, what a result for him! Because I believe the deal was made 3-handed, or was it just heads up?
3-handed, no.
Yep. Wow.
Yep. So the deal was made 3-handed.
Lachlan with the 8s. Because I'm not sure if we're going to get Mr. Trainer up into the booth at all this series. He's been firing like crazy. We haven't really seen him on stream, so I think it's been a little bit of an unfortunate series for him. Zach Lowry, no stranger to playing big spots like this. Cash game player, plays tournaments as well. Headphones on, I think 8's Queen is always going to be going in here for 18 big blinds.
Where's Zach based out of?
I believe he's based in New Zealand.
Okay.
I know that he's originally from New Zealand, as he is going to Jam. I'm not entirely sure where he resides currently, though. As the action is folding around to the blinds. Lachlan has asked for a double check of the stack to see exactly how many big blinds he's going to have to call off here. Do you think you're calling off 8s against Zach? Zach's pretty aggressive.
I mean, I think 8s is a straight fold in this situation. It's still 17, 18 bigs. But I think, unless you know someone, I think you're hoping that it's a flip. Is he really?
I think 7s, 6s, 5s, maybe.
I don't think 6s and below. 7s might be the bottom of your shoving range. I think I don't.
Yeah, he's going to let it go.
I think people overplay their small pairs way too much, and I think if you've got any knowledge, you're not going to. It's still 17 bigs is too deep to be shoving 5s, 4s, etc. So I think it's a straight good fold by Lockie in theory.
And if you've been running around doing some interviews with some guys out on the field, is there any notable names that we may not be able to see right now that you've chatted to? I saw that you were chatting with Gary Benson earlier.
Yeah,
Was that
Australia
right?
Poker Hall of Famer. He's out in the field. He's badged, so we will see him for day 2, which is great. We did a bit of an on the grounds. I believe Taylor, who recently won her first tournament.
Yep. You can see her in the background there, actually.
Yes.
Is she dealing or playing?
She's playing.
She's in the mix.
Is that her in the green hat, is it? No?
Not that Taylor. Another Taylor.
No, she's wearing headphones towards the back.
I'm assuming Taylor Pickles you're talking about. No.
Taylor Murray.
Taylor Murray.
Taylor,
Gotcha.
who now is, who is confirmed the best player
In the Murray family.
in the
Okay,
Murray
got it.
family.
Understandable. There's a question.
Well, she won a little tournament
Oh, yeah.
locally too. So she's two tournaments in a month. So that's starting to put a couple of results together. That makes you certainly a poker player.
Trophy cabinet's getting even more occupied as we got a question regarding can we get a Martinelli buy-in count update. Martinelli's going to be here soon. He's going to be able to give us the inside scoop on just how many buy-ins he's down the toilet. Luckily, he's doing well in some other tournaments so far this series, so it's going to, make the pain feel a little bit less. He's still sitting in the top spot in the top tier of player of the series. Now, have you been keeping up with the fantasy at all, Mark? I know that you've been in the chat.
I have not had one look at the fantasy.
Okay.
With turning up, I wasn't even in the mix because everyone knew that I was just coming for the last 5 days of the series. So
Yep.
I only over a beer last night did I hear the boys all talking about all their bad picks and where they got caught out trying to raise the bidding prices and things like that. So I'm not up to it at all.
It definitely seems interesting. If you guys are interested in the updates from the fantasy, you can check out the Australian Poker schedule. Craig obviously does a fantastic job always bringing you updates on that one. Now,
I will be heading out shortly to do some around the grounds, and we are trying to piece together some would you rathers. So if you have any ideas and you want any questions asked, please put them in the chat.
Well, do you want to grab my red and yellow cards and ask about some of those questions?
Your red and yellow cards. Miss Scusi.
Red card, yellow card. Some questions that I've been doing in the booth.
Okay.
Of some poker situations.
Oh, God.
As to whether it's a red card, yellow
Oh,
card,
God.
or play on. I'm not going to subject the chat to them right now because I feel like I've asked that question a fair few too many times and people are getting a little bit sick of them. So we are going to see Anthony take that jam through. Cridley's been the most active, 33% so far at this table. Imran and Wendy yet to play a hand. Obviously, you're going to be winning the main event, Mark, so there's no point asking. But any other tournaments that you've got your eye on just in case?
For the series, I mean, obviously this and then the 5K.
Yep.
That'll be that's what came for the Jackstar main and then 5K. Lucky enough that I, had 2 days where I didn't have to play any of those, so it was
Nice
good.
relaxing days, chill days.
What are you doing in those time off?
Well, today I had a couple of meetings for work. I put in
Just a couple.
Put it in the schedules. Yeah, yesterday I had a couple of interviews for future staff.
If you don't mind me asking, what business is it that we're operating in these
So I own
days?
a healthcare company.
Okay.
So got about 200 staff. It's a allied health business. We big multidisciplinary space in terms of business, and national businesses. We're not big, but in our space we're one of the largest. So it's service and treatment provider. I was a exercise physiologist by trade. I had a background in professional sport early in my career. I worked in both the NBA and on the ATP in that physical rehab space, and when I had strength and conditioning of some American tennis players, and so that was a good season. But I came back in and opened my business now 21 years ago.
It's interesting. I'm surprised you say NBA. For a guy of your stature, I was expecting horse racing in jockeys.
Sure.
No, that makes a lot of sense, as we do see Natasha find the jam with the ace-queen offsuit.
It's funny, I was actually a cricketer and played first grade cricket, but
Oh, okay.
I had the opportunity to do an internship with the Houston Rockets.
Oh, wow. That's
In the
amazing.
strength and conditioning department. And
How long ago was that?
Well, the 12 months on staff was March of 01 to 02. So I was 24 years of age and then stayed 3 more years working out of their practice facility. And I worked with 12 different NBA players, including 4 All-Stars that all lived in Houston.
Do we want to drop some names? Or?
Oh, yeah.
Because we did speak about NBA quite extensively with Jackson Young earlier in the series, and he had some screaming white hot takes that I'm not going to subject you to. But
no,
yeah.
I actually heard that. I was sitting on my couch back home in Sydney, and on Tuesday I think it was, and had it during the middle of the day and turned it on.
And then probably turned it off when you heard him say
I didn't know.
say.
I'd actually messaged you and say, who are you commentating with? So I couldn't quite work it out without hearing the name initially. But yeah, so yeah, there was some Nick Van Exel, Antonio McDyess, Mark Bryant, Brian
I
Skinner.
know all these guys.
So
Yeah.
a bunch of from
We go way back.
generation before this generation.
Yep. And have you been a Rockets fan since?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah,
absolutely. So the head athletic trainer, Keith Jones, who's back office now, him and his family are such great friends of mine. He was the one who, during the Olympics in Sydney, the US men's basketball team were using the facility that I was managing in Parramatta as their practice and workout facility. And so he was the one who gave me the opportunity. And him and the kids were only 4 and 5 at the time. Now they're all getting married and they're great friends of mine. So definitely a Rockets fan at heart now.
No surprises here. Ace King versus Ace King.
Yeah, a couple of big hands getting it. Looks like Brett's actually just found the rejam for 163k.
Yeah, why not?
Oofed. Right. I mean, you can definitely just call this hand, I would think, right? Instead of putting in the rejam. There's nobody else that's kind of
for 80 bigs.
Dent is stack. I guess he's just doing it, covering everybody. Natasha with 5s is going to be going down. It's a pretty big rejam, but
She may have come along. If
He
it
had,
was
a,
just
he
a
had
call,
an
no?
80k.
Oh, 30. I
62K.
see.
yeah. And there is an 80k stack behind.
40
Or
bigs.
92k stack is the only one to worry about, really. But looks like we are going to see the all-in and the call. Ace King. Diamonds alive, clubs alive, hearts as well. So
You're
two-
excited, but you're also relieved at this point.
Yeah, 2 flush draws for one of the Ace Kings, and the 9-9-10 is just going to end in a chop. You mentioned
chop,
cricket.
choppy.
It was funny. You sent me messages regarding this series, but I had a very quick scroll up in our previous chat, and you were sending me messages regarding Josh Baraba's bowling abilities. So
Again, a different generation to mine, but he certainly came on the scene in the cricket world after me. But yeah, so never actually played against him, but he was first grade. He's in the Thunder squad. But the lure of poker has got him, and he's
He's in
no
the
longer
mix.
playing. But
I walk around and see that terrible moustache in the mix as well. So it's, yeah.
he's such a good guy. No? Like,
He's great.
he genuinely is a good guy. But I never saw him, but he was a fast bowler and a lot of
Were
potential.
you a bowler as well? Or
I
just
was I was a batting all rounder when
Okay.
I was as a teenager coming through. But when you grow up and you get the size of me, I end up bowling and wasn't quick enough to be called a fast bowler. But
right, you were a moderately fast bowler.
bowled seam up and swung the ball around and it was good. But yeah, certainly unfilled potential in the cricket from my part of view. And then at 24, I obviously had 4 years over in the States. Now, when I came back and I went back and played first grade again, but I was that was when I moved into tennis and I started traveling.
Just
Is
add
there,
another
is there any sport that you weren't?
Well, no, the basketball and
You
tennis
know.
was as a strength and conditioning. So
Okay, right,
it's that physical rehab, injury prevention, quick feet agility based sports is where I had the strengths, but I didn't play tennis, but I worked for the Bryan brothers, the #1 doubles pair in the world, for 3 years, traveling full time with them. And so that was, a completely different experience to being in the US and based where all the players were coming to your facility, but versus being and doing it on the road. So
It's interesting you mentioned that. I'm not sure if you heard earlier in the week when we had Josh Norvok in here. Were you listening to the stream then?
is he the caddy?
Yes,
Golf
yeah.
caddy? Yeah. It was the same day, yeah.
It was very, very interesting hearing him speak about caddying for players traveling the world with the PGA Tour. It sounds like a lot of fun, but also incredibly tiring. I could imagine that some of the stuff that you were doing as well was...
Everything about it was fun. I guess just the realization of 3 years from sort of that. I'd opened my business back in Sydney and I was traveling 20 to 26 weeks a year. And so as the business was starting to grow, I made an investment into building a new facility, which put, my parents' properties as guarantor for the business loan. And so I had to make a decision. And I guess the truth is what I was earning on the tennis tour wasn't, it was expense free, but it wasn't the type of money that, you can make. You don't get the same incentives for winning that the golf caddies do.
Yeah.
Coaches
Golf
do.
caddies get a little cut for the winnings.
They get 10%, apparently 10%
Oh, wow.
standard, which is pretty ridiculous if you're playing tournaments where
Crazy.
you can win up to 4 million,
Whoa.
I think their fitness and strength and conditioning guy, although important and they valued, it was when push comes to shove, they travelled with Andrew McPherson, another Australian ex-tennis professional, as their full-time coach, and that always priority. And the expenses are very high on the tennis tour.
Yep.
Traveling with 4 people, and it was just a decision I made that it was time to really invest into the business. And 17 years later of making that decision, the business is still there. So
Yep. A very close friend of my father's had the opportunity to play in the Melbourne Cup. Sorry, not the Melbourne Cup, the Australian Open, forgive me. And he always said that it was an absolutely incredible experience. He made it through the round of 256, I believe, so kind of like the base of actual qualification for the tournament. And he said that it was just a different world when he got there, seeing some of the crews of people with the players that they have involved and all the different levels that kind of go into a sport like that.
Yeah, you're people that haven't yet cracked the top 100, and their expenses are so tight. The expenses are so high, and they're traveling light. And then you get your top 10 in the world, and they got 8 people, and someone for everyone. And it's and what's really interesting as well, it's such a the Grand Slam is such a unique experience. The first 4 or 5 days of the Grand Slam, there is people in the behind the scenes, in the locker rooms, in the food court. There's just people everywhere. Like, it is so packed.
Well, I remember going to the Australian Open during the Aussie Millions back in 2020 at the conclusion of the series and walking around, and that was as the tournament was well and truly going, the Australian Open, and there was people everywhere. I had absolutely no idea it was on such a large scale.
But then as the tournament goes on and out in the TV, it's as you get to semi-finals and finals, it's even the excitement's building and building. But in the behind the scenes, it gets quieter and quieter as they leave, and you're left with just 30 people in that space that had 1,000 people.
Thousands and thousands,
the week before. It really changes from a player's perspective. The first week to the second week, as the stakes go up, and all those tournaments, golf, tennis, it's like a poker pay structure. All the money keeps going up as you're playing for big dollars. So it becomes.
It's me.
And Nikki is going to make like a tree and leave.
You'll see me floating around the floor. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for popping in. Good luck out there. And I always like when I have people in the booth to chat about stuff that obviously most of us are going to enjoy. And obviously with the amount of sport that you've played, I'm very curious. Do you have a favorite sports movie? I'm big on films. I love cinema. I love all that kind of thing. And sports movies are a personal
Last
favorite.
Boy Scout was one of the my original sports favorites. Loved it.
Okay.
I thought.
Is that Bruce Willis?
Yep. Last Boy Scout was one of the originals, but there's so many phenomenal. Going to the documentary Hoop Dreams is just absolutely brilliant. But you can go through them, and I can list them. There's probably 20, 30, 40
piles of them.
Yeah.
I always find myself going back to the same few when it comes to sports. Mainly, for some reason, baseball is always a sport that I go back to watching. Like Moneyball is one of my favorite films ever.
Amazing.
Absolutely fantastic. Similarly, it doesn't get the recognition that it deserves, I don't think. It's like a really tight film and really well made, is Trouble with the Curve, Clint Eastwood. It's a kind of interesting story about kind of drafting a rookie that has issues actually connecting with the curveball. And it's like it's interesting because a lot of Clint Eastwood stuff is just like one take. It takes the one take, that's it. So it's interesting seeing him acting in that role as well.
I wonder if he's become such a. I mean, he's in his mid-90s now, and he's directing. His films he directed in the last 20 years are just phenomenal.
Yep. Did the one recently, Juror number 1 or Juror number 11 or something that I haven't seen, but I've heard that's very good.
Yeah.
Sorry for cutting you off.
That's okay. But I was going to say, did you see the two baseball teams, Philly and someone, do Field of Dreams last week?
Yes. Yep.
So
The
go
Field
play
of
on
Dreams
the
game.
game.
Yep.
It's that'd be an amazing experience to go. And Griffey Jr. and his old man playing catch, doing that. That skit. That was pretty phenomenal.
As we get a couple of hands here, Wendy with the ace-queen offsuit finds the open to 4K. Zach on the button, ace-8 of hearts. We're going to see him run it here now. 18 bigs feels like a little bit to be doing it where it looks like he is just going to reach for a call and put it in. Anthony with 8.3 in the ace-3 of his own. Snap folding. And Imran's 4-3 I think is going to be very similar. I don't think he's going to be wanting to stick around.
I think, Anthony's stack depth means that all those suited aces are off the table. I did hear Luke earlier today say something I absolutely agree with, where he talked about the leaks in people's play where they don't adjust to their own stack depths, or their own stack depth and the stack depth of the table. And there's a perfect example you'd argue at 2K at 16 bigs that ace 8 should also be a fold in that space.
Or a rip, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, I think when you're looking at Wendy's Open, you probably don't want to be ripping ace 8 over a Wendy Open in that situation. Again, coming down to player specific, the likelihood of what her range is going to be, you're going to be behind, which obviously she was. So
yeah,
I think there's an example where, they talk about, 20, you need 20x the raise to be playing those 15 minimum. Some people even say up to 25x the raise to be calling those suited aces. So I think there's an example of the calling that ace 8 was an incorrect call.
Yep. Let us know in the chat what you guys are thinking of today's play. We've got around 2,200 entries in the main event before this flight. This one's taking it up to that 3,150 already with 950 entrants, nearing 1,000 even just for this flight alone. We've still got the turbo flight later tonight as well. I'm in the booth with Mr. Mark Seymour, based out of Sydney. We're going to be joined by Luke Martinelli soon. Potentially going to be adding a little bit of liquid courage to the booth, but we're going to have to see how that goes exactly.
Here we
We've
go.
got
Look
a
at this
spot.
Some obviously
A little bit of
with
spice.
18 bigs, this is going in. There's no.
Oh, he calls.
No doubt.
As I say the words, he appears.
Was there a flat call there? Was there?
Looks like he just flattered the queens. Doors are getting slammed. As we will say, cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers to you, Mr. Martinelli.
Cheers.
Welcome to the booth. And unfortunately, you're not out there.
Have you not bagged
All right.
yet? Have you not bagged yet, Luke?
I have not bagged indeed.
Sounds like you from me from last year.
Yep, I'm in the turbo flight as we speak. Starts in like an hour or so.
I was going to say, I mean, what are you doing here if you're in the turbo flight? But fair enough.
It has not started yet. I thought it started at 6, which is why I'm
You got yourself your ticket.
going to be playing late tonight.
Got to keep firing.
Can we get a Martinelli buy-in count update?
That's what I was about to ask.
To be honest, I haven't actually looked in my tracker to see how many bullets I fired. I'm scared to look. I think we can pretty safely say that we're at least at 5 or 6 right now.
We had Naj was already at 12, so you've got a little bit of catching up to do.
Naj is at 12.
Well, Naj had played all the first 6 flights and was in for the max at that point.
Okay, well, I haven't been doing that much, but...
Yeah, Naj got his money back. That's all right.
Oh, unlucky for the queens here.
Well done, guys.
River 9 is...
Serves him right for flatting the queens.
Now, what happened?
Yeah, there was an open
So
from
there was
Ace King.
open
over
with Ace
position.
King. He flattered in the big blind, defended the King 5. So
He's got max
10-5,
punish
yeah.
for that. Max punish for the slow play.
Yep.
very much when he had 18 bigs. So there, again, if you're closing the action, completely different. But with people behind, just a
Yeah, need a little bit
bad
of protection with those queens. I see that we got Tony on this table.
Yep, Tony's back after
Yeah.
coming second in the Jack Star. Unable to obviously
Run anything up.
dethrone Naj last night.
Oh, yes.
I don't know if you saw the last hand. It was a bit brutal.
What
Naj
happened?
zipped in 14 with Ace Deuce off suit. Tony snapped off Ace King. And it was
oh, yeah. Is that that's the hand?
6 4 3 3 5 4 spades. Another player with a spade straight for the deuce. So thanks for coming. And I saw Naj earlier, and he goes up to me. Did you talk about how I destroyed them? I absolutely destroyed them. I destroyed them. I made
Don't
their
worry,
lives
bro.
miserable.
We'll talk about that
How many-
all night.
What was the stack sizes in the last hand?
Oh, Naj had 70 bigs and Tony had 13 or so. So
Yeah.
if he doubled, it
Standard,
might have been a bit of a heads-up battle, but not to be. It lasted 3 entire hands.
I think what we've seen with Naj, everyone talks about how aggressive he is, but what we've seen in the last, I reckon, 2 years is just a huge step up to the next level in his tournament play. It's just his ability now to read situations. He'll always be the aggressive style, but the coming back to understanding a table so well, I just think he's, in the last 18 months, he's gone to the next level in his tournament play by next.
That's just his live experience, I think.
Yeah.
He's
I
played for
think
so
so.
long, and just get a feel for the different players that you got on the table. He can definitely change how he plays depending on who he's rocking up
He can
against.
mix it up. He can mix it up.
But he does just come in with such a huge stack most of the time that.
Well, I think as the tournament goes on, the advantage gets for him. He's gonna be loose and wild early in a tournament, and he's not afraid to rebuy. So it makes it hard early just from that perspective. But he's genuinely become really great at end stage tournaments, which of such a big improvement.
Yeah, we were chatting about the WSOP main before because Mark and I were actually seated at the same table for the day one of the main back in 2022.
Really?
We got aces against each other for like 30 something effective.
Oh, that's funny.
How many times have you actually played the main?
How many times have I played the main in Vegas? Probably like 7 or 8 times now.
Yep.
I think.
And how's your track record?
I've cashed it twice.
Okay.
Actually, this year I came
had a
like
pretty deep run,
280th maybe or 250th. I'm not somewhere around there. For like 45k. That was my deepest run that I've ever had.
Last year, weren't you in some feature article? Someone remember messaging you. You were in the.
Was that for the WSOP? I can't remember.
Yeah, it was. It was definitely WSOP.
Oh, okay. Maybe they did. Well, maybe that was for the Bahamas one.
No, you're in a hand. It was. I remember.
Oh, was I?
We go through our messages and work it
It
out.
was in his hand where he just had this ICM launch off the back of the conversation we had earlier. So
Yeah.
You were playing against someone, and the cameras came over to. And you had a featured hand on the stream. It was.
It's like Tony's going to run the ace-5 from the cutoff for what looks to be 8.3 bigs.
How many times have you played the main, Jordan?
Once, just once.
Just once?
Yeah, it's funny. I've played the main once, and I've never played the APL Million Man. So,
How'd you go in that?
Well,
main that
We
year?
both were the same.
yeah, I got to the end of day one. I'm pretty sure I had a look at it earlier. I'm pretty sure I bagged. I want to say I bagged like 11.8 bigs or 13.2
Okay.
big ones or
So
something.
it's like 1/6
And I bagged
starting or something.
17k, so I bagged 17.
We bagged very similarly.
Yeah.
But I remember that I got to the next day's play, and I'm pretty sure I spun 11 bigs to 80 bigs or something because the tournament is just so good. Like, if you guys
Yeah.
haven't played the WSOP main event, there's legit nothing like it. I don't know if the 25k that you played in the Bahamas was like that.
No, it's not. It's completely different. Because the main event structure is just 2-hour levels.
And it's also multi-flight.
It's
Freeze out.
The
25K.
25k he's talking about. Yeah.
Free
The 25k in Bahamas was more of like I think GG was just trying to make as much money as they could humanly make from that tournament.
Yep.
It was like 40-minute levels, unlimited rebuys, completely different feel to the main event in Vegas, where it's one bullet, complete freeze out, 2-hour levels. Everyone is taking it so insanely seriously. Like you wouldn't, it's the grand slam of poker, I suppose.
Yeah.
I think GG they're trying to kind of recreate that in a way, but it was
all in again. Ace Queen versus
Yeah.
Ace Queen.
it was a very like facile version of
16
it.
bigs.
Ace Queen v Ace Queen.
Mm-hmm. Natasha Rip 16 bigs, really cool.
Who's getting the free roll? I feel like a free roll's coming.
You reckon?
Clubs? No.
No, good read.
What a
good
read. I'm so good at this game. It's funny actually because it was at that point. I've spoken about this on stream a couple of times where at that point I had a little bit of cash from
Wherever.
wherever. I had a property that I sold, and I was playing the main, and I got to a point where I was probably like, I probably shouldn't play tournaments anymore. I'm probably not as good as I think I am at them. So it was funny. I played the main. I didn't play a tournament north of a 1K buy-in until 2026. So I went 4 years without playing a 1K. I was just like, no, I'm just done.
You got that.
I'm
You got that
just
stun
done.
from playing the 10k
Yeah,
main.
I was just like, look, man, this is like I can burn so much money if I keep playing tournaments, and like I'm just done.
Yeah.
I'm just not doing it anymore.
What I will say is comparable is the Aussie Millions main event. That is comparable to the WSP main event. Not in
Is it
size
90
necessarily,
90-minute blinds?
but it is 90-minute blinds, and people are treating it with a similar level of reverence, I would say. Have you played the Aussie Millions main event?
No, I haven't.
You haven't played that? What about you, Mark?
Yeah. I obviously played this year and and played it twice before COVID.
You had any deep runs in that?
And I had one reasonable run. I remember Argentinian, I think he's Argentinian or Colombian, Farid.
Farid Jatton.
Oh my goodness, I've never been more pissed off in arrogance of a player. He was sitting day two.
He's quite the aggressive guy.
And just his mannerisms were so. He was just like pot, and just like
Yeah.
And
I think that's part of his game.
And,
I think he's specifically designed to tilt people.
Yeah, I can't remember if the money, if it was whatever 600 runners or something, and we're probably at. I know if I won the hand, I would have had 120 bigs with, 60 short of the money, and
Sure.
it was
That would have been a pretty juicy stack. Sounds like.
He raised. I called with Jack 9 suited directly to his left, and then went call to my left, and the big blind defence. We went 4 ways, and the flop come Jack 9-8 rainbow, and he checked. I bet, and the short stack to my left
Shoves, yeah.
And obviously folds, and it comes rounds to Farid, who's directly on my right. And when you just get the perfect read, he's counting out my stack. He's like,
You know exactly what he's doing.
He's
yeah.
counting. It was the biggest tell, and I was like, and he reshoves, and I call, and he had queens.
Damn.
And the short stack had Jack 10 suited.
Yeah.
Jack 10 suited. So I had the best hand, and turn blank, and river was the 8, and he got the
He counterfeited you, yeah.
counterfeited me.
Sick one.
But it was just that the whole thing of the arrogance, and then thumping the table, and it's like, I win. I was just like,
That's brutal, bro.
I
For a
remember,
huge pot like that, that sucks.
I remember sitting down at the 1500, the net, going straight and playing in, and
Bit of a tilt reg.
Kristen
Foxton.
Kristen
Big
Foxton.
Noel at the
Chrissy
time.
B, yeah.
Kristen was on my direct left, and she's like, "You okay?" I said, I would have I genuinely would have had 120 bigs with 60 off the money. It was like,
What year was that?
must have been 2019.
2019. Oh,
220, whatever.
5, 6, 7 years ago now.
Yeah.
We're getting there.
But had a Lukey and I go back to early on in Luke's career. He's still a young punk.
Okay.
We were heads
and,
up for a tournament at Marconi back in the day.
So
Really?
Lukey's taken himself off to New Zealand and grinded online over in New Zealand for a number of months, and so he's got all the reputation.
He
now.
comes
He's-
back with an ego. And
Yeah, I was Farid chatting around.
I've never asked him this, but word on the street was he'd done really well online and was cashed up. And it was only the mini main. It was only 450 multi-flight event.
Yeah, I think what was it, like 20 cap top or something like that, or maybe 25k.
32. I think.
Okay.
In the
Well, he remembers better than me.
Well,
But it
I
was-
love that you gave us a spoiler. I think it was 32k you won.
Yeah.
In the end.
Yeah, I did.
But Luke, it was one of those ones where on the bubble he's got a big stack and he's milking, raising every hand, and it levels out. We get down to heads up, and I had him one out from.
He did.
Had him one out.
I got lucky
for the title, and
River card goes bink.
yeah, a river card bink, and it was had him. Oh, one card, three outs, or whatever it was.
How many years ago was this?
This was probably 2018.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
So you guys have history because we had Travis Endersby in your seat just yesterday.
It was
it?
yesterday, I think. Yeah.
Asking the same question, asking how you have to think back. Do you have any kind of history playing hands against each other? And it's really cool that you're just like, nah, done. I know exactly.
I know exactly what's
this
going
guy,
on.
man.
It's really funny. Is I got one of those memories. I don't know if Luke's the same, but I think players, both winning and losing, if you're a player that only remembers the ones you lose, which we know there's plenty of those players out there, but it's about the ones you win as well. I think the really good players understand both.
Yeah.
And it may not be that you played it well or you may not played it bad, but you remember the spot.
Yeah.
And so as a result of them remembering the spot is you remember the way the hand plays out. I mean, even to the point that, we were about even and it was a genuine flip for the championship. He may have just, he won because it was pocket fives against ace queen, and it was like for a flip after we'd battled up and back. So you can remember these things, and I remember that from my time on the tennis tour. I had a short stint with Andy Roddick before the Bryan brothers, and Andy could remember every point. I remember being we were out, and a young player came up to him and said, "Hey, I played you at." He goes, "Oh, I remember you. We were tight 4-all, and the ball clipped the net, and it just went out, and that was the difference. I ran away with it." He goes,
That's
like,
unreal.
it's just like I think there's this element of, players in all sports remember moments, and key moments and key hands in poker, key points or key things. You don't remember the grind and the normal stuff, but it's the key stuff that
I've
people
heard
remember.
very similar things about Bryn Kenny. Apparently, Bryn Kenny plays tournaments, and he will literally just be like, "Oh no, we played a hand together in like 2016 where you did this, and so I'm doing this." Got a comment from LeBron Goat, as on the topic of NBA chat. Is this the same guy Lachlan who's been in commentary? Yes, it is. Mr. Crilly in seat number 3 has been in commentary. I want to say 3 or 4 times. He was in here with.
We were in here with Higor and
Yeah.
for a fun little
Oh, that was a lot of
group
fun.
sesh.
It was really funny. I turned to Higor and I said, "We've only got like a couple of rules in commentary. The big one is don't swear." Like 2 minutes in, I was like, what the is this guy doing? So yeah, thanks Higor for getting us demonetized.
LeBron Goat. I will support Jackson Young's comment the other day that I hold the exact same opinion.
You think that he's overrated?
You'd have him on any team, but he's not. He's the next level down of the top tier, if you ask me.
Well, there you
All
go.
right. Well, don't ask me.
No sports opinions over there on that.
I
Get you to grab that mic a little bit closer to you, by the way.
I
You can
can't,
lean back. You can just grab the mic. It'll move. That's
Yeah,
fine.
I can't say definitively. I'm that's not my area of expertise. I wouldn't say, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with the opinion that I want to know a little bit about pretty much every sport. So I know like a little bit about a whole lot of stuff, but I don't know enough to be able to argue the point that I know about the sport. You know?
I feel that way about TV shows, because I've just seen so many of them, and but I'm not like super.
Is that your thing, Luke? TV
Oh,
shows.
me and Jordan were the other day.
I got into trouble.
Yeah, you did get into trouble. I got him into trouble by accident.
Why?
Because we were talking about TV shows
Flush
for
draw.
about 25
Flush draw,
minutes
gut
when
shot.
maybe we should have been talking about the combo draw that's happening on the screen
Yeah,
right now.
You guys are all over it. I've been here for almost 18 days. I'm fatigued. For talking
Yeah.
about it.
So Wendy's actually got a double gutter here,
Not true.
which is
4 is live
completely
as
and
well.
utterly disguised.
14 outs is half the deck sometimes. Is it too many outs, boys? How do we feel about too many outs?
No, that's,
What's happening pre-flop here?
it was just a raise.
blind,
It was
blind.
just a raise. in the call.
She's bumped it up with
The 9-3 suited.
9-3 suited.
Zach with Jack 9 of his own. Kind of wild. If he runs it with the 6.4 bigs that he's got with 2 overs and a gut shot, he's going to get beaten into a pot by the worst hand, which
Yeah.
is
He's so,
actually a favourite against
he's
this.
so short.
Well, he's not favourite. She's favourite. It's 59%. It says it on the screen, mate.
That's what I said.
Oh.
I said he's not the favourite in the spot.
Sorry, I
Even though he's got the technically best hand, I suppose.
Oh, he just lets
He
it
does
go.
just
Wow.
fold. Yeah.
Moxley says he likes to suss people out in Hendon Mob in big tournaments and make notes on my phone if I need to review for a later date. More about sports so I can put them into a solver or whatever. More about spots so I can put them into a solver.
I used to do that back in the day. These days, I feel a bit too lazy. Don't necessarily want to.
Surely you would have done it when you were in the Bahamas, though.
Not even, because I know a lot of the big players just by their face, and because I've played in some other tournaments and stuff.
Actually, that's a question for both of you. Obviously, you've played poker both for a long time. Is there any player that you've sat with that you got kind of starstruck by? Is there any one guy that you sat at the table and you're like, ooh, this is a bit kind of spooky? Like, for example, I it's a little bit less so, but I was in Cosmopolitan in Vegas, and I got off the escalator. I had a few cocktails. I got off the escalator and turned right without looking and physically bumped into Jungle, which was pretty wild.
You would have trod on him.
And I was like, yeah, he's
He
like,
would be a scary player to play against, I
he's
think.
like
Yeah.
he's like 5'4" or something, and obviously I'm not short. So,
Yeah.
but like it was.
So
it was wild 'cause-
Jordan just mugged him right there on
Mate,
the.
but I couldn't because I bumped into him, and then I was like looking eye to eye, and this absolutely gorgeous, like supermodel-esque looking. dude.
Okay.
And I'm just like,
so
all right,
he
Jungle,
actually
all right.
mugged you.
Basically,
Oh
yeah.
shit.
I'm just like,
I think if you go back to the greats of that early 2000s era and watching it, I was in the US 01 to 05, so it was on ESPN the whole time, and that was where although I didn't really play, I played a little bit online, but I didn't start playing till 9 years ago. But it was a case of that whole era. They were such TV personalities, you know. If any of those sat down, you're gonna respect for that era of, you know, Phil Ivies and your Negranus and your Helmuths, and I think it's just an element of absolute respect. You got a whole new generation of superstars that are, you know, great. You've got some that are come and gone like Fedor and but it's not about being starstruck. It's more about just that respect of what they achieved, and one of them, whether it be in business, whether it be in sport, whether it be at poker, it's a true respect of people who are good at their craft. And it's, I'm involved now in a business group, and I feel like I'm the littlest fish in this big sea. And it's just, it's just such a respect to learn, and opened up my eyes in business. And so I think it comes down to wherever you're at there's
always a bigger fish in a sense.
well, they're real people, and and I think when you meet them, and they're great people, but it's what they achieved at their time, I think, is where the respect comes.
Yeah,
I have been starstruck twice in my life. Though.
Okay, go on.
Okay, let's hear it.
The Bryan brothers had won a tournament in Miami, and I'm literally sitting at Nobu in Miami. We were celebrating, and Maria Sharapova was at our table with us. That's not who I was starstruck.
Well,
But it's
that's
Mike
still
and
pretty
Bob.
starstrucking.
That's
I mean,
crazy.
Mike and Bob, Maria's Nike agent, who at the time I was dating. There was about 8 of us, and that's why Maria was there. But there was 8 of us, so we're just sitting at night, and in walks Hulk Hogan. And I remember going to Mike Bryan. I'm tapping him on the shoulder. I'm like, dude, Mike, what? He's like, what? And I knock over a glass of water, and he's like, dude, Mark. I said, it's Hulk Hogan. and he's like, oh, okay. And he comes and sits at the table next to him, just him and his wife and a third person, whether it be a security of some sort or whatever.
Yeah.
And I turned to Maria.
It's funny because we get a lot of wrestling fans in here. We chat wrestling a little bit.
Really?
Yeah, we do.
Okay.
Anyway,
And so all I could think of was the 6-year-old self jumping off the couch,
with the shirt open.
when the 6-year-old Mark, I haven't watched it as an adult, but certainly as a 6-year-old. And I turned to Maria and I said, Maria, as soon as he finishes his dinner, we're going to go and talk. We're going to use you to go and talk to Hulk Hogan. And she was
the intermediary. I don't know how she felt about that. Oh, yeah.
she was like, okay, all right. But I swear,
Because Maria Sharapova is pretty famous. I mean,
of course.
Hulk Hogan would want to meet Maria Sharapova.
I was almost thinking that. Yeah.
But we're sitting there, right? And we were there for hours, drinking. It was the big celebration at the end of winning the tournament. And he literally would have been there for 12 minutes. His food arrived almost minutes after they ate, and they're walking out the door, and I'm stuck in the booth, unable to get out. I'm like, Maria, you have one job. You have one job. He was literally walked in, was maybe there 15 minutes, and then walks out. And so I remember feeling starstruck that time. That's a good story.
What was the other one?
Viv Richards walked into the Crown Clock Hotel in Sydney. Yeah. And we end up
Big Bird himself.
but again, it was just one of those when you meet a genuine legend, and he's a genuine legend of we end up drinking all night with him, going to the next place, and it was just my roommate at the time. He walked in with Adam Gilchrist, and he's like, "Oh, there's Gilly. I said, "Dude, there's Viv Richards."
Yeah.
And he's like, "No, it's Gilly." I said, "He's with Viv Richards," and then when he realised what I was saying, his mouth dropped, and we went home and chat. But then we ended up drinking all night with him. It was after a Big Bash game or something in Sydney.
Yeah, nice.
That's awesome.
What about you, Luke? Because you mentioned you played with Phil Lark the entirety of day one.
Oh yeah, on the Bahamas. I played all day with Phil Lark. I wasn't so much starstruck by him, just because he's such a down to earth guy. Honestly, me and him got on like a house on fire. We were chatting the whole day. He was almost gonna give me his number. He was literally. It was really so much fun talking to him. Apart from that, in terms of poker,
Sheldon's woken up with kings here.
That's a big hand to wake up with.
I think 10 suited.
Yeah, I've played with Daniel Negreanu. I featured in one of his vlogs. He referred to me as this dumb young kid that kept shoving on him on the bubble.
How nice of him. Charming, really.
It was. So maybe that'll tell you how much.
If anything, that's really good for your image. At least he didn't say this genius.
Yeah, I don't know. Negreanu, he was kind of just like. I mean, he obviously doesn't give. He didn't give it. It was like a 3K 6 max, I think it was.
Yeah.
And I mean, I think it's obvious to everyone that he's kind of just playing for the win. He doesn't really care about the mid catch and stuff like that.
The points.
He wants the points and all that kind of thing. So you know that he's gonna be opening a little bit looser than the average player or whatever. So it was pretty easy to take advantage of that, in my opinion. But he was that was pretty funny. I played with him a couple of times actually. He's like a pretty, celebrity guy,
bloke, yeah.
interesting guy. Yeah. Apart from that, in poker, I mean, I play with the Foxes, like Alex Foxen a bunch. He's like really.
He's like the size of a door.
He
dude. He's
is
like,
huge. He's huge, but he's a lovely guy when you're not in a pot with him.
yeah.
I just, like, when
We were talking about stare downs. I imagine the Fox
Oh,
stare down is scary.
I remember actually on the bubble of the 25k main. I'm sitting there. I've got about like just about average stack, and Foxen comes over with about 6 racks of chips, right? Like probably the triple of the tournament. I think he had like average stack was like 2 or 3 million. He had like 12 million.
Wow.
And he sits 2 spots to my left.
Oh, great. Amazing.
And I was just like, okay, this bubble is going to be a little bit harder than I was originally planning. Yeah. And we're in this pot, and we're in this 3-bet pot. I've check raised him as a bluff, and he's giving me the
goods. He's giving you the goods.
He sat there for about 3 minutes looking at me until he finally decided to let go on the flop. Right. I mean, he's just the full.
So what's it like holding your breath for 3 minutes?
Yeah. I mean, holding the breath was okay.
Breathe through your nose. Breathe through your nose.
I might have shit myself though. So.
So I've got a couple of I've got one interesting starstruck story. When I was about 18 years old, a friend of mine's mum used to do these competitions where she would win. This is not poker, by the way. She'd win like tickets to different events, like cruises. She won this, she won that, all through like magazine, like crossword games. We won tickets to the premiere of a movie called The Dressmaker in Melbourne.
Okay.
And we went to this premiere for The Dressmaker in Melbourne, and the movie was about to start in 15 minutes. We went out to get a drink, and as we were there, Hugo Weaving has walked up to us.
Really?
Yeah, and like I was like, my God, like I was like Hugo Weaving, like I'm a massive like film nerd. I like you were amazing in like Matrix, V for Vendetta. And he kind of looks at me and goes, yeah, okay, and sees this chick standing behind me and just walks straight into me, past me, and just goes and tests this chick. And I'm like, sick. Great. Like, good for you. And the other one wasn't really...
Never meet your heroes, bro.
Oh,
That's
dude,
what they say. That's what they say.
I was so disappointed because he's so good at everything he does, but he was such a...
Just a bit of a horn dog, huh?
He just was thinking with one thing that night.
Okay, fair enough.
And the other one was, it's not really a starstruck moment, but it's a funny story. So I was in New York on this trip that I was doing, and I was on Instagram. I followed Hamish Blake, and I saw that he was also in New York. And they did this whole thing.
That is stalkerish.
Yeah, it's Jordan's.
And
going out to
he
the
was
block.
doing this thing, posting about how he has this mate, because I think at the time Hamish Blake's partner was running some magazine in New York. So it was the whole thing that was going on.
Didn't he open a bar there?
He has
or is that Andy Lee?
The two of them.
Oh, they opened a bar
Yeah,
there?
yeah.
Yeah. So I'm not hallucinating.
Yeah. Anyway, they kept posting stories online. It was September, so the Demons were playing in the finals, and he was trying to find a Demons jersey somewhere, and he could not find one anywhere in New York. So we ended up going and buying shirts and red duct tape and making these makeshift Demons jerseys. I'm like, oh, it's pretty funny. That night, I'm sitting at a pub called the Australian in the middle of New York City, and I look over and there's like a booth free. I'm like, oh, can we like sit in that booth? Is that all right? And they go, no, it's reserved. Like there's a guy that comes here every year and we reserve it so that you can watch it. And I'm sitting there, and all of a sudden, Hamish Blake and his mate walk in and sit in the booth with like 2 of their other friends.
Really?
And I'm like, oh, this is kind of cool. Like maybe later on, I'll get a photo with him, knowing that he's supporting Melbourne.
Of course.
I didn't want to like,
Yeah.
You
You might be one of those guys.
That's where you just pretend you support Melbourne for that day.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I didn't really like. I want to overstep. Blah blah blah. And so they're sitting there. They get destroyed. They get absolutely trounced. And obviously, like he's walking to and from the bar, like all of this is happening. I don't really want to go up to him and be like, oh, like, you mind if I get a photo? I know your team is getting destroyed, but can I still get a photo? And he was like, after a while, I was like, look, I'm not going to get another opportunity. The game's going to end. He's going to walk out. I'm not going to get the chance.
Okay.
But I didn't want to just go up and ask him for a photo because I thought it would be a bit annoying.
So how did you naturally...
Well, I walked up to him and I said, hey, mate, do you mind if I get a photo? And he goes, oh, yeah, sure. And I'm like, no. Can you take a photo of me and your mate, James? So he's just like, oh, yeah, absolutely. So he grabs my camera and he takes a photo of me and his mate, James. And then afterwards, we like get in the photo and get a photo together. But yeah, there you go. Me, Hamish Blake and his mate, James, in his pub
funny.
In New York. And yeah, that was a hilarious
He probably got a little bit of a kick out of that, honestly.
Yeah. I don't want to go up to people and bother them in their day-to-day life if they're like a celebrity, you know.
Zach's open. Woken up with Queens here.
It's not a bad spot to wake up with
For
Queens.
6 bigs. Yep.
Yeah, he's not really had any opportunities. I think he's finally excited to be able to put chips in, obviously.
Yeah.
He'd like to have more to try and find a double up with queens in the spot.
He's thinking, can I get away with a min raise here? But I think I think he's just gonna put it in. Hopefully he gets some action. I've known Zach for a very long time. One of the New Zealand contingent. Very good friends with like Hamish and Charlie.
Mark was wondering earlier, is he currently in New Zealand still, or is he Australia based?
Zach?
Yeah.
I think he's he might even be playing overseas.
Okay.
Call me crazy.
Asia or something.
Clearly he's got a tough spot here for what is it, 6 bigs. Wouldn't blame if he flicked it in, but he's going to be in extremely bad shape. He does.
So I'll just let it go.
That's ninja stuff. That.
Now,
And Zach is going to be extremely disappointed that he got that. jam.
Yeah.
Well, that's right.
Yeah.
With Queen 9 fully dominated, and you're
Yeah.
like, you're folding.
we got a message from somebody in the YouTube chat saying, on the topic of hand and mobs and looking at your table, that apparently Aussie Millions main event day 2, he thought it would be a good idea to look at his hand and mob, and he saw that he was sitting on the right of Malcolm Trainer. How did that go, mate? I'm sure that didn't
I'm
go
sure that
very
went
well.
fantastically for you, given that he won the tournament.
Oh, it's really funny. I heard about this recently in the post after it happened. Naj won the Jackstar, and that moved him on the Australian all-time money list up to 14th, below Malcolm. How crazy is that? Malcolm's like 23, 20.
I think he's 24.
That's
But yeah,
insane. Yeah,
I mean, he's had quite the sick run. So
quite the run. I think I saw him
bracelet into winning Aussie Millions, into coming
Oh.
FT bubble of the
Yep.
main event, and he actually got quite unlucky for that outcome to
Yep.
happen. Yeah, I feel like he was one of the better. He was almost certainly the best player left.
Yep.
With probably last 4 tables.
Yeah, I mean, he joins a very exclusive club of Australians that soft bubbled or stone bubbled the main event.
Yep.
Shout out Raggers.
Shout out Rags. Maybe
That
he's
was
listening to this.
That was brutal.
That was brutal.
That was
man.
disgusting.
That was
That was
brutal.
Queens, wasn't it?
It was
Yeah,
Queen's
Queen's
versus Ace
Ace
10
10.
with the Queen in the flop.
Yeah.
And it was King Queen X. And I think the river was Jack.
Yeah, 4 out of Jack on the end.
I do remember that one quite
remember-
specifically.
I do remember how calm Sean was when he did. I was
I,
like,
I was about to say the exact same thing. So like,
it's like,
I actually had I had 10% of him in that tournament.
Wow.
And I remember that day I was in Vegas and I was playing. I think I was playing maybe like the 2.5K mystery bounty at the win or something. But I couldn't focus because Sean was deep in his event. I was just sweating him. Basically, I was barely playing my tournament.
Yep.
I was just watching everything that was going on with him because it was,
good mate you are. You're not even watching your mate.
it was such a big. I mean, I didn't think that he would be going that deep. I mean, you expect your mate to be coming top seven.
Can you sledge your best mate anymore, mate?
Yeah. Very, very true. So I'm just sweating every hand, and as soon as I bagged up, I think I bagged maybe like 3 or 4 exciting.
Did you Uber or did you run? For the win?
I Ubered, and as soon as I get there, Sean's all
I remember
in.
this. I remember this.
Sean's all in, and
It's your fault.
that Jack came on the river, and
It's your fault.
and I was actually more disappointed than Sean was. I think I had more of a visceral reaction than Sean did. Part of that was probably because he'd been playing for 7 days straight, and when you win a tournament like that, there's almost like a sense of relief when you
Yeah.
bust, which sounds like a bit counterintuitive, but it's just like there's just so much pressure on you, and you've been playing your complete A game for however long. Busting almost feels like because he did cash for a 500K or something, so it was
Yeah.
still pretty sweet. But man, that when he was less tilted than I was, I gained like a new level of respect for him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
A very good friend of mine, Lewis Murray, was on the rail as well. He got
Ah,
there 45
yes,
minutes before the
Lewis.
hand happened, and he was like, "Oh yeah, like this is sick for rec." Oh, GG's. But what the thing that tilted me most about that is that Sean was such an absolute class act when it came to when he busted. Lococo, the stone opposite. The exact opposite of that.
Exactly.
He didn't even shake Sean's hand, I'm pretty sure. It
Brutal.
was just like
It's brutal,
disgusting.
bro.
So
And- yeah,
I'll
and-
admit, on FT, I was anti-sweating that guy pretty
And he
hard.
did end up extremely mega spewing it into
Oh,
Corey
yeah.
Aldermeyer.
Yeah.
So
Which, by the way, had one of the most insane live tells of all time that he used twice, Aldemir. Did you see-
on Lococo.
No, Aldemir himself. Twice in the tournament, he did the arms crossed into his hands thing. Both times he had the stones. Both times he got paid off for like 80 big blind pots. It was
All right.
insane.
Time to add that one into my game.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
think.
add it in and you can get paid every time. Curly with the 10s. Foa with the ace-7 offsuit and the small off 28 is eventually going to let it go. Because I'm going to leave you guys for just a couple of moments.
So we can talk normal poker.
Yeah, you guys can talk
without
about stuff.
Jordan interrupting us. How's your series going so far, Mark?
Well, I only arrived on Wednesday.
Oh,
So
you've only played a little bit.
I did a bullet in the Jack Star and then straight into bag, and that night into the main. So it's been
You bag the main?
yeah.
How much you bag?
325. So
325.
yep. So nice 2x.
I got a little bit of catching up to do, I think.
Yeah. So that's been good. I played the mini main just for fun last night, and today I've done nothing. So it's
You had a nice day off?
yeah,
No, that's great.
a couple of meetings for work and
Good,
ready.
nice and fresh for day 2
Yeah.
tomorrow. Hopefully we won't have too many beers tonight. Keep you in good
Hopefully-
shape for
Is
tomorrow.
that where Jordan's gone? to get us beers?
Hopefully,
Yeah.
because
We'll message you.
if I'm gonna have to get through this main event flight, I'm gonna need a couple more beers. I think.
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay. Gotcha. All right, Anthony all in for Ace Queen. Tony all in Ace Queen.
the short stacks are finding some nice hands for their stack size. I will say.
This is where you wake up with 8-7 suited and 9-8 suited, and you've got to dump it. It's like
It is disappointing, isn't it?
I love playing these games, but at this stack depth, it's exactly what you said earlier today. I heard you on the thing where people don't adjust their stack depth to the way they play, but
Exactly. Yeah.
you can do so good damage if you can be above 35.
It's
You've
such a
got
beautiful,
above
such a beautiful hand, but unfortunately, he does just flick it in. I don't blame him. He just wants to either get a double up or go home. Or actually, probably play the turbo flight.
He was in the big line.
Yeah, he was.
So yeah,
he called it off for 6
that
bigs.
makes it.
Yeah.
It makes it.
Quite a bit better.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think you have to do it.
Yeah, and this is not the hand that Anthony wanted to be up against when he gets called. That's for sure. 8-7 suited has a lot of equity against Ace Queen. And Ace 7 folds a flops
Yeah,
open ender
that's
and
it,
just
flops him dead.
just peels it off. Yeah, chop it up, guys.
No, it isn't.
No, not quite.
You got me.
Try and get away with that one. But 7-8 suited picks up. Lowry doubles back up to starting stack.
Merry Christmas to him.
Exactly, and Tony is probably going to be joining me in the turbo flight.
I think you will.
Just a question regarding late rego for this one. I believe it has closed now, but we do have the turbo flight opening at 8 p.m., which you're going to be able to play with Luke in.
Yep.
Hooray!
Try and get my table, guys. I need some chips. I need this one, guys. Bad.
Aren't you leading player of the series? What the hell are you talking about?
I would like to bag a stack in the main, though. Yeah. Woe is me. Woe is me.
Turbo flight. I got a story from the turbo
Well,
flight.
world's largest violin. Just for you.
Okay.
I had a story from the turbo flight. So in the middle of my bullets last year and last go, and it's so stupid. Like there's late rego. There's still 200 people waiting. Can't get enough.
Oh, for the in
dealers.
terms of alternates.
Yeah, alternates and on turbo flight. Rego's closed. 200 people. They finally open up the other tournament finished. They open up another table, and they put 9 people straight off the thing.
Yeah, they don't read deal thing.
Yeah.
I think APL has changed that this year. The
hope so.
times that I have max late reg, they've put me onto a random table, and they've gotten like they on the new tables. They've just like kind of.
I
picked
think at
off-
that stage,
Yeah, they're not
I
opening new
think
tables,
at midnight. I think at midnight
they kind of give it up a little
they
bit.
just didn't give a shit. Like
Fair
I think
enough.
that was the
Yeah.
thing. But I had Corey. It was like 7 pros.
Oh, like Kempson.
Yeah, the people that are max late regging the turbo flight, they're not going to be your average APL millions main
Corey
event
already
player.
had a bag, right? And it was
Corey
like,
already had a
Corey already had a bag, and it was like it was only 65k or something. So he already had a bag.
Oh my god, he's
He
wailing, bro.
literally-
I gotta send him a message. He's away.
Mate, he literally, so he started with 30k. First hand, he goes in blind. He said, I'm either doubling up or I'm, because he was going to drive back to Brisbane and back for the next day. And went in blind and doubled up.
Listen, if Corey wants to punt off 1500, just give it to me, bro. I
Yeah.
don't know what
The
I'll
story
do
gets
with it.
better.
I'll-
The story gets better.
Yeah, sure. What happens with this?
And then he
blind all in?
he wins.
Of course.
He wins. He goes all in Brian with 2 rags and wins it. So he's
Were they also going all in blind?
No,
Was it like,
no.
they'd actually looked at their hand?
someone looked at the hand, but he openly said, "I'm going all in blind," and
Of course.
whoever called him with whatever he's 10 or something. And then he started just being aggressive, but picking his hands. Within 20 minutes, he had 360k.
Yep.
And then just left anyway?
No, he had 360, and so then he's playing properly. He's like, all right,
Now it's time to take it seriously. Now that I've got
was just-
12x starting,
He was
I'm
just
gonna-
literally anything with 2 decent cards, he was going all in, and he had 360k in maybe 40 minutes or whatever. But then a table broke, and we actually get seated in side-by-side tables. And he's got 360k and goes for, I don't know, another 45 minutes. And he gets into this hand all in where he's covered, and he gets absolutely cooled, full house over full house in a thing, and loses it all after
all that trouble.
all of it. So the random guy,
And then he just goes back to his like 150k stack that he bagged for day 2. Like,
Or- yeah, or it was flush. You know, it was a major
Corey.
cooler where the flush over set, and the guy pairs the river, or full house over full house.
Did you end up getting confirmation from a certain gentleman about firing extra bullets?
I didn't end up pulling it up with them, but
Absolutely hilarious. And would you guys mind if I abandoned you here for a little bit longer? I might accumulate some additional assistance for the booth.
No worries.
I need to go to the market.
All right.
I'll take the.
Are you gonna
I'll
be
just
right by
talk
yourself?
poker. Yeah,
You sure you don't want me to?
I've got it.
All right.
Hey to everyone in the stream. You've got me solo now, so we'll talk a little bit of poker here. We see Carl got a decision to make here with Ace Jack with an all in for 14 big blinds.
So I'm going to stick around.
Oh, there you go.
Luke's going to be doing a multiple journey adventure.
So we've got all in here, Ace 4. Natasha's shoved her 12 bigs into, and Carl's got a decision to
Yeah.
make new to the table.
I think the fort is just going to have to put the call in here.
It's literally, I think, first hand he's played. So
Yep, welcome
he's-
to the
but he's
table.
Made the call and made the right call. So hopefully he can get a hold and.
Let's see all 5. Ace for a spades, flush draw, and the 4s is what we're looking for, and that's
Just
a spicy
what you
flop.
need.
Chopportunities as well. What a flop. More outs in the turn to try and chop this one up. Is it too many? It is. GG's. That Hulk story is awesome. It's funny. I often get a lot of guys in chat because it's a bit of a running gag that obviously I'll try and talk about as many different things in the stream to keep everybody chiming through. And one day I had people just asking me about wrestling. Like, are you a fan of this? Or I made a reference to a wrestling, because a wrestler, because I'm a bit of a fan even currently. So we'll often talk about it a fair bit. So the fact that you brought up the Hulkster is pretty funny.
Have you ever seen Mr. T's daughter's comedy routine?
No.
So Mr. T daughter, she does stand-up comedy, and half of her comedy routine is just the stories, telling the stories.
I could imagine, yeah.
Of hotel room shenanigans, as being babysit while they were all on.
Well, enjoying their lives, as we say.
I'm sure you can find. I don't know what her name is, but it's literally Mr. T's daughter, and she's on the American comedy circuit. They're just stories of.
It's ridiculous. Daniel's asking, are we back to wrestle talk? Yeah, see, that's what happens.
I'll change the subject.
Nikki back out on the floor, getting a look at everything out there. 7s for Krilly. Were you a part of the State of Origin that happened? Well, I feel like you might...
No, I wasn't.
Okay.
I wasn't available for some. In there.
Okay.
Or did he? Doesn't like me or something.
No, Dids, we're going to have a conversation about that.
I'm only joking.
Looks like we're going to have another fresh face coming to the table. Ace Queen from Rendy is going to find the 3-bet. That was a big flip for her, up to over 31 big blinds now. Wonder if we're going to see Krilly find a call. My Siri decided that it wants to talk to me. Whenever I say the word series, it always decides that it wants to react. So I'm going to have to stop saying that. I think about 5 different times when Joel and Ibble were in here earlier, I said something about a series happening and Siri kept popping up. Back over to Krilly. Just gonna, yep, see, stop, please. Back over to Krilly. He's going to let it go. Wendy happily going to take that one in with the ace-queen offsuit. Brett is our current table captain with 191,300. Almost that 100 big blind mark, but still plenty of tables running in the background. This fight ended up with 968 entries, taking us all the way to that 3160 mark, roughly, for the total amount of entries in this event.
So we'll get about 3,500. I would imagine there'll be about 400 tonight.
Yeah, you must be pretty confident in your stack. 11 stacks is huge to get into this event.
I
60
think,
bigs.
I mean, I think there's just it just gives you playability. That's the. I remember 2 years ago I bagged a short stack, 13 bigs or something. When he come back, I think it was 68k, 14 bigs.
Luke, that was
And
very quick.
And I, very first hand, had ace jack suited and shoved my 14 bigs with ace jack and get called by the big blind with ace king. And I was literally out first hand on day 2. So it was like
Great.
Yeah, it was good fun. It just gives you that playability to get a cooler, get a
spin it up a bit,
bad beat. You know, just have one of those situations. That's all you want, because you hope over the course of the day your variance will even out. I know you have the days where it never evens out, but even over a course of a day, your variance evens out. So you bet if you're playing well, you can navigate it, and that's what the advantage of coming in on day 2 with a stack almost twice the average can do. It just gives you, you know, don't get me wrong, one mistake or one bad beat or one cooler or something puts you back, but at least you're still in it, and that's what the advantage.
All right, I got an update for you guys. Earlier on, we were guessing that the Turbo Flight might get 300 entries. It starts in 2 minutes, and it's already got 267 pre-reg.
It'll be 550.
Yeah. So with that, I guess the question I ask you is, how much do you think is going to be up top for the main event?
I reckon.
Well, what was last year? 3,300 entries.
3,300. I reckon it's going to be like 750. I think last year was 730, right?
It was 730, I think, last year.
Yeah, I think 750 is probably a good mark.
I think it might be 800k.
I don't think it will be that.
Should we have a discussion around how top-heavy the pay structures are?
Well, even
I think it's really bad.
Well, even that
I
is
think it's really.
They just want the big number up top, I think.
I don't get it.
We had Joel in here earlier, and based on the pay structures that they already have pre-organized for all of the payouts they have, he said that he's never adjusted it to put the big number up top. He's just done by whatever the payouts specify. And the reason that the Jackstar was smaller this year is because the amount of entries pushed it into the next
bracket.
Yeah, the next bracket. And that's why it was slightly smaller, and they flattened out the payouts and made some changes.
There's a couple of different standardized pay structures, but I just think when you got 60% increase from second to first, like, it's just ridiculous. I think it's... And 60% increase.
It's kind of the same as the WSOP, right? It goes 6 million to 10 million.
Well, WSOP is specifically. I mean, I think they want that 10 mil money, so that 10 mil top prize just for the advertisement side of things.
And that's one off, but they've at least it's reasonable through that 200 through to.
Well, I mean, the Aussie Millions as well this year went 1 million to 1.6, didn't it? It was massive.
That seems. That's
I don't think it's good for poker, really.
For Aussie Millions main event, anyways, I think it's usually got 1 million to 6. Is that 1.6? Is that?
But still, it's a.
But that's what they do. I mean,
increase,
they just want the big number to put in poker news.
I'd love to see cashes go back to 10% and make it a full 2.2x buy-in for mid cash.
Yeah.
Make the bubble worth something again. Like I think. And making the money, you know, if you've got 2 buy-ins in a thing, you should be able to get your money back on a min cash, and then see it, because I would like to see the structures change a little bit. I think the game survives because people play the game and the recreational player, and I believe we should tailor the game for the Rex, and that includes some of these late night finishes, like. The amount of breaks they have in poker is ridiculous. Like if you can finish 45 minutes earlier by reducing the breaks, so that you're not.
Don't you think the Rex prefer like more places paid out for min cash though? 'Cause I feel like my general like perception of like you'd rather get some money than none.
That's what the organisers think.
Yeah.
I think there's arguments both ways.
Yeah.
I think if you can create it that it actually a cash really for the rec player means something, I think it drives. I think that's where the argument is.
for the motivation to play.
That's where the argument with the tournament bring it out to 12.5.
Okay.
I think no one
guys. Lowry is actually all in and at risk here. 9 of diamonds against the king 3.
He's got 9 diamonds. Oh, he had 7 diamonds last time, right?
Yeah, it's to fade a king or a 3 on the end. 5 is it, so he is going to find the double.
He gets the full double. How did how did get in?
I think he
it was on the flop.
Raise,
It was on the flop.
Check shove the flop, and
I think so.
The guy that called bottom pair, I suppose.
Getting a look at this out of table.
He's got quite a nice stack now, actually. Almost 3x, 3x starting, 30 bigs.
Found the spin. But yeah, I understand where you're coming from, and I agree to a point. However, as far as these payouts go, I'm going to be curious to see what ends up top. 730 last year. If they do reach that new bracket and it stays the same, but they pay out slightly more, it's going to be interesting. Because the jump from 3,300 to 3,500 is, it's a further 225k roughly.
In terms of like
it's
added to the prize pool kind of thing.
Yeah, added to the prize pool.
And then 20% of that is theoretically supposed to go to first.
Yeah.
Which would actually push it over 800k.
Okay, well, maybe
it depends if they hit that extra pay bracket or not. Yeah.
I mean, I'm also curious off the back of how many entrants this has got. How many do you reckon the 5K is going to get? Because the 5K usually gets around 300 or 260 to 300k up top. I mean,
I'm excited to see.
Yeah.
Did Naj win that one last week?
No,
that was 2 years ago.
That was 2 years ago. He chopped it with Tom Maguire heads up. Last year, I can't remember who won. The year before was Attila, because I remember the place going crazy.
Yeah.
Last year, I was out of here.
I think Yoon might have been there.
Yoon sounds familiar.
Yeah. I can't remember off the top of my head. A room is still full. Some tables at the back, though, getting ready for that turbo flight. I'm struggling because 272
Luke,
players.
there's your table, mate.
Yeah, well. Hopefully I can get a spot once.
Are you going to want to go and sit from the very beginning today?
Not the very beginning.
I think in the turbo you need to.
You think so?
20 minutes. It's 20 minutes. It's.
I'm having too much fun in the booth here, guys.
He said this a few times. He said, "Oh, I'd rather just."
I've said this many times, but luckily for me, anyways, at this point I'm more focused on the player of the series. And the main event doesn't really contribute that much to it because it's just so hard to come in those top 50 positions that are worth so many points.
So, out of curiosity, for the 5K, are you going to be sitting from minute 1?
The 5K, I think, is definitely worth it to do that because it's going to be a smaller field, and a lot of the people who are up in the rankings are going to be having the same idea as I am.
Well,
so
it's kind of interesting. It's something that I often have conversations with a lot of other quote-unquote ranks about like, obviously, max lading is so worthwhile in certain events, but also sitting from the start has its merits.
Absolutely.
What kind of is the point at which that kind of stops over for you?
Okay.
At what points do you sit from the start, or what points do you max late?
This is a pretty hot topic, actually. Hasn't been. A lot of people have been talking about it, particularly this year at the WSOP. I mean, max lading's kind of been all the rage. I think maybe for like the 50k PLO and the 50k something else, the 50k 6 max or something, like almost 30 or 40% of the field max late raged. I'm pretty sure something like that. And basically, the idea is that I think if you play from the start, your ROI is higher if you're a good player. You're going to be making more dollars. But if you max late reg, your hourly is unquestionably higher in that scenario. So basically, what are you doing with those hours that you're not regging from the start? If you're going to do nothing, then you might as well play from the start, right? But if you're running cash or playing another tournament, doing whatever, or at the gym, or anything that's actually valuable, then it probably is max lading. Max lading is also almost much more worth it.
Because Mark, you mentioned that you saw the people jump in max late in the main event of the WSOP, and you were surprised or shocked that people would even allow that to be the case.
I mean, it comes down. I have my own thoughts on this. I think that it comes down to all the organisers trying to maximise their amount of money in the pool, and that's good for poker in general. But 6 since I started 9 years ago, the time for late registration extended dramatically, and how
It's
deep
getting later and later. You mean
later
Yeah.
and later. Like the fact that I think it's ridiculous. The fact that you're buying in at 16 bigs and they're not even stopping the clock at some of these tournaments. We were having this argument the other day on the Jackstar structure, and people were saying the structure's bad. I looked up the structure, and the structure literally, there is one level in the whole of the Jackstar structure this year that's taken out since they added the 2 back in.
Okay.
It's something, I think it's somewhere at 200K. It goes to 200K, 300K, 400K, and it's because a full structure doubles every 3 levels. Okay, it should be 200.
You mean like a proper
structure.
Yeah.
Doubles every 3 levels. That's what a poker does. And there's just one level taken out in the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem with the Jackstar, it gets so short, is when late reg was finished, because in this instance it comes down to not having enough tables and dealers for the size of the tournament. Because so many people are coming in so late, the average stack is so low. When everyone was seated, the average stack was 25 bigs in the Jackstar for a 40-minute blind level is ridiculous.
Yeah.
And that has nothing to do. That's not the tournament's fault in that. But it is their fault in one thing, but it's not.
The limiting
the
factor
structure.
isn't the number of players, number of tables and dealers.
That's right.
That's the difference. Yeah.
Because if they're all seated, and the fact that when you can continue to rebuy, which brings the chip average down,
Yeah.
is where, and I think that's where the good structure of Jackstar should be a great structured tournament, 40 minutes all the way through full structure. But when registration finishes and it's 25 big by average, it's never going to go back up. It just sits there and then gets lower and lower.
Yes.
And I think what we're seeing worldwide is with the longer and longer rego periods, that's what it is. If it was 30 to 35 bigs is where the registration things, then I think there's probably late reg because
Well, the thing is, when the late reg is at like that 30, 35 big line like area, the advantage that you get from doing it isn't nearly as much as when it's like a 10 or or even lower. I remember Crown actually, they even ran a tournament main event where you could max late reg with 7 bigs, and it was probably like 30% of the field left, maybe even slightly smaller than that, right?
Yeah, so one double and you've almost guaranteed yourself cash.
Almost, and like that's like a really, really profitable max late reg spot.
Yeah.
So I think these tournament organizers, they've got like an interesting like decision to make. I mean, obviously they're trying to maximize the entrance, but they want to make it as fair for people who reg from the start. If you leave your max late reg too long, you're going to create a situation where players are going to be incentivized to actually only max late reg, or at least strong professional players. I would say.
I found that that's actually an issue that's been occurring in Asia. There have been a collection of high roller tournaments where they've literally only gotten one table worth of players. People have busted it out on day one, and because everybody's waiting to late reg, because in those tournaments they can late reg with like 30, 40 big blinds.
Yeah.
Well, that's okay.
The tournament literally breaks. The tournament cannot run.
I don't mind the late reg being at 30 to 40 blinds. It's when it gets so small that I think it creates problems just from the tournament, and the structure becomes.
Yeah. But the operators, from their perspective, they're thinking if we leave the late reg open longer, we're going to get more entries in the tournament, which is going to incentivize more people to enter, which is kind of like a roll-on effect. So I think the solution to this is you have to somehow incentivize people to reg from the start, whether that be maybe you give extra chips at the start, whether you say that there's cheaper rake for people who reg from before the tournament starts,
which is what's doing in Asia.
That is happening in Asia, particularly for the high rollers. There are a bunch of solutions to this, but operators are a bit reticent to try some of them because some of them obviously involve less rake, and I think giving more chips to some people who play the side of the tournament, it's a bit of a taboo for whatever reason. I mean, it's just
I don't think you can give chips, to be fair. I think you can give less rake.
Yep.
But I think chips is you lose the integrity of the sport. Like the game.
You mean if someone who registers from the start gets like 10% more of starting stack than someone who would max late reg? You think that would ruin the integrity of the game, kind of thing? Or
I think so.
It does feel a little, I suppose, unfair in some ways, but I think in terms of dollars, it would be similar to reducing the rake, but that's just more of a flavor thing.
Because you can't take it out of the prize pool. That's the whole point. So it's got to come out of somewhere.
Oh, of course. I mean, I think it would be unfair if they reduce the portion. If they didn't, all the money has to go into the prize pool basically. That was going to go into it either way.
Yeah. Sack's got King Queen, should open here.
It does open at 6K. It's interesting that you mentioned the money should go into the prize pool. How do you feel about player of the series in these major events then? Obviously, you're loving it at the moment. I think that it builds a lot of excitement. for
first
the
prize
series.
It's 31K if you win the tier 1. Well, I think APL haven't taken any money out of the prize
They
pool.
haven't, but a lot of
for it.
organizations, a lot of them
do that.
Yeah.
How do I feel about player of the series? I mean, look, it does incentivize. It does benefit the people who play the most. You know, if you're playing the most volume, you're going to get the benefit out of playing player of the series, kind of at the expense of people who are going to maybe play half a series or a quarter of the series or whatever else. I think as long as the operator are just perfectly clear about where the money's coming from, then the player then can make the decision whether they want to play that series or not.
Yeah. Because like the only series that I can think of off the top of my head that I play with the series these days is Townsville, this one, and maybe a couple of series down in Victoria, maybe. But it's always a bit of a question of speculation. And to be honest, as far as player of the series go, I really like the way they do it at the WSOP, where they gauge it on your top 5 finishes as opposed to the total amount of entries that you fire.
But there's no monetary incentive for winning that, right?
No, it's just I think it's just a bracelet.
It's just a.
Or it's just like a thing.
Yeah.
It's an award.
Yeah.
Which you know, WCP makes so much money. I don't know how they don't just
add some,
throw some amount of money out there, but you know,
I think that just proves that there's a group of people out there that aren't doing that for the money at WSOP. I love the concept of player of the series, but playing for something that's a little bit, whether it be a trip to Vegas for, so where that recreational player can get something aspirational. I think, and you go and represent, Poker Palace, or you go represent Queen Bees at the, and they pay for a trip. I think something, or a main event to now that Aussie Millions. It used to be back in the day that there was a lot of player of the series that would put the Aussie Millions main event ticket up.
Yep.
That 10 grand as a thing. So I think
it's a decent chunk of change.
That's right. It's an aspirational. It's what the APL's been built on. That whole concept of every 16 weeks, there's a player of the local pub every Tuesday night. There's a leaderboard, and the winner gets a ticket to this. That's the whole what APL.
Is that how that works?
Three times a year, every pub, every night that APL runs.
Every individual pub has like their own.
Yeah, so they might run 2 nights a week. They'll have on Tuesday night have a leaderboard for 16 weeks, 3 times a year, and they win.
I guess that explains why the APL Millions was so big back in the day, 2018.
Well, even still, man.
It's why
they've got 1,200 tickets.
Really?
Yeah.
So every pub game, every night gives 3 tickets a year.
That's great.
1,250 for the main, I got told, and a further 800 for the Jack Stars, and on average,
wait, 800 tickets.
Yes.
So like almost.
Yep.
So like a third of the prize pool basically.
Yep. And on average, 20 to 30% of the Jack Stars get transitioned or changed into main event ones because they use for
overlap
So
or
over
whatever,
16 weeks, basically $100 comes out of the prize pool, or the venue pays the 100 as part of their have to APL at their pub. Goes into.
And that's how
That's unreal, isn't it? That's crazy.
But it's an aspirational. This is why I genuinely believe that poker everything should be geared around what makes the experience best for the recreationals.
Yeah.
If you want to make a living out of poker, you fit into the recreational schedule. You don't fit it into the pros schedule, is what I genuinely believe. But I love the whole concept of player of the series being something aspirational for whoever it is. And even you, if you want a main event ticket or a main event package, you're still going to enjoy the in Vegas,
Absolutely, no, 100%.
Or if in this one it was to Bahamas or whatever, if 31K and they said it's your ticket to the Bahamas and 6K prize money, you'd be like, oh yeah.
I quite enjoy what they occasionally do at the WPT that happens on the Gold Coast at the casino, where the player of the series, I think it was, actually got a ticket to the main event in December. The big series, they got flights in the com, and they did all that kind of. Speaking about a WWE fan earlier, I've always loved the idea of like some kind of a belt, something the WPT League actually did for a while there, is they actually got like actual wrestling
You gotta
belt.
give something that people can actually bring home, though. Come on, mate.
Come
Come on.
mate, if I got
You're gonna
that,
ship it?
if I
You're
got
gonna
that,
ship it home?
I would display it above my front door.
I'll go on record and say that if I ever won a bracelet, I'd wear it at every poker tournament. I ever
Well, it's
play and
funny,
follow that I wouldn't care. I'd just be like,
I played a couple of
I
tournaments.
don't need to
and
play anymore. I've won.
There was a guy that was wearing 2 of them, and it looks like he's never taken them off.
Yeah,
They were
there's
disgusting.
a couple of guys that
So someone in the chat says the incentive is you make it pre-registration and no late reg, and you allow rebuys for 8 levels, and you'll make stacks and rebuys. Well, let me tell you something, my friend. The operators will not be happy with that one because you're just eliminating every single person that doesn't have the wherewithal to reg before the tournament starts. And if you know poker players at all, you will know that they're not exactly the most proactive people. You will miss a lot of the prize pools will get significantly smaller if you did it that way.
I mean, like I know poker players that don't know what they're doing next week.
Exactly.
let alone, like-
You want people to pre-plan ahead.
There he is.
Am I bringing the
Yeah. Apple juices.
Sorry, the apple
Apple
juices.
juices, thank you.
Of course, yeah. So whenever we're talking about this like max late reg conversation, it's always the balance between what's best for the players and also what the operators want, right? Because like they're obviously motivated by their incentives. Their incentives are to maximize the amount of registrations while also making sure that poker stays alive and well for like years to come, basically. So they would not be happy with something like that. Which is why it's so hard to come up with this like middle ground that the players are happy with, but also gets a decent amount of prize pools. And that also being said, the players also love the big prize pools, so, right? So like the players and the operators both love the big prize pools.
it's just a simple comment. It says grassroots builds the game, and I'm going to sit here and I'm going to be that advocate. I'm never going to go pay a $30 pub tournament in my life. It's risk versus reward, and but I respect that every single person has. We sit here.
You have to start somewhere,
I've got my
right?
business.
Mhm.
Lucky enough to be a winning player. In poker, but I know that it's a small percentage of disposable income that I have that I can
Mhm.
bring. But you know what? There's people here that $30 is their entertainment money for the whole week. And I think now whether it be $30 or $150 or $200 or $1,500, I think there's an element of just coming back to respecting the player and respecting the game. And if we start thinking a little bit more about the player, I love how APL they refuse to get rid of like the $120 game self-dealt here. Like it's got to be self-dealt, It can't be dealer, but it's like because they understand that there's people that have traveled down here on their one ticket that they won,
And that's where they started,
and
right?
they're bringing their
with
$400. So they're going to play 3 games. They're bringing their $400 of cash. That's everything that they've got at the moment. They're going to play their main event on their ticket, which they're there, and they'll play three or four, 120, 180 games. And I think it's really important.
I just want to make a quick note, by the way. We're talking about the WSOP Player of the Year award, saying that there's no actual prize.
Mhm.
They've actually changed that this year. There's $1 million prize pool.
Okay.
Where top 3
Was that last year or
they
just implemented it this year?
It is for this year's Player of the Series.
Okay.
It was implemented back in December of 2025.
Okay.
So it takes into account WSOP, WSOP Europe, and also WSOP Paradise.
Okay.
Top 3 finishers get a 100k Paradise package.
Yep.
And then obviously the person that wins just gets the Player of the Year title as an additional bonus. 4th to 15th gets a 30k Super Main Event package for the Bahamas.
Mhm.
And then 16th to 50th for 5k. And then a 2.5k Circuit Championship ticket for 51st to 100. So they have actually implemented
That doesn't
players.
sound like it adds up to $1 million, does it? Or does the first get much more, or like what's the?
No, it's 3 100k packages
Okay.
and then 11 30k packages.
So I guess it does. Okay.
Yeah, yep. But that's how they're implementing it. now.
Okay.
So
And I have heard that people are chasing those play of the series points or whatever, and that's why they're specifically going to the Bahamas and whatnot. And
yeah, well, Sean Deeb's looking like he's going to try and go back to back. He won it last year as well as this year,
Okay.
as well as leading this year. So, and he also won it back in 2018. Wow.
To go back to the whole principle of grassroots, it's one of the things that the APL was built on, and as long I think we know they're owned by corporate now, and this series has it's an amazing series, but it have their faults. And I'm not here to argue.
no operator's perfect.
That's right. But the whole grassroots of building people through, and the providers that do that. I'll speak from Sydney. You got the Poker Palace, you got Kings, where they're operating at all levels of the poker sphere, and they might only make a couple of $100 to run a pub game on a Tuesday night at the Robin Hood Hotel. Like it's a case of, but they're doing it because it feeds people into their $200 game, which feeds into their series.
It's like the future game.
Well, we were talking to Joel earlier. He mentioned that apparently there are 250 venues across Victoria that run pub games, but they can't run APLPTs there because of the legislations. And they know that if they could, they'd qualify people to that, and then things would go crazy in Victoria. But it's not possible for them.
Yeah, from an APL perspective, it is. But it's all the providers that are, which APL does it well, and probably they were the first that did it exceptionally. But I'll only speak from New South Wales because I know both the operators at Kings and at Poker Palace and love them both. They're just great people. They run such a good things. The Sydney Millions schedule has just dropped from the Kings Room today, which is really exciting.
I mean, honestly, it's a really, really good time to be a poker player in Australia.
It is. There is so much going on. I mean,
so many reasons not to fly overseas almost.
Absolutely.
Up until you get to that kind of 5K plus buy-in point, if that's what you want to constantly play, then you probably have to jet set.
If you're a mid-stakes reg, like there is more than enough stuff to play. More than
amazing.
enough stuff to play.
But APL, all these providers, they're providing it up.
Yeah.
And how many players? You got to keep that pool big at the bottom of the pyramid, and then over time they all come up.
I think that's what APL does, right? They
do.
APL are the ones that provide that kind of like the entry point into because not every person can just play a 600 or 1K buy-in tourney and
Absolutely
flick it
not.
in, right? Because like that's a big amount of money for a lot of people. So to just be able to start with like $50 or $100 buy-in or whatever.
We forget that there's people out there doing tough at the moment. We live in a different space, and those who are out watching the stream, it's like I get it. Like you enjoy the game first. If you play every single day, it becomes a grind. But if you enjoy it for what it is, it's and whatever level you want to play, whether it be $30 in the pub or $1,500, APL ticket, Jackstar. It's like,
and that's what I say to everybody. Like people, obviously, I do commentary quite a lot. People will come up to me and ask me advice on hands or what they should have done in this spot, what they should have done in that spot. And the thing that I always tend to try and fall back to whenever I'm discussing it with them is that all of us started playing poker because we thought it was cool and we were having fun doing it, right? There's no point playing this game, and obviously you get to a certain point, it becomes more like a job. Myself, in the same kind of boat. But if you're not having fun while doing it, then you're probably doing it for the wrong reasons.
Absolutely.
And like,
do you want me to tell you how I started playing poker?
I'd love to. Yeah, I'd love you to. Sorry.
I followed during that time in the early 2000s living in the US. I obviously watched it on ESPN, loved it, like the Moneymaker, and it was all over ESPN every night, like replays and stuff. So I got the interest in there, a little bit online, but $10 sitting goes like everyone else. But I was on my honeymoon, and I had a big 6-week honeymoon. But my
6-week honeymoon, wow.
Yeah, but my wife had a 5-year-old or 6-year-old when we got married.
Okay, so it was a bit more of like a family holiday kind of
Well,
thing,
she came over for the middle 2 weeks.
Okay,
and it was a bit more. The middle 2 weeks were around her. We did a Caribbean cruise and Disney.
Oh, that sounds awesome.
But had the 2 weeks in between. But we're on the Caribbean cruise, and Sienna was in kids club. Tracy and her mum, because Nan brought Sienna over, and they were going to do a bit of a day spa. And they said, "What are you doing?" I said, "Oh, I saw a $100 poker tournament down in the casino."
Just
like, "Oh, go." Anyway, I'm sitting there, and 12 people are sitting down, and we've been playing for 40 minutes or something. And I asked, "Oh, what's the prize?" And they said, "Oh, you win a free cruise." And I'm like, "What do you mean you win a free cruise?" Well, if you win today, you come back on the final night and you play off for a free cruise and entry into so basically it was a satellite, but you've been entry into this end of year cruise. I'm like, oh, that's cool.
On that, I love cruises. I'm a big cruise guy. I've been on, it was like the family holiday that anyway, sorry, I wasn't interrupt.
So anyway, I out of those 12 people that were playing the $100, I win the day. And I come back on the Saturday night, the last night of the cruise to play, and there's 4 people playing off for this free cruise. And it turns out to be entry into a $1,000 tournament at the end of the year. It's a basic satellite into it. It's a 4 people, and I'm all excited, not a poker player at this stage. Anyway, I win the free cruise. And my wife's loving me, she's like, it was like the biggest celebration.
Another honeymoon.
Yeah, honeymoon number 2.
Biggest celebration you've ever, seen. Got the letter that, now the truth is I had to get a flight back to Miami to take the free cruise.
Oh, yeah.
But it was like that cost,
Worth it.
yeah. So
That was more than the bind of the
Well, we
tournament.
make the decision to go back. Anyway, so I go and I play this. Go over and I'm playing this tournament. So the real first big tournament I've ever played, $1,000 entry. They end up being 208 runners, I think it was. And of which 160 of them are all these entries of people who've won it on the
on the cruises.
On the other cruise. Every Royal Caribbean at the time that had 7-day cruise ran this all around the world. So, you could buy in for it, but it was anyway. So I remember crawling into bed the first night, and there's like 42 people left, and I crawl into bed and like, I'm through. My wife, what? So I'm gonna be by myself again, am I, tomorrow? And she's like just grumpy because she'd spent the whole day by herself on this cruise. And so obviously then the money's like 20 people. And so anyway, the next day I go off and I'm playing and she goes off and she started coming around every hour or something. But as people started to get knocked out, and I was getting closer, got into the money, they started being quicker. The loops became quicker and she realized that it was like,
it was a serious thing now.
I was now in the money, and it was like, $1,800 for the min cash, and it was, anyway. Fast forward, and then it finishes with, I make the final table, and in the cruise, they had the whole, it's where the ice rink is, but they put the floor down, and it's got all the stadium seating and all that, and they had the whole TV cameras on the.
Oh, wow.
The thing.
Oh, wow.
And
That's
they were
like a full-on production.
they were advertising that go watch the final table on the cruise, and a couple hundred people were sitting in there.
How'd you go in the end?
I won it.
You won it. Oh,
So I
now we know why it's a sick brag, man.
so I win it for 50k.
Ooh, that's a pretty good score.
50k.
That's always the problem with your first. When you play your first.
Wait, hang on. 225 inches, 50k up top.
Yeah,
That's
so it was
ridiculous.
50, it was 50.
That's top heavy. Now we know why he likes the top heavy.
No, I said I don't like the top heavy, but it was guaranteed. That's what they advertised was
Guaranteed 50K
36 US, 50k Aussie. Sorry, 36
okay,
US.
yep.
But it was still, and it was 50k, but there was. I don't know.
Anyway.
There was a deal made before the final table to cut it a little bit. I was 36 US, 50k Aussie at the time, and so I'm going through customs with 50k in cash. My wife's all freaking out, all that sort of stuff, and declaring it. But I won another free cruise to come back and play that tournament the next year again. So
from winning the tournament.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, so they can't keep him away. He just keeps winning these cruises.
That's it. So obviously I had a bankroll.
Just started straight off from you win the first tournament you play.
Yeah.
You've got a good bankroll.
So I got a good bankroll.
That's some advice for some people in the chat, I guess.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's not listed on my hen mob, so I can't.
Okay. It was an international waters.
International waters. It was because all the Americans didn't get taxed.
So you made all of it up.
Yeah, that's
Luke,
right.
Luke, how did you start playing?
There is actually ace queen versus nine, so if we actually
we
want to commentate on
we
the hand.
got some action.
We'll get some hands eventually.
We got some hands on solid ground.
I'm so curious to see how would you pronounce foul? A foul?
A foul. I was actually just going to fold.
He just folds the ace queen.
What was your origins to playing poker, Luke? How did you start?
How did I first start playing poker? That's a good question. I was in uni. I was 20 years old. I was studying electrical engineering, and I was in a bookstore one day, and I just saw a book on poker. Do you know Lee Nelson? Famous New Zealand player.
What was the title of the book?
What was? I think it was like Killing Phil Hellmuth.
Yes,
maybe?
yes, I know the Killing series. Yeah,
I think it might have been that one.
It was called Killing Phil.
Kill Phil. Yep, Kill Phil. Yeah.
Cool,
And I just got this book, and I just read it, and that was back when PokerStars was legal in Australia back in the day. And I read through the book, and at the very end, it was like just open up a PokerStars account and start playing. And I was like, okay, it sounds like I could probably do this. And I just really sat around from like the start of my career. I was just running so hot, and I was like, why am I at uni? Like, when I'm like just making this much money, you know what I mean? And I think that definitely maybe I would have preferred to have not run as hot at the start, just to maybe have like tempered my expectations and that kind of thing. It was quite the
Well, when you win at 25k at the start,
Well,
you're 12 months into your poker career.
that was like I think I bet the 20k that I wanted to start, I've been playing for maybe a year and 8 months or something.
Wow.
Our first meeting was just a few weeks before that. It was the lead up.
It was a lead up into that, yeah. So I've been playing for like a year and a half when I beat Mark Seymour heads up, and then like playing just for about 2 years. And
Got
when
lucky, remember River?
Of course I remember, man.
Somebody's asking, he won the Aussie Millions, didn't he? Have you ever won an event at the Aussie Millions?
I came second in the deep freeze after like 8 months of playing. Yeah,
Right.
and that same year actually, it was the first year I ever played the Aussie Millions main event. That's also a funny story. I was playing the Terminator, and I was final table, and this American guy, his name's Dylan Wilkerson, good friend of mine. So I actually saw him in Vegas this year, and the main event was the next day. And he was like to me, "Hey, are you playing the main event tomorrow?" And I'm like, "Nah, my bankroll is like 50k, like I just started playing.
You gotta be responsible.
Yeah, I gotta be responsible."
Well.
And he was like, "Well, let me just buy 70% of your action. I want you to play tomorrow because he's like the way that I play." And I ended up having quite deep. I ended up cashing, which was pretty sweet. For I think I cashed for like 30k. I remember the last table I was sat on. It was like Fedor Holtz, Jeff Rossiter, and it was back when I'm not sure if they still do this, but they after a certain amount of players they make it 6 max.
I've heard this.
Yeah,
which is
always
weird.
They always have.
Yeah,
36 at 36 places.
Yeah. So maybe I wasn't quite that deep. Anyways, I remember being 6-handed with Fedor Holtz, Jeff Rossiter, and 2 other German regs, and I was just like, I was sitting there, I was happy I had 20 bigs.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I was like, I can't make too big of a mistake doing this.
You can blame the cards if you lose.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's pretty much how I started playing poker.
Yeah, right.
It was pretty sweet. That book, Kill Phil, I would not recommend that right now. it is very, very, very outdated. I read it a few years ago, and I had quite a laugh at how wrong it was on some things.
I will say, if there was any book that I would recommend anybody to read regarding poker, it's probably Tendler's Mental Game of Poker. I actually re-listened to the audiobook recently of that, and I have to say, it's actually it's a very, very good listen. Yeah, because I was chatting with Josh about Josh Norvok when he was sitting there. Obviously, he was saying that he's golf caddying in the PGA now. Because Jared Tendler, who wrote that book, originally started as a mental game coach for golfers.
Yeah,
and then transitioned into poker.
I can definitely see how that would cross over.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, it's very cool, kind of how that has broken down over the years.
Chad Auerbach's got the best Aussie Millions buy-in story.
Chad,
yeah, you know that late night Saturday that starts like at 10 o'clock.
The 1 in 20 or whatever it is.
That's right. One seat guarantee.
Yeah.
Type of thing. Like that happens, and they get down to 3 players. It was 2 seats in it, and it's like 6 o'clock in the morning because it's ridiculous. It was $600 or something, and they get down to 3-handed, and Chad gets knocked out in 3rd. And he's like fuming. You can imagine he's fuming. And one of the guys who gets tickets, he goes, "Mate, I can't play it. I only jumped in this for a bit of fun tonight." He goes, "I'll give him a ticket, and I'll take 50% of the action." So he just gave him. He just gave him. He sat there all night playing. This businessman to 6 in the morning. He goes,
"It's Chad."
He said it to Chad. I remember. He's Chad's fuming. Like you can imagine if you I don't remember what happened.
That'd be quite the sick story.
But it was like, he goes, "Mate, I can't play it. I just jumped in this for a bit of fun." He goes, "I'll give you the ticket, and you can have." Until it was all done. And there was no beforehand. I'm like, only Chad can run that good.
That's insane.
That's hilarious. There's so many poker stories.
It reminds me of like Dean Black playing the Saddies in Melbourne. He's like a Saddie king.
He is a Saddie grinder. If you ever go to Vegas with him, he just only plays Saddies.
Really?
And
well, I mean,
we were talking about it.
There's tax benefits of doing it.
There is, yeah.
Somebody in the chat says I got given a Jackstar ticket the same way once.
How'd it go for you, mate?
Yeah, I'd love to know the outcome. As we see the Ace-9-7 flop, it's an interesting one. Vincenzio Ricci, as we're about to go to break in about a minute's time anyway, so nice timing there. Crilly with top pair. Vincenzio with the open ender, the 8-6, looking relatively confident on this 9-7 flop. I wonder if we're going to see a check raise. Are you going to check raise this hand? Because it looks like he's actually just led. He's just led for 5K with the 8-6.
Well, you just got to call it. I think you just got to call and see what and evaluate.
Sorry, this is a blind be blind pot. I'm missing that part.
So
Turn card is a king.
it was just called.
What are we going to see on the turn here from Krilly? Maybe something in the vicinity of
Did he check?
13K?
Yeah, he's got to. I think you got to bet this. He's and he'll obviously take it down. But
Looks like he's gone 15 and a half. Or maybe even more than that.
I think if in a limped when the pot was just completed in a blind versus blind and you lead out, you potentially he's betting all three if he's hit the board. So yeah, Lockie betting there, it's pretty straightforward. It was well played and
It looks like we are going to be heading on a break. Everybody upstanding. We're heading off. I'm not sure if the gentlemen are going to be with me here afterwards. We've got one more level left of today's play. I know that one of them is going to probably want to jump on the turbo flat.
I will be hopping in the turbo flat.
All right, so we will see if we've got Mark back for the last level. Until then, guys, thank you.
I'll stay for the last level.
All right,
Thank you
we'll
very
see
much.
you guys very soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen.
We've got the new players, but same names.
Yeah, there we go. Fresh faces, fresh names. Looks like we've got Tay Murray on there. Pocket fours +1.
Best player in the family.
Absolutely. Well, we don't know. We haven't seen Nash or Banksy in the mix yet, so we're going to have to see how those two are going to go. It was funny when Nash turned 1, or when he was born, I can't remember. I actually I had copies of Super System 1 and 2, and I might have given them to him as a bit of a commemorative, kind of funny birthday present when he turned 1. So he's going to grow up to be a crusher.
My son, he's 8 now. I remember playing with him at 5, and he had the worst tells in poker, but he literally at 5 was learning board textures. It was like you could see his mind going, okay, and he'd look at his cards and look at the board, and at 8 he's solving a Rubik's cube. So he's got some sort of street smarts about it. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes, and that's, you find a lot of the really good players had parents that played the game. So good flop here for King Jack, top pair, King Kicker, and now a little bit of action with Chris hitting the 10 and also a flush draw, even if it's small. But I'd expect Lily to bet, but she doesn't. She checks it.
Ace on the river. As that King Jack is going to arrive with the best hand at the end. Lily.
I think we're going to see a bet call just the way it's been played. I think, I know Chris bets out.
16,000 over to Lily. I feel like with a Jack, it's a little bit awkward given that any queen or 7 makes a straight.
And she makes the call. Nice little pot up to, what's that, up to 165k. So what we got here? We got Yerfin, Taylor, fan favourite in Taylor Murray there. Joy Howard, Daniel Malaspina, Troy Harrison, Chris McBain, and Lily Fan. So are you familiar with any of these players here, Jordan?
To be honest, the only player that I'm familiar with is Lily Fan. She's been in the mix a couple of times. She was at my table in the Mystery Bounty, in the mini Mystery Bounty earlier on in the series. So that was a bit of fun to be able to chat with her. And she is all over the place. We had Daniel Malaspina also ran deep in the Jackstar. I remember that name very clearly. But as far as the other guys, no, we've got plenty of kind of new faces. It's kind of cool to see all of these names that I've never seen before and players that maybe have never played on a stream table being able to have that opportunity this time. How many times have you played on a stream table?
None at APL, but over the years, dozens and dozens.
Yeah.
Between APT or APL in Sydney, King's Streams, Poker Palace back in the day used to stream all their events. There's all sorts of good things. We see here in the bottom left hand one of the legends of the poker scene, Rick, dealing. And for those who are familiar with Rick, was one of the managers at Star Poker Room in on the Gold Coast. One of the legends and good guys of the industry. Good to see him, I guess you could say, giving back a little bit, but got the time at the moment to do a bit of dealing. Are you familiar with Rick at all from Star?
No, I'm not.
One of the legends of poker. We can talk all the negatives of the Star, but he was one of the good guys and legend.
On the topic of negatives, we are joined by a gremlin. Hello, Nikki Pickering. Welcome back to the booth.
Did you recognize me in my casual clothes?
Yeah, how are things out
Undercover.
Is that what you went just to get changed, did you?
Oh, just
Totally
had a
cash now.
quick bite because everything closes at 9 p.m. here on the Gold Coast, so I ordered some Zeus.
I remember we went for a walk and got Gnocchi Brothers last year.
I have to go back there this year.
It was very good.
Lives rent free in my mind all year until I come back.
A little bit of a cheeky idea for you. If you're playing in this one and you get that 30-minute dinner break, you can order Gnocchi Brothers online, and then it's a 15-minute walk there and a 15-minute walk back, and
It's good for you, right? You need to get up and get the body moving. Sitting is the new smoking, I hear. Would you agree?
Very much. as you can see from me, not the specimen I once was. Would you like a drink?
I'm okay, actually. What are you drinking? Ciders?
Ginger beers.
Okay. Going hard.
I mean, no time like the present.
Mm-hmm.
King Jack for Daniel.
A little bit of suited and a bit of connectors here, so we should get to some sort of play here.
And I have to ask, Nikki, what was it like playing a tournament with your daughter yesterday and cashing that team's event? It must have
loved
been
it.
interesting experience.
What an experience. I mean, she's actually going to play with her dad on Sunday. So pressure's on him now to get her to cash. Good luck.
That'd be a good brag.
She's like, oh, he's going to go crazy though. And that's probably good. I'm like, he'll go crazy and you'll have way more chips to play with.
Oh, yeah.
You'll bust out sooner.
The good thing playing with your dad is you don't need to buy in with your own money.
And your mum as well. And you got half the profit. Good gig.
It was funny yesterday. I walked over when they were on the bubble and I saw that they were on the stone bubble. Jamie was one of the shortest players in the tournament. And I kind of turned to Nikki and said, maybe just tell her to slow down a little bit and see if we can get one of those bust outs on the other table. So I said, tell her to count to 15 before she folds. I reckon she might have gotten to 9. Maybe got to 9.
Under the pressure. She was under the gun.
No, I just wanted them to make sure they got a cash, you know?
You are those people.
Imagine the pressure. She's first game. She's under the gun. We're sweating the bubble. And I'm like, count to 15. And she's like,
Is that her first ever?
Yeah.
Is that her first ever tournament?
first ever game.
Oh, there you go. That's amazing.
That's how we do it here at APL Million. I mean, normally when I arrive, I get really lucky and cash in the first tournament. So standard behavior.
King 10 here for Chris. McBain. Isn't that the Simpsons guy? Isn't McBain from the Simpsons? I feel like it is. McBain is Rainier Wolfcastle's character that he plays in the TV shows. Can you guys confirm in the chat if McBain is a Simpsons thing? I'm like 90% sure it is. You guys Simpsons fans? You watch the Simpsons at all?
Not really, mate. Give me a little bit more substance.
Flat no. What about
that's such a put down. Come on, mate, grow up. You know.
maybe you're a bit of a Seinfeld man.
There was a time and place that, when I was 16 for it.
Let's see a flop here. Shout out to Dean Cox cheering on Tay in the chat. Queen and a couple of 4s. As this is the last level for these guys before they are going to bag up and return tomorrow. So this is kind of the hold on or chip up type moment. How do you approach the last level of the day? Especially if you've got all the chips. And how did you approach your last level?
I mean, I think you just got to play normally, and you get yourself into trouble if you miss opportunities if you tighten up. And I think this, what we see at tournaments like this with a lot of players stepping up buy into what they would normally play, is you do see that. Now, it didn't necessarily, I stayed about the same. My level 12 was where I absolutely had ran good, but also, a couple of good spots. I was at 42k at the start of level 12 and ran it up to sort of 350 at the break. I finished with 325 with no mistakes. It was just nothing. The last level, I didn't get any cards. But I think it's really, really important to take advantages of all the little things. If you understand your table dynamics, if you've been playing for a while, and you start to see changes of how they're going to play and whether getting to day 2 means a lot.
Yeah, they're holding on.
That's right. Like you can, an extra 30k that you could pick up in the last level is worth a lot of chips.
Absolutely.
I think it's really important to push the edges if you know what to do. We see here Yiffen in C1.
And
wake up
Tay
with jacks.
has an interesting decision with A7 suited. Obviously, she may not feel like she has much what we call fold equity, so she is just going to pass it up.
I think that's a perfect example of well played of what we talked about before the break.
Yep. And the ace-jack goes in for, 24 big blinds. Holy moly, let's run it. Needs to find an ace to stay alive. Let's see all 5. Can Yifan fade the A's to collect a scalp?
It was a quick call with Jax just
Oh, he
quietly
well,
at the
wasn't
same
thinking that
time.
one through. Couple deuces and a 5 is no help. Needs
Not
running
looking
deuces or
good.
an ace. Turn card, 3 or a 4 for a
Can we
sweat?
do it?
No.
Oh.
7 of clubs needs to fade Barry on the river. Barry Greenstein, not today. 9 of hearts slowly peeled over. GG's. Ace Jack, no bueno. As we are going to see that Yifan now takes himself to 482,000. My God. They started with 30K in this tournament. He's flying. He's got more chips than he knows what to do with. A couple of other people in this table as well, very confident. 172,000 is the average stack that we're looking at, ladies and gentlemen. So these guys have got plenty, and they are very confident. The only guys that need to try and spin right now, Taylor Murray and Mikako Kobayashi. Like Kobayashi beef. Have you seen Step Brothers?
I have. Well,
Yeah.
that is. I'm more than happy to talk about the
Partake in
positives
some-
of Step Brothers, my friend. One of the greatest. Look at all the room. So much room for activities.
Oh, yeah. Can we build bump beds? We built bump beds, but have so much room for activities. I'm big on movie quotes. What do you think is your most quotable movie? Is there any particular one that stands out that you could
Quotable
just
music.
rattle off all day? I'm like that with Step Brothers. I'm like that with Hot Rod. I'm like that with School of Rock.
They
Has
just
anyone
come-
seen Biodome?
No.
Oh,
yeah.
wow. Paulie Shaw. No one remembers
Oh
Paulie
no,
Shaw.
I remember Biodome. Wasn't a classic. Well,
Making a filter. I don't know why, but that's always in my head.
you love your movie. Asking your guests. For years, Jordan, you've been asking guests about their top 5 movies.
Well, I would love to know yours because I love how everybody's top 5 movies.
Well, I told you mine. Do you remember?
No.
No. So
Not-
what? I mean,
But it makes for good content. I feel like you said Casablanca and Wizard of Oz. were in
absolutely
there.
not. Nope. Never seen Casablanca.
Interesting. No,
You need to,
sorry.
man.
No, we had
It's a good
Naomi in
movie.
here the other day and she said Gone with the Wind was her favorite
Oh,
film,
wow.
Wow.
which is 1939.
Wow.
It's a throwback. Can I get a hint on one of your favorites?
I mean, it's a Christmas movie. That's got to give it
Elf?
away.
A Mum for Christmas.
Well, no,
Every
no,
year, growing up when we were kids.
No, it was Love Actually.
No.
What? I swear to God, it was Love Actually.
Oh,
Christmas movie. All right.
it's like the most iconic
Home
Chris.
Alone.
Yes.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
I actually went to see
Who's
the
Ashley?
Melbourne Symphony Orchestra.
AC3.
You go and watch,
With John Williams.
and they play live, and it's really cool. I highly recommend.
We can't talk about play
I would
live here,
imagine.
You're gonna get us into trouble. 5 of hearts on the
And there
turn.
we go. So
What about you, Mark? What's your favorite movies?
um,
I asked you about sports movies earlier, but now actual movies.
I think you got to break movies up into genres. I think like to give you, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, give us a genre. A
Genre.
genre.
So-
Give us your favorite.
I guess.
Drama.
Okay. Well, the day I walk, and everyone says, rolls their eyes when you say Shawshank, but I remember the feeling of walking out of the
I knew
movie
it.
cinema.
I'm looking at you going, it's
I walked
Shawshank.
out of the. I remember going with a group of friends, being 17 years of age and walking out of Shawshank and going, just being like at the movie cinema, just going, oh wow, that was. And I remember going home to my parents and going, you got to go watch this movie.
They don't make movies like that anymore.
I think when there's a meaning
Yeah.
beyond the storyline,
Going deep.
that you get, then there's a story behind the storyline. Then I think that's what a true storyteller does, has the pattern you follow and then the meaning that gets you thinking. And I think that's what really drives a successful movie. But you can go down the list and
What I want to know is, what was a movie where you discovered your first crush?
Oh, I mean,
Jordan's eyes just lit
Alyssa
up.
Milano
Like
and
he,
Who's the Boss for sure.
Mrs. Incredible in The Incredibles. No, I'm just kidding. Violet. No, I'm joking as well. That's terrible. Can't make jokes like
I
that.
remember the first movie that I ever was allowed to go at night to the movie cinemas when you're a teenager.
Did you do the
You-
movie marathons and stuff as
Oh,
well?
yeah.
No, I wasn't ever allowed to. My parents didn't let me.
Well, I was always allowed because we always did the movie marathons with people from church, so that was a safe place. So I could do all those.
People
When
from
there was
church.
adults and teenagers involved.
Yeah, people from church, and the movie you were going to go watch was like Spotlight or something.
Well, the movie marathons were always the favourites, and they were always things. But the first movie that I ever went to that wasn't at 10 o'clock in the in the middle of the day in school holidays was Wayne's World, and it was
Wayne's
just
World.
it was just
One of my favorite quotes is from Wayne's World, which is, "I never learned to read." I'll bring that up whenever I possibly can. Anyway, sorry to interrupt.
but it was just one of those defining moment of your teenage years where I was allowed to go to McDonald's afterwards and all of that
Yes.
stuff. Like it was.
The Happy Meal, the cheeseburger.
Yeah,
Loved
it was just the night of my life that boys and girls went, and I was allowed at night time. It was
Good times.
grown up.
Now everyone just sits inside on their phone.
Yeah,
Trying to think of other
Chris
films that
should
I really-
open here with Pocket Eights, I would imagine.
First crush, like first actual one. I struggle to think. I've always been probably. It's a good question. I never really thought about that.
There's a few.
Mine was Alyssa Milano. In
Oh
Who's-
no!
in
I know
Who's the
answer.
Boss?
I know the answer. I know the
Who's
answer. It's Cameron
We've
Diaz.
got
in
an
The
all.
Mask.
Oh yeah, we got all in
Yeah.
here. It was a raise with eights and a shove by ace nine.
Ace 9 sends it in. Angelina Jolie and Mr. and Mrs. Smith is another great shout. The flop. 10-7-3, no help to the ace 9. Needs to locate one of 6 outs, turn and river. 3 of spades does not help, reduces the outs by 2. Offsuit ace on 9 does not arrive. GG's.
Cameron Diaz is a fair call.
Yeah, that's what that's how Arnold Schwarzenegger describes going to see a rectal surgeon. Cameron Diaz.
What do we rate that one? Out of 5. Out of 5.
Yeah, that's a 4-star.
Thank you
4
so much.
stars.
That's 4 stars.
Very generous.
Um,
I'm trying to think of anybody else. I mean, I'm a big fan of Charlize Theron. I don't know what it is.
Okay.
She's
Okay.
just-
So I'm getting the picture here. You're a leggy blonde man.
Ah,
Never would have picked it.
well, I'm in the humor.
Anne Hathaway,
Yep.
Rachel McAdams.
Anna
No,
Diaz.
Oh, Rachel McAdams.
No, Notebook,
Yeah.
that's the best chick
Ah.
flick of all time. For
Yep.
sure. I remember seeing that with a roommate at the time who was a professional cricketer from UK.
Did you
And-
cry?
Well, we went in there and we walked out, and I remember him saying to me, he goes, "Don't you ever tell anyone that we went and saw that together."
That means he enjoyed it.
Yeah, and that was, I think we both enjoyed it. It was, but I remember him saying, "Don't you dare tell anyone that you went and saw
And now
that."
you've just outed him.
King Jack of Hearts here as Taylor has found the rip for around 8 big blinds with the pocket 9s. Daniel's asking for a count with King Jack.
What
No.
position is Taylor in here?
+1. So
Oh,
I'll be on
early
+1.
Well, Daniel, this from his position, but
Let us know in the chat, you guys, who your first movie crushes were. There's always the question of who do you think is the most attractive person or most attractive person acting that you've ever seen. And people always mention stuff like Brad Pitt in Fight Club or Angelina Jolie and Mr. and Mrs. Smith or
What was mine?
you were definitely Brad Pitt.
No. I think I was a little bit too young for Brad Pitt,
right,
but mine's very obvious.
what, like Heath Ledger in A Knight's Tale or something.
No.
Somebody says
He's
Jennifer
global.
Tilly.
He's global, and he only goes for young girls now.
Oh, Leo.
Leo.
Leo and Titanic. Yeah, fair enough.
No, it wasn't Titanic. I think it was Romeo and Juliet, and I
Yep,
was
that'll do it.
besotted. I left that cinema just like, wow, I've never felt these feelings before. And it's all been downhill from there.
Whatever.
The one that stands out to me these days is Ana de Armas. Ana de Armas, I would. No comment.
I would.
It'd be rough.
Okay.
2K,
Earmuffs,
4K.
children,
Yeah,
earmuffs.
apologies. 6-5 suited for Taylor under the gun. This one's going to get passed up on.
Out of control.
You didn't even get to do karaoke last night. Yeah, we still got you singing in the booth. We're talking. Mark, what's your karaoke fan? Karaoke man on the right circumstances?
I am country music.
Oh!
all through and through.
There we go. Okay.
I am don't know what it is. I lived in Texas. That was what it was.
That would be
day.
what it would be.
But I live in northern beaches of Sydney, and I love my country rock. Don't like the traditional folk stuff, but the modern American.
Are we
country.
liking Teddy Swims? Is that?
Oh, I mean that he's awesome. It's
So if you were to do karaoke, which song would you be picking?
Save a Horse, Ride a Cowboy by Big and Rich. Fair
enough.
How does that go?
I walk into the
that
room,
is
passing
it.
out $100 bills, and it kills and it thrills like the horns on my Silverado grill.
I reckon if we
A
do
bar,
any
a
more
bar,
of this,
double
we're going to
R.
get demonetized. So,
fair enough.
or
That-
banned.
Because I sing exactly like it.
Oh, of
yeah.
course, yeah. It's going to be more of a copyright claim for playing the song as opposed to
Save
us.
a horse, ride a cowboy.
Jennifer Tilly and Liar Liar is a good shout. Spiritual Tradies asking who we've got in the booth.
Jennifer Tilly, no, there's a good poker.
Oh yeah.
You didn't.
What about what was that?
The thing
one
with
from-
Jennifer Tilly is that she always makes a couple of very good points.
There was another.
I like
Who's the one that was in American Pie?
Oh,
Shannon.
Shannon
Shannon Elizabeth.
Yes. She was on the circuit for a while. Back in 2008.
This is like poker after dark type commentary.
Yeah.
I mean, this is
Is
like
it though?
this is like
Is
adult,
it?
adults
She just-
only conversation.
like
Yeah,
it's
she just put
PG-13.
herself on a new career this month. Made $1 million first 2
Who?
days.
I heard that. Yeah.
Shannon Elizabeth.
Shannon, with
Yeah,
what?
She joined a certain platform and she
Oh.
was able to make $1 million in
Only
3 days.
10.
3 days. Oh yeah.
$1 million in 3 days.
Yeah.
Holy heck.
Somebody says Kelly McGuinness in Top Gun.
Oh yeah, that was
It's a good shout.
that person's older than me for sure.
Ray Fiennes in The English Patient. That's a throwback as well. Ray Fiennes is a scary dude. He's such a good actor, especially in Schindler's List.
I hope that was a female, but
Yeah, either way,
either way,
he's an attractive bloke. Getting a look out at the field, there are some faces that are still in the mix. I can see Yoon Kang in there.
you've got Rick, who I was talking about before. Then behind him's Andy, the best dealer in the game. Watch how
Whoa,
quick he
whoa,
is.
whoa.
No, by far. Like, it's not question. For those who know Andy, he is slightly on the spectrum, and I say that with respect. He's an absolute legend of a bloke. Very few words, but he is the quickest dealer and never makes a mistake. He's an absolute legend of the poker circuit.
I was doing
Good on you,
commentary
Andy.
for Poker Dream, and there was a player at the table who was very constantly calling out other recreationals for making the wrong decision.
I got Wendy back on the stream. She's been moved to the table. Look
Oh
at
yeah,
it.
welcome back.
Look
Plenty
at-
of biscuits.
And now
That
she's
looks like
doubled
around-
up from, she was about 90 and she's come back with 173. So that's nice.
And we were talking about how this gentleman may have been slightly on the spectrum. And after a while, we were talking about it. So I can't really talk. Like if I suck the Lego, I can tell you the color. Like I'm as autistic as they get.
I'm ADHD. I'm not autistic. But
Yeah.
it's like, Andy, there he is again. He's an absolute legend. Literally the best dealer. and
We've
I
had
think
some pretty good dealers in the mix. Masaki at the feature table has been doing absolutely. Masaki
Japanese.
Ito, yep, he's been doing a fantastic job whenever he is called upon. As
Yeah.
well, we've had Cassia, we've had a few other guys.
Him and
doing
his
great
is
jobs.
that his partner who she also used to deal? I think she's gone back to Japan.
You talking about Hina?
No.
I don't think they were partners, but
No, that's not Hina. It's
I'm not entirely sure. Hina isn't here this year. She was dealing for us a lot last year.
yeah.
And there's a fresh new
There's
dealer
Mario. I
on
see
circuit as
Mario
well.
in the
She's in
hat
the top
middle.
right.
First time I've seen him this series. He must have just come up. There's Mario, seeing the white and black red hat. Peak.
Out of
Melbourne.
curiosity, Jamie, Nikki's daughter, is in the mix dealing for us. How is she finding it? Have you had the chance to speak to her just so far? Or?
I think she's been moved now to main event Turbo, which I think is
Good
a
luck.
little more relaxed.
Turbo, good luck, brave soldier.
Well, no, I mean she went straight into the 1-2K blinds, and it was just like counting the chips for her was probably the biggest stress. But we threw her in the deep end, and she's handling it well. What a legend!
When did she start doing?
Today,
Oh wow.
cashed in it, played in her first tournament, cashed in her first tournament last night.
Making
threw her in the
money
main
now.
event.
I must admit that the Australian dealers, the people that travel the circuit dealing or locally and then travel up just for the big events, you got some of the greatest people. I cannot,
They do a
mixture of
great
age
job.
group. Oh, absolutely. You got a mixture of ages from the young people through university or early on in life, and then you got the people that are. It's legitimately one of the highlights of what makes Australian poker, and
Love
in
that.
particular tournament poker. You never, anyone who ever blames a dealer,
Be kind to your dealer.
you are absolutely going to get a word from me if I'm on the table and I see it.
Yes.
I will call out anyone. You can be upset with how you play. You can be upset at a dickhead on the table, but the dealers are never that. And just an
Dealers are
amazing-
there doing the job, doing the Lord's work.
Honestly, and it's like, it's a thankless task in some ways because the amount of poker players that you come across that do react like that, as you mentioned, it's just not, it's not nice. It's just not the best.
No. R-E-S-P-C-T.
Tell you what you mean to me.
Yeah.
Well, we really need to just get a karaoke booth in here. I can get a microphone in here. We can get it going.
I've got the worst voice.
That was not bad.
That was all right. Have you managed to find a piano yet, or are we still searching?
I mean, we'll get you one.
Who can play?
Old mate over here.
Yeah.
So we've got the singer, the keyboardist,
And
and
our
I'll be the
country
dancer.
singer.
I'll be the backup
Yes!
dancer.
The singer and the pianist is the way we'll put it.
There's
Lily
a
with the
movie
ace
for
10.
you.
Surely with Yerf, and by the way he's been playing, he's going to call or raise this. I can just no.
It's a familiar name. Did he final table last year? You should know this encyclopedia, Jordan. You're fun.
No.
Sounds so
Oh,
familiar. Maybe it was Centurion.
you could be correct in that, actually. There is some familiarity to that name. I'm not entirely sure how or why.
Why?
Why? I see if the word would be whiskey. Another movie quote. Those of you in the chat, let me know if you know that one. Why are you saying it weird? Say what weird?
Ah, Sarah Michelle Gellar, Cruel Intentions. Yes. I mean, I think even Sarah gave me a crush.
Yifan Yao, 340 in total learnings, with 213 being his best cash. So I'm going to
must have
say
final
that
tabled something.
you are winning in that good memory, because I'm without going deep into the most of his caches on Hendon Mob are all out of Play Live in Melbourne, so he's obviously a Melbourne reg.
A Melbourneite, as they say.
But somewhere along the line, he's had one big cash
Big
of
payout.
213 US. So you're right there. So he's,
Top 3 somewhere.
if anyone wants to delve deeper down the
Tell us.
Hendon Mob, tell us what it is, because
Well, you mentioned that you did a lot of stuff involving sports internationally. Do you follow sports in Australia as well?
yeah, I love every bit
Of
of it.
course.
Every bit of- so
Do you
who-
have multi-screens on at all times?
No, not really. I'm not that. obsessed,
Okay.
Who are you supporting in each of the codes?
but, I'm Parramatta and Carlton. I was 5 years old in 1982 when they both won. You always pick the winning teams. So I've had a lifetime of pain since. Yeah,
Yeah.
Parramatta and Carlton.
What about you, Nikki? I actually never asked who you support. St Kilda for some reason?
No, I was raised in a Melbourne household.
Just Melbourne Demons.
Just Demons,
Oh,
and then for
Demons,
some
right.
reason my sister decided to go for the Bombers, so I thought, sure, I'll follow you for a
that
little
would, that
bit.
would have gone down well.
But yeah, never really. I mean, yeah, never really got into it. My
Yeah.
brother's quite a good footy player, and he had sort of the option of AFL or go to uni to become an accountant.
Oh, it sounds thrilling. And so
Yeah.
he picked AFL, obviously.
Absolutely not. I mean, otherwise I would have been married to an AFL and divorced by now, 3 kids in. So it's probably a good thing.
Jesus, insight to the life and
Taylor's
times of Nikki
picked up
Pickering.
Jacks, so we're going to see.
Yep,
I would
these
see a
jacks should
shove here.
definitely be going in. I'm a Hawks man. Long-time Hawthorn supporter. So.
I mean, Brown's very
They're
in right
worse
now.
than us in the last 15 years. Hawks.
No.
Where'd they finish this year?
We won 3 premierships, 2013, 14, 15. What's
Oh.
Carlton done?
Okay, in the last 11 years, 10 years.
Sure. In that
I
sense.
missed my time frame.
Yeah. I was going to say, in the last 15 years, or in the last 20 years, we're one of the most dominant teams in the AFL. Us and Geelong would probably be up there. And maybe Richmond, if you want to go to that extent. But no, we're currently 4th on the ladder. So we're cruising. My uncle went to every grand final from something like 1978 to 1998. Every grand final for 20 years. And there was a period where Hawks won 4 flags in the 80s, or 5 flags in the 80s.
That I do remember.
Oh, yeah. Even as a wee little
So
8-year-old.
Lily's picked up Ace King. She's obviously going to raise it here. We'll see what happens behind her.
Yep, definitely sending this one in if
Mate.
required to the race of 10,000. Over to Taylor with pocket 8s for 41k. I have a feeling this one probably just goes central. Taylor's going to have to get her hold on here. Tomatoes and also celery.
Cucumber.
Cucumbers.
Little
in
baby cukes.
And some
Aren't
cheese.
you a little bit cute,
The
Brendan?
fridge is getting stocked up in the background for tomorrow's play as Taylor is going to request the triangle. 41k into the center.
And we're going to see a flip here.
Yeah, she's going to have to win a flip. She's going to get snapped off, I would think.
Is that like the sneaky food fridge in the back of the...
A little bit, yeah.
commentary
Let's not
box?
talk about it. Yep. As Lily has asked... She's asked for a...
Triggered something.
Wait, why has she asked for a count?
Going on, I'm trying to...
Ace,
Give some context over
yeah,
here.
Ace King should be a snap-off. For 8 bigs, this shouldn't even be a consideration. Or 10 bigs, this shouldn't even be a consideration.
Maybe someone told her to think for 10 seconds before making any decisions.
Even then, Ace King is going to be performing so well. We're going to see the Ace Queens, the Ace Jacks. We're going to see everything, and she does eventually call. Probably just getting confirmation on exactly how much was there. Wasn't too egregious, but she is going to have to win a flip. 8s against Ace King. Tay hoping to find the double up and stay alive. Make it through to tomorrow's play, the flop. Oh dear. Wheel draw for the Ace King. Needs to fade aces, kings, and deuces, and sixes.
Six for a chop.
Sixes are right. No, the deuce of
Oh!
clubs. Absolute brutality on the river.
Ouch.
GG's to Taylor Murray. That is quite the unfortunate run out. A 6 would not have been a chop because the 8s would have made a straight of their own. Instead, the wheel for Lily Fan, as we will say GG to Tay Murray. Unfortunately, makes it to the last level of the day, but no further. It's brutal.
I'd be tossing and turning as I go to sleep tonight if I was Taylor. God damn.
Still in the background, we can see those tables are playing. Getting a look at the count, there's roughly 198 players still in this tournament with an average stack of 152 just for this flight. So a little bit shallower of an average stack towards the end of play. A lot of these guys really holding on to their last biscuits. Ace King now for Wendy Horan. Or Horan, maybe. I don't know.
If we go by the Australian rugby player, it's Horan.
Okay, we'll go by that. We'll play.
One
Nope,
still at
nope,
2K,
and
4K.
nope,
We
and
are going to
nope.
be kicking off tomorrow at the 2.5, 5 level. And also, guys, we will have the turbo flight tonight. I do not believe we are going to be live streaming that one.
This is cool. Dealer button, suited connectors. It's a good looking hand, right?
See, here's the thing. 9-8 suited, very pretty hand. If you're north of 60 big blinds, quite a scary one.
Okay.
I think you can, at 38 bigs, I think you can flat on the button
Yep.
here. I think
The reason that 9-8 suited at that higher stack depth is a little bit scary is because it has really crazy what we call reverse implied odds against Ace King.
Okay.
Because if you find the Queen Jack 10 flop, you flop a straight,
Yeah.
but you're drawing dead. And it's a trap that people get into when they're playing cash games. They'll find the 3-bet and then call with 9-8 suited and see
Yeah.
that flop and go broke. So got to be a little bit careful. Finds the best hand here, though. Daniel with that pair of 9s facing the bet on the flop from Wendy. Wendy 2 overs and a backdoor flush draw, but Daniel obviously not going to be going anywhere in a hurry. The call is flicked in. Those blue chips worth 500 each. Regarding the chip denominations, if you guys weren't sure, the blues are 500, or should I say, those
Uh-oh.
blueberries are 500. The lemons are 1K, and those oranges are worth 5,000 each. If you see the cherries, those things are worth 25,000. You can
Loves
see some of
the
those.
Wendy's
cherries.
picked up a
Lily
flush
there.
draw here. Will she keep betting?
It's always a bit awkward when you get called in position on a paired board. you
There
don't
is.
really have too much confidence, and she does finally check
Looking
over.
for a little free card.
And now I think Daniel's just going to want to try and check this back. Show this one down.
Yeah, this
Sasaki in the dealer
I think
chair
this
as
is,
well.
this is a good opportunity to deny equity.
You think so? Okay.
Yeah, I think so. You can play it either way. Now he's come.
Do you feel like your opponent's going to be checking a hand like jacks or tens, though?
If
You
you
think
bet-
you could
if
be
you-
value
if you-
owning yourself?
If they bet the queen, which is 50-50, they're going to barrel again on the turn. And so I think you've got an opportunity
I think on the river you could definitely go for some value.
because by betting the turn and getting a call, you can check back the river and you're
Kind of set your own price. In that sense.
that's right. And so in that position, because he was in position, I probably would have bet the turn and checked back the river. Now, as it was played, if a check, then you've got an opportunity to polarize your bet on the river. But in a hand where you're saying that you get beaten by tens and jacks, I think there's the opportunity to. I think the best bet I probably would have bet the turn and checked back the river, but as soon as that goes through to check 2 in position, I think you've got a chance to bet the river for value in the end.
And like a very small size to try and get called by that ace high. Something like 25% pot, quarter of the time. Quarter of the pot. He farmed with the king jack is going to find the raise to 8k. John with the king queen. Potentially going to be putting in a call here, as it looks like the action was actually on Daniel. Still getting a look at those out of tables. I think we're going to be pausing things shortly, as it looks like it is a call of the 8k from the king queen. Daniel with the queen 10 suited of his own. Are we going to see him find the 3-bet or the flat here? I think either way is good. If you want to try and pick up the dead money, you could definitely try and find a 3-bet. We're deep enough to do so. Something like 28,000 is going to be pretty good here, I would think. Nope, looks like just a call. As we do get closer and closer to bagging and tagging for this evening's flight.
You got some reasonably, there's 3 stacks all that have got connected cards in here that got playable hands, depending on that all have stacks. So, which doesn't hit any of them, but it's a case of with such a dry board. But
funnily enough, the 8-4 offsuit defender, the big, has the best hand. Sometimes that's just the way the cookie
dismal
crumbles.
flop. Not for someone.
And I think that shows the advantage of being a little bit more aggressive in your 3-bet range. That you've got 2 hands there that could have
absolutely
so totally
disappeared.
3-bet and you take this uncontested. Obviously, there's a flush draw that's turned here, but I think we saw that in the main event in Vegas, how the most aggressive person got away with murder as a result.
Yeah.
I don't think he was necessarily the best player, but he was the most aggressive, and as a result, got lucky in a couple of spots. But just the amount of cheap chips he picked up from 3 tables down was huge. And so I think too many players get scared of running into it, and it means too much to them to be knocked out that they don't benefit. But we would have seen any sort of aggression here would have we've taken it. Now the king queen, obviously with the flush draw, I think
All
he took it
playing
down,
very
so
cautiously.
very much so.
Perhaps a symptom of the feature table.
Yeah, it looks like things are slowing down in the outer reaches of the room there. I know that they're going to be calling for an amount of hands to be played before we do wrap up. I think it's actually going to be around the corner. So probably only a couple of hands left. Anybody you want to shout out while you're here, Mark? I'm not sure if you want to be doing any shouting out or anything you want to
Give me
plug.
some warning. Give me some warning.
I mean,
Get his list out. Making a list.
yeah. You got a spreadsheet of people in
No,
order.
that's not bad. I think
Star rated.
when it comes to poker, like we had the conversation before the break about growing the game and supporting the whole player pool, and so I think the providers that do that, and across the board and in different states, they're the ones that really deserve the credit, and so I think that's the bit that I really appreciate about the game. There's so many great people in poker. The few dickheads that
There's always a sprinkle.
That's right. But you've got different levels of what other environment do you come into where you've got different socioeconomic groups, you've got different ethnic backgrounds, and you've got
Particularly here in the APL Million,
Oh,
where you
everywhere.
win your way. So from a $10 pub
Big time.
game, this is probably the most diverse mix, but you do see a really strong sense of community amongst the APL players. And that's what Jamie noticed last night. People often say, you want to get your daughter into poker, but she actually had the time of her life.
Yeah.
The support she had from everybody at the table, behind the table, was incredible.
Yeah, I can't be, in more agreeance, and I think it just brings, and the people that grow the game, and like comes back to the thing is, no matter what level you want to play at, if you're enjoying it, and all players should make sure that every other person enjoys it, no matter. And the great thing about the game is there is variance, which means that anyone can win.
Yeah.
The same player wins at chess every time because it's a zero variance game. But because there is variance and there is multiple ways in which you can play the game and be successful, then it opens it up to every single person. And I think, the community and growing the community at all levels is really important. And I think that's probably where I sit.
What about you, Nikki? Anything you want to shout out? Anybody you want to shout out? Any plugs you want to give?
No, actually, that there's a new product out there, the charging device that is also a neck massager.
Yeah.
Oh, come on. Isn't that the greatest thing? Imagine sitting there at the table, your phone's being charged, you're getting a neck massage. That is brilliant. I think we'll have some. I'll be walking around just selling them for cash if anyone wants one. I think it's a brilliant idea. Hey, Father's Day is coming up, but I think just a hot tip. I think the ladies are going to actually enjoy this slightly more. It's a less obvious neck massage. Anyway, you'll see. You'll see.
You got shares?
I don't have shares, but I'm just very impressed with the idea. And I think every lady should have one.
Jesus. This really is becoming commentary after dark.
No, it's just, who doesn't want a neck massage? We need it. We're so tense.
You can't close out a sentence about a massager saying,
Yeah.
Well,
and there's
I
cucumber
just did.
got put in the
I
fridge over
just
there.
it's a
did.
bit hectic. I mean, 8-8-5, you fun with the Fort Dewey. No dice, but he's going to lead and try and take this one away from Jonathan, who isn't falling for it so easily. Snap call. Turn card is a 9.
It is blind versus blind, so Jonathan and his wife Irene are very much regulars in the Sydney poker tournament. Seeker.
Right. I didn't realize you knew Jonathan. Yep.
Yeah, they're an amazing, unique couple. Irene is, they're about the same age bracket, and Irene's the boisterous, loud, wears her emotions on her sleeve, and Jonathan's the more calm one of the two. But they love to,
Good balance.
as retired, obviously have the disposable income to play. They get
you fun. Sorry to cut you off, but I had a feeling we were going to see this from him. Finds
Crafty.
the check raise on the turn, and what? Jonathan finds rip. What the hell is this?
Oh.
as we're seeing people bagging and tagging in the background.
You can try.
Last hand of the night, pretty much, was it? It must have been.
Well, I think we might have one more because it's depending on the amount of hands that we needed to be playing. I haven't received a message from my production team stating that we are going to be bagging up, but maybe that will be the case very, very soon. Getting to the top of the screen, we can see that Jonathan and John and Chris, all fresh faces to the table, all bagging north of 50 bigs, but it's that man Yifan Yo in the small blind, 387,000, is going to be bagging what looks to be the table chip captaincy. 968 entries, 191 players are going to be bagging and tagging in this one, returning tomorrow at 11 a.m. We've only got a couple of hands left at this feature, at which point we are going to be ceasing for the evening. There was a chance that we were going to be doing the turbo flight. However, we've made the decision that given the 20-minute blinds and the general chaos that one can invoke, we are going to end early. We're going to get a good night's sleep and ensure that we can bring you guys the best coverage you possibly can for the next few days of play. So last chance. Any shout-outs you guys want to give?
Just
Wonderful.
to you. Just to
Just
you,
to the whole
John.
team. The whole team. Everyone's been so super supportive. Thanks for having Jamie. She's loved it.
That's all right. Thank you so much, Jamie, for helping us out. And Mark, thank you so much for joining us. It's been
My pleasure.
a pleasure. Obviously, we've got a bit of history, and it's been fun to be able to chat about that. Fun to be able to see you come from giving me advice on the sides to giving all these guys advice on poker in all forms.
I appreciate it. It's been a lot of fun. And one of the last hands of the night, everyone appears that they want to get involved.
Last chance. Last call.
There's not too many diamonds left. I saw Queen 2 diamonds got folded and as well, but there is
John with the ace-8 suited for 72 bigs in his stack. Wondering what the best thing is to do here.
and we're going 5 ways to the flop.
Little
I
familiar.
don't know whether this is
pot.
the last hand or second last hand, but it's everyone decided after not much happening. But we see the ace-8 suited get the flush draw.
Looking nice for John Stark.
And in all that, not a single person's hit the board directly.
King of
And
Hearts
there
on the
you
turn,
go.
though. Hello.
Did we not want to have a little bet at that to add a little bit of something?
I don't want to bet against you calling boards. I don't know. Were you in the chat the other day when that happened, Mark?
No.
I asked Nikki to call a board and an all-in, and she said, 6-8 Jack. Jack window 6-8 behind. It was insane. John facing this bet from Jonathan is just going to put in the call, and everybody else is going to let go. Apart from Yifan, drawing dead.
Might slow
That
down
should
the
be
action
enough to
with the
slow
kings.
down, yeah.
Unfortunately, John's got the worst card. Jonathan will probably call this off, I would imagine, but
Baby, we burning. Just got that Dolly Parton song stuck in my head.
I watched a montage of Dolly Parton interview segments earlier, and she was just an absolute crack up.
What?
Jeez.
26K goes in.
I was lucky enough to get to a Dolly Parton concert. I'd won it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
How
was unbelievable.
good.
She played 20 odd different instruments. She told jokes and stories. It was just,
Love. How good is that? When was that?
it must have been about 16 years ago. I
Oh,
think.
wow.
17 years ago, something like that. I'd won it in a business meeting. Lucky door prize. It was
Love that.
the tickets. And
The best lucky
And
door
that's
prize
the
I've ever
that's
heard.
it. We're bagging up here.
Yep. Time to
Baggy,
bag
baggy,
up.
baggy.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be ceasing our coverage this evening. Thank you so much for being here. Mark, Nikki, thank you so much
Thank
for joining
you.
My
me.
pleasure.
Thanks for having us.
If you guys haven't yet, make sure you follow the Australian Poker League on Facebook and like this video. Follow us on Twitch at PlayAPL. Follow us on YouTube as well at the PlayAPL YouTube channel. Make sure you hit subscribe. My name is Jordan Bromley. You can find me on Instagram at Jordan Bromley Poker, and we're going to be back tomorrow at roughly 20 past 11 local time for day number 2 of the APL Million main event. Until then, have a great night, guys. We will see you then.
Thanks, guys.